Forever. Trumper. By KATHRYN GARTEN. Introduction. We wanted our president to hold the highest position in our land, to lead with strength and conviction, not to be a puppet on a string. The people cry out for change, they cried out for help, they cried out for action. And they are getting every day with this president, our president. It may not be the way they want it. But as the song says, at the end of every one of our president's rallies, you can't always get you want, but if you try sometime, you get what you need. We as a nation will continue to champion that rallying cry. As long as there are more people whole will claim to be forever Trumpers, too. Out of the ashes, a phoenix arose. Psalms 37, 23, 24, and 39. If you do what the Lord wants, He will make certain each step you take is sure. The Lord will hold your hand, and if you stumble, you still won't fall. The Lord protects His people, and they can come to Him in trouble. And so we begin. Chapter 1. Wow. Look. Wow. What? Did you hear? He's already knocked out 5 out of the 17 in the presidential debates. Mom, what are you talking about? You have not been watching. Watching? Watching what? As the phone call continued, my mother went back and forth like this. He is running for president, I said. Who? Trump? Trump? You have not been watching. Where have you been? Did she really need to ask where I have been? Really? The phone call I made to my mother that day from the federal women's camp in Florida. It was a little more than a year before that I was convicted of a first-time offense in a federal court. The judge stated, as far as getting anything from her, we don't want to leave her at death's door. So after all was said and done, I was given more than 11 years. Me, a first-time offender, who never broke a law in her life, my life. I went to get a job during the worst economy in history, to feed my growing family as a single mother. All I could think was a first-time offender FTO, with an 11-year sentence because a mother wanted to be able to feed her babies as a single mother during the worst economy in history of this country. Some say worse than the Great Depression. All I could think was, I'm here, at this camp and away from my home and family. Some came to me and said, are you going to watch the debate? I said to my bunkie. When is it? My bunkie said, in a little while. The room in the front was filling to capacity now, so I retrieved my government-issued plastic chair and followed the trail of curious women inmates to the big TV room. One woman was already in the room adjusting the volume of the large screened TV that hung high on the wall. It looked to be about 70-60 inches. Everyone needed to hear the big event that was possibly going to change things. But unless you had a radio most of the time and it was linked up to the TV, you were not able to hear. But not on this day. This was important for all to hear. Like me. Chapter 2. As I watched the debates, I remembered how I stood online for 6 hours to vote so that the present administration at the time would be defeated. I didn't much care for the other side of the Republican candidates for 2012, but I was better accepting of if because it was not the present administration. I knew any Republican would be a better choice to Barack Obama, after standing in line to vote. That was when I had the ability to vote as a voting United States citizen. I am still a United States citizen, but not that I am in a different category, a convicted felon. I am no longer good enough to vote. It didn't matter anymore to make a difference because Obama, unfortunately for this country, won by a landslide, and we would find out later that we were in for another 4 years, of the same as the previous 4, extreme deprivation. 25 days later. My life took a terrible turn. How was I to know that a little more than 25 days later, a knock would come at my door and turn my life and my family upside down? All I cared about was Obama didn't get elected for 4 more years of severe deprivation, both economically and politically. As I stated in the previous paragraph, he was elected by a lot. But it did change that knock on my door. There were 2 U.S. Marshals. It was the day after Thanksgiving. I was trying to get an extra hour or 2 of sleep. The voices from the hallway outside my bedroom door woke me. Chapter 4. He was knocking them off one by one. The established politicians, Bushes, Rubio, other names, and CEOs, Farina. The way he answered the questions at times, definitely it was rough and crude, but as someone in construction and owned a construction company on Long Island, New York. With my first husband, who was an architect, I understood at first. I could not believe it. It was what my mother had said. He was killing his competition right and left. They at first were in opposition to everything he said, but little by little, as his competition fell out, and we watched, they started agreeing with him, and changed their attitude and their negative talk about the outsider. No one believed he would or could win, except one little 82-year-old woman with a strong spirit and heart of gold, but physically, her heart was giving up, and within a month of telling me, Trump will be president. My mother was this woman. Her name was Margaret, an RN for more than 50 years who gave to everyone as God would say. She was a cheerful giver, succumbed to pneumonia, and died that August 2016. Not only had I lost my mother, my rock and my support, but she was right and would not live to see it. It took me back when my father died, right before he said, "I don't want to live to see Obama win the presidency. This country can't handle it." My father was a die-hard conservative and a Rhodes Scholar. My father was very conservative Republican all his life, as well as a big John McCain fan. He voted for him in 2008. My father was cremated right before the Obama inauguration. My family lost him in January 2009. The loss of my father devastated my mother. The loss of my mother devastated me, and not only changed my life spiritually, but politically. After her death, I don't know why, but I took up the torch of cheering this billionaire developer on to become our 45th president. I mean, he should have become this country's president. That is the way it usually worked, but something went awry this time around. Chapter 5. Now, it was a daily thing for me to watch Fox News. I didn't like CNN because, like a lot of all the other news networks, their negativity was despicable to watch and listen to. I had to change the channel. Since my mother watched Fox News, her favorite guy to watch on that network was Bill O'Reilly and Hannity. Every time I would speak to her on the phone, I would hear her listening to the Fox News, Bill O'Reilly's show in the background. I like watching it because I feel like my mom is beside me, watching with me, and I can feel her smile making me feel loved. We would both share a good feeling when we heard Trump had one up at everyone. Fox News knew how to present both sides of the conversation, and this was important to me. To get all views just as Trump wanted to have, all viewpoints in making his decisions on many different topics. They thought he didn't know what he was doing, just read his books, and you will know he has been preparing for this job for years, never believing it would happen. But it has. It reminded of the same kind of determination Joseph Kennedy, the father of Jack Kennedy, and how hard he worked to get his sons into the political spotlight. Donald Trump was not looking for the job of president. He was just tired of standing on the sidelines watching the country he loved take on one more punch to the gut. He knew he could do something, and he could not live with himself if he did not. I know this. My father had that same attitude about this country and our democracy. My dad and I spent a lot of time studying the Constitution and how important this document was for the future of our country. But nobody wanted to give our rightfully elected president even the smallest chance. Part of the country wanted a divorce before there even a honeymoon period. This president was never given a honeymoon period, as they call it. His first 100 days were a little bit of a letdown, but I had faith. God doesn't make mistakes, and God blessed this nation in 1789 when our first president, George Washington, was inaugurated, and he was still listening to the cries of a forgotten man and woman. The country wanted this man, this outsider, and he was going to be a different breed, and we, America, were going to be respected again. Chapter 6. Election Day. Hold on. So while all the room was sound asleep, I laid in my very uncomfortable cot on top of a bunk bed surrounded by more than 35 women crowded into one room. I could barely see the TV, and I was happy that the officer allowed the TV to stay on. It was November 8, 2016, election night. It was the night I prayed for, talked about, and I was not the only one. As the electoral for Trump began to tick up, and as the precinct votes started to come in and spilled over the mark of 274, it was all that was needed for the candidate to win. There were two systems that decided an election, and one of them out, trumped the other one. That was no pun intended, but that's exactly what happened. Trump not only got to 274, of which everyone predicted he could not do it. Not only did he do it, but he surpassed it. Trump's surpassed it by getting 307 electoral votes. I was yelling, "Hurrah!" as silently as I could so not one of the women sleeping around my cot would awaken. I heard the officer on duty as she walked by the TV while on her nightly rounds say, "Yes, yes." I said, "Okay. Got it what you want," because everyone says, everything happens for a reason. If you truly believe nothing happens by accident, and that God has a hand in it, then you believe that Trump was meant to be our president. Chapter 7. It's a piece of cake, chocolate cake. I heard that statement by Sean Hannity on Fox News at the same time I always watch his show. He said we are awaiting the president to speak to the nation. In essence, about an hour ago while eating chocolate cake at Mar-a-Lago, the Winter White House, while entertaining the president of China and his wife, along with Trump's wife, the First Lady, Melania Trump. The president's military under the president's orders. I'm thinking to myself, okay, what has he done now? I knew it had to be good and effective, because this man does not act without being effective. I heard shooting off 59 Tomahawk missiles right into the heart of the enemy's air defense. I remember having a big smile and saying so much for a red line. Everyone said he would do something, and I knew it was going to be something only he would do, and I was right. Sometimes, watching Trump maneuver was like playing a game I used to love as a kid called Stratego. He said he would do something within 48 hours. After seeing the gassing of innocent women and children and elderly people, Trump in the Rose Garden of the White House said to press and leaders that he would take action. But he stated first he needed to look into the situation to make sure he had all the facts before he acted, and he said he would act, and act he did. Trump's red line was the welfare of defenseless women and children. This affects our president very much. The fake media and the left says he has no heart and cares about nothing. This will never be further from the truth. He will never say something unless he acts on it. Maybe not right away all the time, but be patient. His actions will never be in a vacuum. He calls in everyone to give him advice. Even though he has access to the most classified top-secret intel, he reads every article, newspaper, and watching Fox News and using social media like Twitter. Let me once and for all squash this talk about his ranting on Twitter. He said early in his campaign he wanted to give the younger generation the ability to have a front-row seat in understanding politics and the political fabric of this country. Reagan had his TV, and Trump wanted direct contact with the American voter, so he uses Twitter. Young people don't read anymore, and they all of their news and knowledge through social media. Now, because of Trump, everyone is using it, even those who never used it. Chapter 8. A good businessman does not want confrontation before cooperation, but first you have to size up your competition. Everyone thinks that Trump does not know what he is doing. True, he has never been a politician in the traditional sense of the word. I, for one, say thank God, so it took him a little while to get acclimated to his position as president. He will never adapt to fight the office of president, but then I guess he has never adapted his ways to fit anything. But he is a listener and changes when he knows it is the right thing to do. He shows flexibility and varies in his ideas when others need something, and better for the overall country message. But he will always be a round peg in their square Washington world. But the one thing you can say is that he makes a promise and keeps his promises to the American people. This is why his base is a rating as high as 90%. This is all he needs. It would be nice if he went after those who have not decided and those who are independent. But it is not up to him to convince people whose mind are in lockstep with negative speech and diminished returns. These people will always be this way, even though it is wrong for the country. They will never admit it is wrong until they start seeing the decay and destruction of their corrupt establishment politics. They say his critiques that he does not prepare, so he does not know what he is doing. It is most likely, as I said, that Trump has a very high IQ. He probably has a photographic memory like my father did. But he make it look like he nothing to prepare, but he has been preparing for this job all his life. His education is evidence of the preparation that he and his family did for his life. He has probably thought it all out a long time ago and faster than any one of his advisors. You must also understand that Trump comes from a generation of strict honor and values. They held education to be very important, especially in the formative years, and into teens and his 20s. At one time, education used to be the bedrock of this country and opportunity to put education to use. Not just for men, but for women too. Look at our great women Supreme Court justices and our federal court justices, like Trump's sister and his good friend Judge Jeanine Pirro. It was a generation of good work ethic and family values, as well as Christian guidelines. These all followed our president's generation throughout his life on a daily basis. They were passed down to his children and his grandchildren. That's how you succeed in life, by making service first, no matter what service. It was in the beginning that everyone said that Trump and his family was in this for what they could get and how much they could make, because he was an elitist. An elitist? Far from it. Before you talk about this, man read his books, not the ones who were written by others, but his books. The very first one talked about how the New York elites would not allow him in the club. He is a roll-up-your-sleeves dedicated to the working man and woman. His father was the working man and woman. They were the backbone of his core, the fiber his comes from. In his books and his many interviews, he talked about NATO, North Korea, Iran, Israel, the stock market, free and fair trade, economy, and jobs. Jobs, jobs. Now that he accomplished what he promised, and even though criticized that it could not be done, it certainly was not done in the 8 long deprivational years prior to Trump. Now, that same person who said it would never see more than 2% GDP is on the campaign trail trying to take us back. We don't want to go back to high unemployment, food stamp lines, and large unemployment lines. For a while, the only salary anyone was receiving was from the unemployment checks. The previous administration had to ask for an extension for unemployment benefits because after 26 weeks people were running out of money and living hand-to-mouth and paycheck to paycheck. This never had to happen, and it took a not-so-eloquent businessman from Queens, NY, to show us that we, as the American people, that we did not have to put up with it. Now, this figure of democracy, it's a very sarcastic statement I am making, is going to put us back there. No. I say no way. Now that we are out, we are not going back. Try going to federal prison as a single mother during those deprivational years, never committing a crime in your life and being a law-abiding citizen because of the poor economy that we had to live through, because our leaders were too busy lining their pockets. You don't want to go back, trust me. It's not fun. Our kids are in danger of poverty before 30 years of age if we allow the previous party to take control again. We need the Republicans to keep the House and the Senate so that we can continue this trek of making our America strong and prosperous for the next generation, to keep values for our kids and our grandkids. Otherwise, we are complicit in allowing the Washington swamp to overflow into every other area of our lives. This cannot happen again. We are finally in remission, and the cancer is being contained, hopefully, until it is killed. Chapter 9. A Good Businessman. A good businessman doesn't look for confrontation before cooperation. But first, you have to size up your competition. Everyone thinks that Trump doesn't know what he is doing, because they say he does not prepare. Read all of the classified readouts from the different alphabet intelligence agencies. Trump's IQ, intelligence quotient, is most likely 160 or better. He has probably thought it all out a long time ago, and faster than any one of his advisors. If you listen to any of Trump's previous airing of interviews Trump has done while he was a private businessman, when he wrote his books, he talked about NATO, North Korea, Iran, Israelis, the economy, jobs, and more. He never thought he would be president, but he was always on the road, and divine intervention stepped in because this country was in pain, and God could not stand by and watch people suffer. So a man who was crude, rough, not eloquent, etc., good always used the most unlikely person to bring about the greatest positive changes. I sit here knowing in my very fiber of my being that this president was means to be president at this time, so we would have great change. That change will not complete, and that means his second term too, 2020. This man, our president, is accomplishing the things that we have not seen for more than 40 years, 4 decades, not even seen in the history of this country, the United States. He is hitting milestones and breaking records of historical value. The lowest unemployment in history for Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, for women, the biggest tax cut in history for the middle class, when we thought that there would be no middle class anymore. Any good businessman knows that people get jobs from employers without continuously getting rid of the job-killing regulations. These things would not be possible. Every good businessman knows that if you want to accomplish your mission, you have to deal in strength. But not strength in acts of violence or military. That's our arsenal we have in our nation's toolbox. It's the last resort. Trump wants peace through strength. He is not looking for any approval from anybody. He makes his own decision, and that confidence radiates to the people of this nation. We want safety and security, and that means we need to show our muscle when necessary, our fighting strength. But nobody likes it to constantly be attacked, especially when they don't know why it's happening. A weak person would fold up if they were constantly bombarded with negativity, persecutory statements, cruelty, and hatred. This is not what God's people should be doing. We are all being tested, and people like the panel that sat on the Mueller probe are especially being tested now that it turned out to be nothing but a giant mess of hypocrisy, launched on the American people who look for truth and transparency within the halls of our government. If not for Trump going after Mueller's probe, which in essence would not have occurred if not have been purposely orchestrated by a much deeper and darker motivation. Trump was widely criticized for by the mass liberal media. This situation took over every crevice and cranny of the establishment. We thought we were in another country. If not for a wrongful act on the part of our FBI director, none of these things would have occurred. The American people lost valuable time and expended resources that were used maliciously and with complete forethought to take down a sitting president by any means necessary. Because of no other reason, simply because of the appearance of us not having a president that spoke at times like an elitist educated stuff shirt. Our president was elected by the people, but that was becoming a foreign concept in this country of independence and free speech. Everything, now as we knew it, was becoming like a country we could not even recognize. Never in our country's history had we spent the better part of a president's administration, this president's administration, in clandestine hearings feeding the American public constantly with conspiracy theories with nothing but false premises and trapdoors for this president to fall into. President Trump was right when he came our one morning in the early days of his presidency. I mean, they started from before he took the oath of office and it never let up. They thought the American people were dumb and uneducated. But we knew who we elected a messenger to deliver us from the poverty and scarcity of the last 8 years. The president was more than fortuitous when he blurted out that he was being taped. Taping as a statement anymore to be spied on, as the AG Barr has put it recently. Everyone in the liberal bought and paid for media was trying so hard to spin the facts that nobody but the uneducated regular Joe and Jane had insight into what was happening. This man was upsetting the proverbial apple cart of the ones who had power and were damned if they were going to give it back. It was not about the ones that voted for our elected officials, as President Trump was right when he came out in the early days of his presidency that he was being infiltrated. His campaign had a confidential informant in this campaign, even though tried to convince him he was wrong and time bared out his allegation as factual. A fake dossier bought and paid for by Hillary Clinton's campaign, to get a warrant by a non-verified document without probable cause. The corruption of the justice system. It is no different with a FISA court against our president or a district court. It takes place at the lowest level. My case had an altered indictment to get a truest bill improperly, and to have a U.S. attorney removed from my case. To be told in my appeal that this U.S. attorney was overstepping his authority as stated by a justice of the circuit. Appeals court found this improper behavior in my case. As the FISA court is being deceived by corrupt behavior, there is no way around it how abuse of authority can infect the justice system, from the lowest levels against a U.S. citizen to the highest levels against a sitting president. Things are coming out of their hiding spaces. The light is starting to shine on the dark places. What is covered must be uncovered and shouted from the rooftops until someone starts to see what is happening to our country. From those we elected to be the representative of the people, not for their own self-desires. We need to save our country from the left wing disguised now as the Democratic Party. This democracy from a shadow government that has started to show their true colors. How can a country possibly allow the previous administration keep their security clearances, especially when they are all speaking to news organizations, giving information that is classified? Chapter 10. I am Comey, the protector. Such is Comey, that to me I was flawed as I sat in my little plastic government-issued chair. I was watching the hearings for Congress, and Comey comes on May 3rd stating that I called a press conference, admitting that he went around his boss, Loretta Lynch, at the time the Attorney General of the U.S. Comey circumvented his boss, taking upon himself that he was the judge, jury, and executioner. I watched it. And then he said, Comey, James. Comey, the director of the FBI, would gladly do it again. He knew full well that he knew that there was no premise for this action. But I believe they knew even at that time they were setting up the new president. He knew that there was a memorandum that said during an election year none of this was supposed to be done. If not for Comey's influence, this 3-year witch hunt would have never begun. Now it will come out through the Durham report that Comey needs to take those profits from his insubordination and his book to hire some good protection. He started this runaway train, and he is going to be hit by it. So, when Trump fired him on May 9th, I knew it was going to happen because nobody, no matter how they tried, could put strings on him and make him their political puppet or court jester to their own amusement. So, when he fired Comey, it should have been obvious to anyone with a brain, and who was not living under a rock. He should have been fired earlier, when he said he did not trust Trump. But he still wanted to keep his job. Only a person who has an ulterior motive wants to keep a job where he has no respect for the one who hires him. To me, that is lunacy and cunning, not in the interest of the American people. Why would he stay on as director of the FBI and not trust the person he is working for? His Boy Scout behavior was laughable at the same time, while he broke the law to leak confidential FBI work product to an outside source. How long has been in the service of the Justice Department in some form or fashion? If one of his people had done this under his watch, he would have thrown the book at them. But he felt he was God. He needed, in his own sick ideas of justice, to protect the people from this president. He made it clear from his actions of leaking this information through a professor friend, and not having the guts to do it himself, that he was not only doing wrong to the people, but he was creating a firestorm that would spread put of control and burn everything in its path. They were all hoping Trump was a weak man, but this is where they made their miscalculation. They did not know who they were dealing with. Trump confidence came from a higher power, and nothing was going to break that confidence. He clearly started things off and lit the fuse. He is still walking around just as others like Mueller, Rosenstein, and others trying to make puppets out of the American people. Comey put into motion along with the so-called objective press. But he underestimated the president of the American people who voted for him. Comey will soon have to talk to the Senate Judiciary Committee and explain his unethical conduct at the very least and why he thinks that he is the judge, jury, and protector of the people. They all worked together at the time in their careers. They worked in interchangeable jobs. At one time, Mueller was FBI director while Comey was in the Justice Department. This is truly conflict of interest. They worked together for many years, and when Rosenstein had to bring on a special prosecutor as Comey created the situation and AG Sessions recused himself from his position and his duty, of which was not something he needed to do. It started 3 years of inquisition, or shall it be said that it was just continuing on the same path of evil trap that the previous powers in Washington did not want to step down quietly. This still goes on in the face of a new election, and even now, when there was never any premise for the investigation to start with a dossier bought and paid for by Hillary Clinton. Comey said once after he was fired, he was always for Hillary Clinton and his wife too. These abuses fueled by lies and half-truths have been continuous against our sitting president. But the regular Joe and Jane are not stupid, and we are well aware of what is really happening here. The Democrats and their elitist group are trying with political propaganda to hold the American voter hostage with fear and shaming. The Russian probe was merely the other side's distraction, so they, the American public, the voter, did not see all the things they, the eliticist, was failing to do. The Russian probe should have been stopped when Mueller found out Strzok, the lead investigator for both the Clinton probe and the probe against Trump and his administration, was working in cahoots with those who created an insurance policy. We are not doing our job because of the Trump administration's being afraid to get Trump impeached. There are no grounds for impeachment, and that was borne out more than 2 years after the Russian probe was begun. But the Republicans are afraid they will lose the House. Their fears were realized in 2018. However, without the Senate, the House's power is not seen as being impressively imposing or marginally powerful, since in 2018 the Republicans kept the majority in the Senate. This needs to stay that way so things can be made to stay as President Trump set them up for the benefit of the American people. If the Senate is flipped, it will be more than disastrous if the House stays at its present Democratic majority. In the 2018 election, the House became akin to what a socialist country would have looked like in the 1960s, such as Cuba. We have fought 2 world wars to conquer socialism and the socialist big government attitude. This is not any different, they think. The Democratic Party, if they package it with a young pretty face and a loud voice, it will look different and deceive the American voting public. But it is still the same socialist framework that takes our core values away and makes us prisoners of state-run policies like Medicare for all. Our president's policies is being accepted by the American people, and the American people are not stupid. We know the Russian probe was just a way of making Trump look bad to the American people. It was a distraction from what was really taking place, and that was a silent political coup, because the Clinton and Obama group did not want to relinquish the power they had for the last 4 decades. They wanted to keep the status quo so they could keep the corruption of the past administration under wraps. They were the least transparent administration since Johnson's days in office, and they want that to go back to the way it was at that time. President Trump said in his campaign of 2016, "What do you have to lose?" He was right. We, the American voter, had nothing to lose because the political machine in Washington never gave us anything to need to lose. Who are loyal to the past, President Obama? Maybe that's why he just won't do away. He might as well buy a mansion down the street from the White House. Why? He said he did not want to leave the White House or give up the life of fame, since he did not have money and fame before he became president. If not for big multi-billionaire Hollywood liberals, he would have never been elected. He was a junior senator with no track record of being a politician. He spent more money of anyone running in our time on his election, and spending as much as doubled the amount of the national debt. While he was in office in his 8 years, this took more than the nation's wealth. They took the nation's spirit. Now, Dems are pushing the 47-year Senate puppet Biden so he and the swamp creatures can get back in the Washington oligarchy for the 2020 election, to put things back to the way they were. But Harris will be nothing but a token. She will be in the back seat once the Hillary Clinton machine finishes pushing the buttons. Harris will never be important to this campaign after she gets in the door. She will be lucky if she allowed in the White House kitchen cabinet. Let's talk about Kamala Harris, senator from California, just the right person at the right time to get her people to be colorblind. But there is nothing colorblind about Biden and his cronies. Take a look at his political address book over the years and the statements he has made. And all the mea culpas in the world will not make a 3-time run to the White House, no matter who his running mate is. Kamala Harris is a hypocrite. She publicly called Biden, the man she now embraces, a racist and was against school busing, and for a 1994 crime bill, one of the strongest acts against the incarcerated, mainly the African American man and woman. Now, he has also embraced the de facto person of the Senate as the dean, his mentor, a known associate of those who embodied the message of the KKK and white nationalist. So, the American public should not be fooled by the sudden unity between Biden and Harris or Sanders either. This alliance is worse than a nuclear attack on our country or another 9/11 within our borders. Kamala Harris, VP in name, only will never be part of this echelon of Clinton's crew, even though she was a prosecutor in San Francisco, along with persons like Pelosi, our Speaker of the House. She said, "I am a Catholic we don't hate. We need only leaders to stand up and protect our country, America, from what could take place if the Democrats socialist, if we allowed them to take power in all 3 areas. The only one left would be Supreme Court, and they want that too. If we let a group of people, elitist, power-hungry bureau cretins." What do you think government-funded abortion is? Just as Comay's protector Boy Scout scenario was thrust upon the American people, so is the disgrace of Nancy Pelosi claiming she is a devout Catholic. Devout Catholics. As myself, I was raised to hold all life precious, especially the most innocent. The ones who can and never will be able to speak for themselves. Those who embrace the killing of innocent, unborn lives. Our Lord protected the children, born and unborn. Pelosi, and others like her such as Harris, should be considered a disgrace to the women of this country who want to see the next generation grow up with core values of family and faith, not just profess empty sentiments to look good. Kamala Harris changes her belief system as the Democratic wind blows, if it will get the American voter to buy her pretty activists' words. This left-wing progressive party is not for freedoms and keeping the Constitution as written by our forefathers, the Christian Judeo-value and principles we all need to care for one another in a human way. That's another issue that screams hypocrisy by the Speaker of the House. She claims she loves the Constitution and the spirit of it, but she has disregarded it since she has been Speaker. She does not even understand the fundamental ideas, that all are created equal by the eyes of God. Color, creed are modern-day talking points to create division and fear. We, the American people, should not buy into this divisive talk and partisan anarchy. These women, just as Comey, are a disgrace to our country and the values we instill into our daughters. Every human life is precious in the eyes of God. Human life should be saved at any cost. They say, the Democrats loud and clear in lockstep with the science and medical experts when it comes to COVID-19. But not when it comes to when conception of life begins. You can't have it both ways. We pump billions of dollars into a program created by a known racist, and people like Hillary Clinton embrace these programs, such as the ones created by Margaret Sanger, who publicly stated that black people should be annulated. This is the person you want to embrace, and her plan of genetic engineering disguised as health care for women, called Planned Parenthood. This hypocrisy will run amok if we allow the Democrats, known now as the left-wing Socialist Democrats, to win anything in this national election of 2020. We will never get back what God has so generously allowed is to have. We will regret it and suffer another 4 years. There will be so many I told you so's. As this country reels from what we worked so hard to dig ourselves out of the worst and slowest economic situation in history, 2008-2016, we have suffered this whole world because of one bad actor, China. Something nobody could or would have predicted. But, because of God, thanks to our president of this last 4 years, 2016-2020, our God chose the president, Trump, to create the record-breaking prosperity this country, or the world, has ever seen in history. Other countries are failing economically and having trouble sustaining throughout something like this pandemic. Our prosperity of the last 4 years has allowed America to use what we have created and stored up so we could make it through this horrific disease. It is very similar to what God did in Genesis 41 verses 31-36, when Joseph in Egypt, when they suffered a horrible famine. If not for Joseph, who was God's instrument at the time to store everything up during the 7 years of prosperity prior, they would not have been able to sustain through, and the people of God's favor would have starved. God is watching over us, just as God watched over his people, enslaved by the Egyptians. This coronavirus has enslaved us for the moment, because wants us to rely on him for our sources to salvation. God has woken us up about China, as President Trump has now publicly come out and said, "I have rethink my situation with China." So God, as usual, has brought purpose out of a bad set of circumstances, so we can look above our circumstances to our faith. Our president, Trump, is listening not just to the science but a higher power who comes ahead of everything, God. God has made President Trump his reluctant messenger. Instead of just living on his celebrity and staying to himself, God made him the president for our times, and this is not over yet. God is the only one who is our protector. Comey falls far short of God, even though his God complex was like a monster to this country and its values. If Trump loses this election, 2020, we fail to realize he can run again. Trump is entitled to 2 terms. So, if he loses just to show this nation how unappreciative we were that God heard the cries of his people, the forgotten men and women, the marginalized, and ones who had no voice, as in 2 Chronicles 7:14. We already have someone who can bring back our country and our prosperity to this nation, America. He is already sitting in the White House. If he loses, we, the American God-fearing voter, lose too. If we lose to an irrational fear and panic of the mainstream media, the American people will then be the puppets of the left. Trump can still run again in 2024. But maybe he will decide, just as my mother used to say, "You made your bed, now lie in it." He might just go back to his golf game and golf courses and resume being just a wealthy private citizen. We would all deserve it because you don't appreciate what you have until it's gone. It truly will be gone. The men and women who were marginalized, victimized, and forgotten before Trump took office, truly, they will be forgotten once again. Who knows when their voices will be heard again? Something I, for one, as a victimized, marginalized, incarcerated person, do not want to experience. Time is for moving forward. Biden, Harris want us to move back to something we worked too hard to get away from, like being hostage to foreign countries for our oil. It took us 73 years, I remember those gas lines in the 70s, that by the time you got to the pump you were there so long you had run out of gas and your car wouldn't start. Nobody wants to go back to energy dependence on other countries. We are the most powerful country now for energy. They buy from us now. This allows people like James Comey and others like him to be in charge and hold our country hostage with their distortions of the truth. God will not listen to our cries after everything we have gone through. He will turn his back on us as we are now turning our back on him. Trying to kick our God, of the center of the country he blessed, and we are taking for granted that we will always be able to push his spiritual buttons. You really think something like this virus was not given to us to challenge our faith? It what the people of Noah's time said, while the waters drown the world. Don't forget the ones favored by God after they lost favor with him, wondered for 40 years with our hope. That's a long time to be a stubborn people. Let's not make the same mistake and fall to the same fate of imprisonment. This time, the American voter will have created a prison of their own making. We will go backwards to days of loss, poverty, devastation, and need. We need to stick with an agenda of promises made, promises kept. It's how we know we are in good hands by what we have experienced. Allow the policies to take root of this president for our country's welfare. To go back to the great harvest God graced us with before this virus challenged the fabric of this nation. America. The American people need to stay hopeful. In God we must trust, now as in the past, to unify our country. Chapter 11. One Paycheck. Away from poverty, for 8 years there was no confidence in this country, America. People were afraid all the time. They were afraid they would lose everything they worked for. I especially was afraid being a single mother with 3 young children. The country was more than 75% in bankruptcy, while homes were severely underwater. The U.S. economy was the worst we have seen since the Great Depression era. People were losing their businesses and their jobs because the American economy was in such deep trouble. This was also what allowed corrupt businesses and scam organizations to emerge and victimize law-abiding citizens like myself. As I sit in a federal prison for crime that cannot even be clearly identified as a crime, along with 1,500 other female inmates who have had their children torn away from them. I never broke a law in my life. I was a U.S. with no criminal history. I was not even allowed to self-surrender so that I could not even go back to my young daughter after my trial was over. Those who pled guilty in my case were allowed to self-surrender, and they received a much lower sentence even though they said they were guilty. I, who used my right of innocence until proven guilty, was given a more severe punishment. Our president calls it an extreme unjust sentence. They talk about how the previous 2008-2016 administration was kind and cared about mothers and their children. They admonish this administration now is tearing their children away from their mothers. Why aren't they up in arms about the women who have been torn away from their children by the DOJ and the FBI, Department of Justice, and the Federal Bureau of Prisons? This does not need to go on our president. Trump is ready to sign any bill that is put on his desk for prison reform. He, Trump, finally did, the first president in 50 years to give us, the incarcerated, away a second chance with the First Step Act. This was not done by a Democratic president, but done by a Republican, the law and order guy everyone admonishes as being a tyrant and heartless. This is not the truth. This is just how the mass, liberal media spins it. I, for one, like to have seen the first-time Federal Offenders Act passed. And if we, the American people, want to see real progress on this front, have to keep Trump in office. This president, Trump, has done more for the African American group with reducing mass incarceration than any liberal president such as the previous one we had for 8 years prior. The senators, congressmen won't get anything accomplished because of their infighting amongst each other. It's probably why they have the lowest approval numbers next to the media given by the American people. This could very easily be a problem solved if the Republicans could start working together in a unified way. They had all the power, and they had protected it. They would still have all the power in both the Congress and the Senate, because we all know that the Republican president stood his ground every time. He came out for the candidates for both the Senate and the Congress when they were up for re-election, and they won overwhelmingly. If we had not lost the midterm elections, as predicted, we lost the House to the Socialist Democrats. We brought into this country's government a nightmare known as AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the baby congresswoman. She was like a piped pipper, and she was able to lead this Democratic Party to somewhere, a dark place where no body would have gone without a leader like Bernie Sanders. The VP might be the figurehead of the Democrat Party, but he clearly is not the mindset or the voice. He just wanted, before he died, he stated in an interview a few years ago, while running the second time for president and losing, "I just want to hear 'Hail to the Chief' played for me before I die." That's definitely not a reason to unleash this left radical wing Democratic Socialist Party onto the people of our nation, America. This is the land of the free and the brave, by the people and for the people. We are blinded to what is really happening here, and it will end prosperity and forward progress in this country as we know it. Our country is about progress, and jobs, 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 and American pride and confidence. That formula will be destroyed by replacing it with a recipe for high taxes, low consumer confidence, and lack of freedom and integrity. They have tried to impeach him the first week they came to power, and they will try to crush the Durham investigation, just as Biden said to the Ukrainians, fire the prosecutor, or you will not receive the $1 billion. They need their quid pro quo Joe to do that again, or this investigation is the biggest threat to the Democrats since the American public elected Donald J. Trump. They are going to do it again. We need to get to the bottom of the truth of this situation. This administration has been the most transparent administration in history, as well as the most accessible to the media. If Trump was not to be re-elected, it would diminish the media, as well as many industries in the private sector. We elected Trump because of his connections to the private industry. If not for Trump, having those connections, Cuomo would not have received the ventilators so desperately needed. To keep our nation prosperous was priority. Shark 1, to stay that way too. Nobody is remembering what we just went through for more years, 2008, 2016, than we can care to count. All the hard work that has been done for the last 2 years, 2016, 2020, will all go down the drain. Time will go backwards. We cannot let that happen. Our nation can't go through that again. Now that we are on solid footing, God has brought us through the worst and given us a man for these times in President Trump. He is not the one to blame, the one who God sent to change the game for the better. Our nation can't handle the fallout if we had to go back to the past administration times, 2008, 2016. The pandemic was catastrophic, but it will not take years to get back, as some radical economic analysts have said. Steve Moore, one of Trump's most trusted economic analysts, said, "Without this country going back to work, the worst would come faster than we can stop it." As long as Trump is our president and is re-elected, our recovery is assured. But if Biden gets in again, we will see the ghost of the slowest economic recovery since the Great Depression. We already have third-stage trials for a vaccine. This is unprecedented, has never been done before, and that is because our president, Trump, is the way back to our prosperity. The stock market has already hit record highs for the 32nd time since Trump was installed into the presidency. These statements could never be made about Obama-Biden's administration of 2008-2016. Never did the stock market get even past 20,000. These are the indicators all look to. The world looks to see that the deep V recovery is on its way, just months away. In November, when our president is re-elected, the stock market will soar to even greater heights. This includes the 401ks and IRAs. This will also create more jobs for this country and the people of this country. President Trump only wants all people who live in this country to have a decent way to live. The rich elite are just looking to keep cheap labor in this country without merit. Don't let their woe is me attitude sway the intelligence of the people of this nation. Those who come here and risk life and limb to do it is because we have a better way of life than other oppressive countries. Maybe people like Congresswoman Omar should remember this when she lays her head on her pillow at night and prays to whoever she prays to that she is blessed and lucky to have the experience of living in a democratic society which allows her the freedom to run for Congress and trash our country at the same time. Our way of life is the only country that allows this freedom because our Constitution allows God to be the foundation of those freedoms. God does not approve or permit those who are for things like atrocities and government-funded abortion, the killing of the most innocent, and God is the reason why these freedoms of both speech and assembly, the backbone of our First Amendment to the Constitution, exists. We need to teach this way of life and core values to the children of the next generation and future generations to come. The Biden-Harris ticket is not going to carry on our core values when they go against God-centered belief. In the dog days of this pandemic, we are finally seeing the light through the darkness. As well as the housing market at a 22% all-time increase in sales. This is all on top of 9 million jobs coming back, even in the midst of a pandemic. CNN continues to deny the American people a transparent and true telling of what is presently happening throughout the nation, that the death rate is going down as we learn more and more about this virus every day. Within weeks of radical Democrats saying Trump was incapable of bringing back. Isn't that ironic that the ones who created the worst economy is saying to the one who created the best economy, the world has ever seen that he cannot do it again. Not only will he do it again with God as his guide, I am more than assured that he will do it again and make America greater this time around for all to see on the world stage. The president had made it so the American people do not have to live paycheck to paycheck or stimulus check. The American people will fight their way back because this is what democracy looks like. It looks like a hard-working population who doesn't believe in government-run social agencies. We will take care of ourselves, and that needs strong leadership. Biden has never been a strong leader. Obama was not a strong leader. He was more of an ambassador of goodwill. But we have many ambassadors we don't need anymore. We need a strong president with heart for the people of all races, creeds, and socioeconomic levels. The important thing about this statement is the statement to follow. President Trump has kept these promises he made to the American people, and the American people believe and are confident in him that he will keep his promises going forward. He sees all people as individuals. Each person is unique and special with President Trump, and he shows that every time he wants the nation to hear the testimonials of real people, no matter what color, creed, or financial history. To Trump, people are important, not policies. The policies are only important when they relate to the people of this nation. He sees people as equally deserving of a chance, as evidenced by using school choice, that all students in America have quality education to make sure the opportunities are for all children, especially inner-city children. He takes great care when it comes to our nation's treasure, the children, all children. No, other president has done more for the inner cities than Trump with his program of building opportunity zones. But unlike Biden, who wants to give each man, woman, and child a fish to eat for a day, to teach and give the resources to each man and woman and child to fish to feed themselves for a future lifetime. This is the great difference between a nice man and a strong leader, is to be respected for what he has done for this nation, America, in just 4 years, and will do even more in the next 4 years. So that we do not need to live paycheck to poverty. There are no political cronies in Trump's future, like the ones now crawling out of the woodwork to prop up a man who is clearly having more than one senior moment, as they loving call it in the medical field. We, the American people, are entitled to know if this man who wants to try to be the next president is even fit for the office. He should have to be tested cognitively to see if he is up to the task of running a country like the nation of democracy. When a person buys a product, it is the right of the people who are doing the purchasing to find out if the product has basic fundamental functions. We cannot be told that this man has all of his faculties intact and find out after he is possibly elected that the American people, were sold a bill of goods. It akin to defrauding the American people, and we don't get to have a do-over. We would be stuck with a most radical socialist in the White House, and not the centrist. They are trying to like hell to portray to the American people. Biden wants to get back to the Washington power, so his family, and make new connections for opportunity, not for the American people but as members of his family and his political friends that he will owe big time. He will have a big bill to pay to the lobbyist and to the special interests that shoved him through, just as a child who learns nothing and pushed through the public education system. Biden would know all about this, since one of the special interest groups is the NEA. Teachers are not supposed to be politicians but educators. They are not to be protesters or activists, but mentors for teaching our future generations core values we were all raised with. Maybe if we did away with the low-quality public education system that is not a wing of the socialist agenda and made school choice a bigger advantage and gave resources to push for its further development, possibly. Schools for preschoolers like Montessori and Christian preschool, so children can begin, at an early age, to love one another as God loves us and possibly believe. We are all entitled to be treated with worth and value. This is Trump's mission, to give everyone a better, more quality education. It's more for the inner-city kids, because kids who come from high-end areas of the suburbs are taken care of. This is not Biden's philosophy, because his family comes from the Union Nie mentality of life. This is not Trump's mission. He came with all the wealth and connections necessary to forge a different path to prosperity and success for all the people. Law and order is not a sword, but a shield, especially for the poor and needy who can't afford their own private security. Inner cities are ready to boil over. They feel they have been treated unfairly if the Democrats continue to be elected in these cities. Thing will never get better, i.e. Baltimore. So the Democrats don't want the inner-city citizens to figure out the game that is being played on them, because it is insanity to keep choosing the same road and getting nowhere. The best thing to happen is when the low-income Americans, no matter what color they are, start to make decisions to further their future and make things better in their own neighborhood. That man is the one who cares, and not the one who is making and breaking promises because it serves their purpose and not the purpose of his constituents. Trump believes in relationships, negotiations, and face-to-face communication with all leaders of every nation is the key to keeping peace, prosperity, and security. The strength of the person at the top will lead by example and allow for free and open ideas to new awareness for future progress. By getting rid of the same old failed agreements and treaties, Trump has changed the game in both foreign and domestic policy for our nation. This makes this nation a major power to be reckoned with. We have to remember, we are re-electing a president to continue the good run the U.S. is on, not an ambassador that every time we are threatened or intimidated. We, the American people, don't run away without proverbial tail between out legs. That's the position the Democrats with Biden want to put us in again, much like when Obama didn't want to face strong leaders that were our enemies. I would rather face the enemy and find out their playbook. It's like it was said in the Godfather movie. Keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. Like the Book of War says, the more you know your opponent, the less you will have to get into struggles for power. This is how Trump negotiates, and so far he has more in the win column than in the loss column. Now, under Trump, we are respected and admired throughout the world, even during a pandemic. Trump has proven his worth to all people of this nation, from the poor and needy, to the oldest veteran, to the most innocent of all, the unborn child. So, the more we unify together behind a strong leader, the more we will never go back to one paycheck away from poverty. Not only is this a good thing for our nation now, but a better thing for our future generations to come. We have to stay the course. Run the race that God has laid out in front of us. We can only do that with a strong leader. God heard the cries of his people in 2016. God now is allowing these plans already planted to take root for 2020. We cannot keep flip-flopping from one party to another, ever expecting real consistency. For this country to progress and be great again is to keep our president in office to finish what he started, to bring back the best economy we have seen in the modern history of our nation, to start replacing now the Democrat-run cities and states, because when something is causing the cancer in the body, it must be cut from the body to stop the cancer. That cancer today is the left wing of the Socialist Radical Democratic Party. It is time for change. The Democrats are about status quo, going back to the old guard and dragging the country back to it too. Trump is about making this nation the most powerful nation in the world, with keeping the core values of this country and our God in place. Even Martin Luther King Jr. would have fought by Trump's side to do that for his people. This time we need as a nation to get back to the core which made this country great. Even after a TKO like this, virus that nearly put this country to its knees, and instead of falling, we prayed, and we are coming back strong and will continue to come back strong if we re-elect the one that God sent to help us make that exodus come back. We call the leaders of our country our forefathers for a reason. It takes a strong father figure to remind us that we became a country because of our core values, that we can have respect for the values that families in this nation adhere to. This was also the reason why Trump won the presidency. He went to the middle of the country where these values are still being taught by fathers to their children. Coal miners, ranchers, steel workers, factory workers, the lifeblood of this nation. He wants to support the forgotten men, women, and child who knows that we are one great nation together under one flag. That flag is the symbol of who we are. Spilled blood for the grandfathers, fathers, brothers, and sisters. We need to unite for them alone and what they sacrificed. No more greater gift to give for a man to sacrifice oneself for his brother. No one asks what color they were when they did it. Are we forgetting the most precious gift given by God of His Son or His blood for us sinners, where we came from and what we believe? This nation will continue to grow long after we are alive. Our children and their children for generations to come will always fall back on the family values we were all raised to live under. As long as we hold God in the center of our nation, we will always be blessed and protected. That is why all politicians will always go to the middle of the country to get the upper hand in any national election. If Hillary Clinton had done what her husband did when he ran, she would be sitting in the White House today with her family. I am so glad that she had no respect for her husband's advice. I always believed strongly that Bill Clinton, even though ran as a Democrat, was really more of a Republican who understood the blue-collar worker. In fact, if you look at his policies, you will see that he had the very same mindset to take care of the miners, factory workers, farmers, blue-collar. His wife, Hillary Clinton, was more interested in the 20-something elites who did not understand what U.S. citizens were looking for. They wanted to get back to their core values. I wish she would donate the proceeds of her books to the poor and needy, as well as young working single mothers who make up almost 70% of the households in the U.S. of America. Maybe to redistribute wealth, as her party says to do, they should all be donating their wealth to the poor, needy, and the single working mother. The single working mother needs to believe their children are safe in our nation, but they or she won't do that because that is not how her heart works, if her heart works at all. This nation needs to keep moving forward with the Trump administration. They need to allow it to finish what it started, or we will be on a roller coaster ride back in time without being able to get off. The damage will be irreparable, and we will be crying once more to our God to help us. Every person will be on their knees, asking for forgiveness for not appreciating the blessings we were given. As the Old Testament states, they were stubborn and did not appreciate everything God did for them. They would up in a desert for 40 years just wandering. This will occur with our nation. It's already showing those signs of desolation and darkness. As long as the Democratic governors continue to lockstep with each other, they will try to keep this country shut down until it is in bankruptcy. We cannot have this kind of anarchy, and Trump, under the Constitution, cannot declare national mandatory mandates because we have in the Constitution something called states' rights. Trump has tried to keep our democracy by keeping the law as written by the superior law of the land, our Constitution. Partisan politicians, who call themselves constitutionalist, are so far from the superior law as written they look to divide our great nation with their talk of fear because of the pandemic. They do not want us to get back to normal while we protect the vulnerable who do not want the country they fought for to stay a democracy to loss. Its core values that they fought and died for all their lives has. Anyone asks them if they want to leave a legacy of poverty and deprivation to future generation? Maybe we should ask them, because we are going to be lost in that desert because of our worship to idols instead of God. A house nation divided cannot stand. Mark 3:24. The Democrats are using the race card to divide this great country of ours and making us live one paycheck to poverty. Wake up. Chapter 12. $400,000. 4 months? Done. It took several past administrations, several broken promises, hopes and dreams of two friendly nations, America and Israel. Only one man would manage to keep that promise. The most unlikely man. That man was presented with a proposal for the project, and it was going to cost the government $1 billion. This was to finally build the American embassy in Jerusalem. They needed to find a site, build a building, and it was estimated to take 10 years inclusive of all red tape that went along with it. Donald Trump was now the president of the USA. He no longer was just campaigning for the highest office in the land. He was it. He had won the highest office in the land. After the negotiations with the plane for Air Force One with Boeing, the Keystone Pipeline, and the numerous important deregulations to allow businesses to freely prosper and produce profits again, President Trump wanted to move the American embassy in Israel to its rightful spot in Jerusalem. It was not an original idea, but it was a promise finally kept and a blessing to the Jewish people. It was an idea that other presidents had before promised, but it was one that he delivered. There was so much controversy about it around the world, but Trump made a promise, and he was going to keep it like all the promises he made on the campaign trail, and that he was going to keep his promises, just as God could always be trusted by his people. It is promises made and promises fulfilled that allows a nation to have trust in its leaders, not talk and trying to show empathy and no action to fix things. This is all the Democrats have ever done, and they have never fulfilled their promises, and that is why this nation, America, needed a real businessman, because a businessman needs to solve problems, and a politician only continues to pacify and fan the flames of division. We all need to understand that in our most basic instincts are that we like to see promises fulfilled, and we trust someone who will fulfill those promises, because it brings us back to when we needed someone to fix things for us, our fathers and mothers. This is why, to our core, we know that Trump should continue to be our president for 2020-2024. We should make sure these promises continue to the next election after Trump policies have saved this country and made it to be a great world power, and for us to never lose that spot again. We need the Republicans to stand united to get this done, because we need a Republican trifecta across Washington. House and Senate must also be Republican to allow our president to finish what he promised, because a promise made must see its fulfillment of being kept. That's when you know you can trust someone through their works and promises. He was criticized widely for IT by his critquays on the left, but then he was criticized for everything he did. Although his predecessors had the idea before, they were not criticized for it. I love this story as he told it in the Rose Garden at the White House. The president called up a once famous attorney from NY Friedman, who now wanted to serve our president and his policies. He was very learned about Israel. They say it will be $1 billion and many years of regulation before we can even talk of moving the embassy. Freeman said, "Mr. President, I have a site. It's a good one of the best properties, and it has a building already on it. We can have it done in 4 months. It will only cost about $150,000. Trump said, "What?" Friedman said, "Yes, we can do it that fast." The president said, "Okay, but let's not do it too cheaply, spend $400,000. That American embassy is already open and doing business with our friends, the Israeli people. One step closer to peace." This is the reason why Trump gets things done. He is all action and never just talks without fulfilling what he says. It reminds me of a story when Donald Trump, the builder, was a private developer in NYC. A certain ice skating rink was in need of repair. It was a non-functioning eyesore, but the kids of NYC needed it, and that was all that Trump needed to set himself into action. This is perfect representative of how big this man's heart is. Donald Trump, builder New York from originally Queens, NY, decided he would fix it and give it back to the city. The city told him it couldn't be done without spending money the city did not have. But Donald Trump was genuine, and he never made a promise that he did not try to keep. These persons like me live and thrive on challenges, and the words "can't be done" and "won't work" are not in our vocabulary. It's a very simple philosophy, and our President Donald Trump lives by it. Never gives up and never give in on anything important to the good of the American people. There is no such word as can't in our president's world, too. It is his tremendous presence and confidence that leads him through life. His laser-focus attitude that allows him not to get distracted by the noise in Washington's swamp. Things like threats of impeachment and investigation. He said it the other night on the New Revolution to Hilton, that I would like to be nicer, but I would probably not get half the things done I have already accomplished for the American people. He is reaping for us what he has been sowing for the last 4 years. Those who are given great power are also given great responsibility. This is why the American people will re-elect our president again. He is real, and what you see is what you get. He has been the most transparent president I have seen in my time. The country knew this when they voted for him the first time around, and they also knew his partnership with the private corporate sector would be an advantage we have never had before. If people were really being honest on the left, especially the established elite political royalty, we could advance even further as a united nation over all other nations of the world. We could play the sound bites of their past and see what hypocrites they all are, because they only care about winning the power back. Just as 2,000 years ago, another man was making the opposite statements for renewing, restoring, and changing the status quo for the better for the people of the nation. He disrupted the status quo. This is what people feared, not the policies, the disruptor himself. These policies are similar to any mainstream policy before and any mainstream politician. This man's name was Jesus Christ. That's exactly the problem here. The Marxist, socialist, globalist, and communist don't believe in God or religion. And this is why the Democratic Party of Kennedy, and I loved Kennedy, and the Democratic Party of even the last 10 years no longer exists. This party will never be that party again. This party is fueled by hate and division and outrageous ideas that fuel division and anarchy. We need to crush this now, the same way our father, mothers, and grandparents crushed it before when it tried to rear its ugly head. Bernie Sanders may not be the named candidate, but he is clearly pulling the strings of a man who is likable and acts like he is trying to do good for the American people. If Biden wanted to be good for the American people, he will walk away and admit that he cannot handle this job. This job is the most stressful and difficult job it's even been, and Slow Joe is not up to the task, and his detractors are just salivating at the thought they can pull the wall over the American people's eyes long enough to get him into office. And then you will see the real power behind the Washington machine. The black man and woman must unlock themselves from the Democrat plantation, and it is obvious that Harris is a token to appease those who want to see color in the White House, even if it is an empty title with empty possibilities of her advancement. Hillary Clinton does not want this woman in this position, but she wants power back and will do anything to get it. This nation is extremely territorial and has a tribal mentality. That was not the way it used to be, and hopefully, after the election, it will not continue to be that way. We need to rally around our president, what we are not doing, strictly speaking, as Americans sticking together. When I was growing up, being raised in a middle-class household, my mother, licensed registered nurse, and my father, a Rhodes Scholar, ex-seminary student, an educated businessman in real estate and medical advertising. We were taught there is no more important news than to listen to our president making a speech. Today, watching the Fox News show called Outnumbered, one of the commentators said, "We listen to my president speaking, of Obama because she was a Democrat." The other commentator said, in essence, "You mean our president. He was all our president, for all the people, just like President Trump is our president for all Americans. We never said mine or yours. We had one nation and we had one president. This is how it's supposed to be." The disrespect in this country now at this present time is so wrong and unnatural, it just keeps getting out of hand. Other nations like China and Russia have figured this out. This is bad for our nation to allow the world to see our country divided by party lines, making this nation, America, weak to the other nations of the world, vulnerable and short-sighted. You don't need to worry about our enemies, nations, when your nation is their own worst enemy. Mark 3:24. Once the election was over, it was always supposed to be the nation unifying under the president. The person who lost would lead that charge. Now it's like the radical left is one big baby, and they are having a major temper tantrum because their person was not elected in 2016. I have never seen anything like it. It's like all their actions are telling the country we won't stop acting up until you see it our way. Let a docile, incompetent quiet do. Nothing follow the sheep to slaughter guy in charge, and this nation will soon be up for grabs to any other bad actor, nation in the world. That not our country? That sounds like Venezuela, Cuba, China, Iran, or Russia. This is why we are fighting so hard for this re-election of the president we have and need for these times. We need peace through strength, and we are getting it through the sitting president we now have and need to keep. This is a warning, especially to suburban mothers like myself as well as single mothers, who have more than 70% of the households in this country. We need safety and security. First and foremost in this country, the rest with a strong president will follow. As a U.S. citizen seeing this kind of hatred in the most compassionate democratic nation in the world, this is what our president is trying to show to the rest of the world. We want the end result. We just don't like how he is, going about it. It used to be both parties had the same goals for this country, but we had different ways of getting there. Now, the Democratic Party wants nothing to do with keeping the values we were raised with. The core values we need to keep intact for the future generations. Anarchy will be the philosophy in this country, like it is in other nations. Other nations that their people are fleeing from to come to our country, a land of free thinking and free religion. Nowhere else in the world does this exist. There can just be so many eloquent statesmen. We expect our president to be like this, but then nothing gets accomplished. But in looking at the results of past administrations, the eloquent statesmen didn't accomplish very much. It's like our nation has been standing still on principle and diplomacy, while these other nations who claim to be working in our best interest were robbing us blind. If we are to stay a major power in this world, our eyes have to be opened. We cannot be mistaken any longer for being weak because we have been kind. We as a nation have been walked all over. Our ideas and products have been taken from us right behind our backs, sometimes right in front of our face while they were smiling and shaking our hands in peaceful solidarity. If we were to gain our dignity and respect back as a major power, which under Trump we have done so, we do not want to lose it after we have fought so hard to right the wrongs of the past administration. That's why the people of this country took a stand, not a knee. To take a knee is to bow down to subservience. That is why we kneel in prayer. But to show strength, we must rise up. The only way to do that is to stand. The only one we take a knee to show obedience is to our all-powerful God, who blessed this country and its people. He will save us from the aftermath of COVID-19. We need to trust. We must trust in His miracles. We have therapeutics, a vaccine being produced by several countries at record speed thanks to the President, our God blessed to bring to us. As he said in his inaugural speech, "Aim just a messenger, an instrument of God." The only reason to take a knee is in prayer. The people of this nation made a united prayer, 2 Chronicles 7:14. The factory workers, miners, steel workers, builders, farmers, all the forgotten groups of people decided they were not going to be forgotten any longer. The blue-collar worker and the middle class. We thought this class was just about gone in this nation, America. The lower class was just getting bigger and starting to include the whole middle-class group. But because of Trump, that is slowly changing, and the middle class is now getting a rebirth in this modern socio-economic era. The poor and the minority groups were just getting to be a bigger category. We had the upper class and the poor, because of the way the nation was being run for 8 years before 2016. The middle class was beginning to disappear and become part of the poor, lower class. Small towns were being boarded up everywhere we looked. Businesses were being shut down in just about every main street USA across this nation, America. Places like Islip, Long Island, this a suburb of the state of New York. This is one of many suburbs that used to be a place while I was growing up in the late 70s and I was living in the 80s and 90s. But it has been decimated by the moving in of the gangs, like MS-13. This is not the way this beautiful suburbia should fall to disrepair. My family, all the time I was growing up, never locked their doors. Gone are those days and probably will never come back. We walked to church and school. We rode our bikes on the streets to way past dusk during the good weather of enjoying the 4 seasons of the year. I used to be called Hometown USA, a place where young families could begin and grow, so they could in their later years use their home as a safe haven and have their grandchildren visit. If you lived on LI, most families never left. It was their home throughout their lives. When their children grew up, they would usually live in the same neighbor or one town over. We never worried about our kids going down to the store and being shot in a drive-by or purchasing drugs on the street corners near public schools. Now, many families are leaving LI and houses are being abandoned, being inhabited by gangs, becoming drug houses. But it might as well be any decent neighborhood at one time along the Northeast. When the factories and companies shut down, the families moved out and the gangs, guns along with drug businesses moved into the neighborhoods of our youth. This is our valuable property, the land that God blessed us with to raise our families. So we could carry on these core values to their children and their children. All anyone wants is peace and safety. It used to be called a piece of the pie. But when I was growing up, and our president was growing up in the next county, over from my family was Queens, NY. We were taught to get that proverbial peace through a strong work ethic. That doesn't exist anymore. The strong work ethic in this Me Too generation and the everything is disposable generation. This thinking of self-absorption needs to stop, and it will with a better quality education. This can only happen with school choice policy. President Trump understands that quality education needs to be for all children of this nation, America. When the social services, welfare agencies get bigger and more powerful along with government-run everything, we do not want this kind of government in our great country. We are a nation of the people, by the people, and for the people. The idea of the government running the nation is the wrongful thinking idea and the one that will do away with small businesses, jobs, and bring in anarchy and mobs too. Then there is no longer any more value of a strong work ethic. You can't teach your kids anymore because this generation grew up with everything at their fingertips. They also learned that nothing needs to be lasting. Everything is disposable. Rent, instead of owning, is the new normal. This is a path to always being mediocre, never reaching true God-given potential only to settle. This is why we have mass shooting in grade schools and high schools. Our children are dying today before their parents. They are never to become adults. The beautiful life's cut short by a hand on a trigger of a gun. It's just not natural for a parent to bury his children. It's such a sin. A sin, these school massacres. These twisted people who are doing these heinous acts of violence are a product of the previous administration and how they treated the situation. When school psychology should have been an important field of study, it was diminished. Mental health is an important issue in this country, especially with children who are disturbed and not given a good home life. This would be something that would be part of the curriculum in a school if there was more school choice options for all children, but especially the marginalized and bullied children who feel that the society they come from has left them behind. They still want love and security, as well as the children who need protection and security from these children. They do not have the core values anymore and don't care. This is the atmosphere that is being displayed in all public school institutions. We are too busy worried about what our kids are wearing to class instead of who is sitting next to them in the class room. There should be greater protections for our kids to safely attend any school their parents' choice, no matter the parents' socio-economic status. This is a big issue for President Trump, that all children get a safe and quality education throughout their formative years. That word says it all, formative. A time when a child's mind and ideas are formed, and this should be closely guarded in this open, liberal, no-God idea of academia. The whole child should be taught, including the spirit and the soul. We were taught to respect our flag and our national anthem. No matter where I was, the classroom or when we started watching the beginning of any kind of national sport, we were not taught to kneel and show disrespect for our flag and what it stands for. Yes, it stands for freedom. Freedom. Let me tell you, take it from someone who has lost it, who has had it all her life. It is something that you don't want to lose. And when I get it back, I am going to never take it for granted, because freedom is what everyone fights for. That's why we have so many come into this country, America, willing to risk life and limb to get here. But I believe more than anything, it represents the blood of the men and women who died, fighting for our flag would continue to stand in great reverence. We would continue to honor it since it is the difference between our nation, blessed by God, and the nations where the people are crushed by oppressive regimes. I saw a movie called The Eagle Has Fallen. The most heart-wrenching scene was when our American flag from the White House, while burning, fell to the ground. It was taught to me that the corners of the flag should never touch the ground, a sign of disrespect. It's true we have freedom of speech, but it was fighting for our flag that represents that freedom. Our freedom of speech is teetering on that edge if we allow the cancel culture to take shape and become its own entity in this country, a country which assures our freedoms by our great Constitution. Something Pelosi, our Speaker of the House. She is in the position of one of the 3 most powerful leaders in our nation. She claims she loves our Constitution and what it stands for. But I really think she needs to re-examine her motives these days and reread the Constitution because she clearly does not understand its words and more. Importantly, the meaning behind why we hold it to be so dear and self-evident that Allah created equal under the Constitution of these united emphases United States. I'm sure as the devout Catholic she professes to be, should be standing firm on God laws, that all life is precious, and that includes unborn. We need to stop the endless abortions and come up with a solution that will protect all life, because no matter what color, all lives matter. For her to question God's plan for our future, she cannot be called a person of faith, much less the one I hold dear is the Catholic faith, because God would never approve of her actions, since she has been made Speaker of the House. I think maybe instead of holding that gavel, she might have gotten hit with it. This kind of power has taken away her moral compass. Is this what she wants people to remember for her legacy? I know it would not be the way I want to be remembered. We all make choices, and those choices have great and sometimes grave consequences. She needs to ask herself what side of history does she want to be on when people remember her. We can't take these values of God, faith, and family away from our children and the next generation and the next. We are supposed to be good stewards, overseers, so the generations to come are just as blessed by God as we were. To protect our nation from the kind of radical thinking that allows socialism and Marxism to knock out democracy. We are a nation by the people, for the people, and of the people. The way the politicians are playing fast and loose with our God-given rights, wasting our money to continue endless investigations, that is totally wrong. A violation of our very basic legal procedures. It seems it has become fashionable to become either a statistic of a new cause or just a hashtag on the side. What exactly is the significance of a hashtag or a Twitter bird? It is a faster way for our president to get to speak to all the nation's people without being intruded upon by the liberal media. It is a way for people to speak directly back to our people's president, Donald J. Trump. It is ingenious, and it would be the perfect platform for a businessman, so he could speak his mind to millions of our nation's people, and they could talk back to him freely without filtering from what the media wants us to know. I did not know that he was being instrumental with the housing project program of NY City. This used to be his city and mine too. I know he has a special place in his heart for people of that city, especially the ones who are victimized and marginalized by big government. This allows all people of this nation, inclusive of those forgotten in the past, to have their concerns and their voices heard. I did not know that when Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky was making medical trip around the world, that Trump helped him with the use of his aircraft to get to those foreign places that could not reached by conventional means. That when Congressman Jim Jordan of Ohio's family member was in trouble, that President Trump took the time to call up his family member and talk to him. When his press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, was having her situation with breast cancer, he took the time to call her to give her moral support. This is the man that the Democrat Party wants you to believe he does not have the time or the compassion for anyone. Some of his family don't speak well of him and make disparaging comments. That is their personal problem mixed with how they see themselves in the position they had in the family. When Jesus went back to his hometown, no one believed he was the person who was supposed to save mankind, but he did. It used to be logical that if you had millions of people listening to you, then why is the mainstream media trying to slant, color, or obfuscate on every word that is uttered by our president, the people's president? You can't blink your eyes without the media covering, criticizing, scrutinizing, or fact-checking every word of our president. It would be okay if it were positive and uplifting, that it brought unity, but they are using their news platforms as an arm of the Democratic Radical Party. This is not Russia, is it? They are using their news platforms as a sounding board for criticism and hate. We were all taught the golden rule. Remember, do unto other what you would want done unto you. But I have the flip side of that one. What goes around comes around. The Durham investigation is making that happen as this book is being written. When we get the full story, I might just have a sequel when I write about President Trump's second term in office, God willing. What happened to love your enemies as our Lord Jesus Christ taught all little children sitting at his feet? I guess adults get tainted by a world they think they need to control, and those who are truly not on God's wavelength want to overpower those who are on that loving and generous path of being there for all the nation's people. Thank you for our people's president, God. Our prayers have been answered. Put yourself in the other person's shoes, judge, not lest ye be judged. All of these sayings are important, as long as we teach the meaning correctly to the next generation's children. This is what it's all about, to make sure the heart of the next generation has the proper tools to continue to live with each other with peace and love. Chapter 13. Let's settle for 2.0 GDP or a magic wand. Jobs, jobs, jobs. This man wanted to challenge the nation to shake it up and not go according to the status quo. He could have left things along and just sat in the Oval Office and been a silent, eloquent figurehead, statesman. But we know where that got us. The last administration and the slowest economic recovery in history. But this was not his mindset or his way. If this was, then we world just settle for less than 2.0 GDP, that according to all the financial analysts we could never get higher than 2.0 GDP. That this level was the best this nation, America, could do. Really, please. Maybe under a junior senator poser like Obama. But surely not under a seasoned businessman who wrote The Art of the Deal. He wrote the book on negotiating and strategizing. This was unacceptable to Donald J. Trump, the businessman, the developer, the negotiator. He never believed he would ever get the chance to make these policy changes, these badly needed policy changes. He knew that if they were made, that jobs, 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 and more would be in our nation's future. This was the man that was needed in this country. This is the president that was needed for this time. We don't want to go back to the 2000s, the overwhelming deprivation this country was experiencing, especially the minority groups that were left behind to have their hopes and dreams dashed by the President Obama, who called for hope and change. Just ask Alice Marie Johnson, who now had her freedom because of not Obama, but from Trump, so unlikely to have done this kind of act of mercy as the left surmised. But those are the facts, and they cannot be disputed, as well as a man named John Ponder, who was pardoned right in front of millions watching the RNC convention. I am glad and honored that our president, Trump, who wants to lift up all boats, that he showed his amazing heart, and I was able to mention here in this book. I have been waiting to finish this book that I wrote, but I needed to revise it recently to bring parts of it up to date, because it was important to get these visuals and undisputed acts of kindness by our president, the people's president. The reason for all the jobs and the opportunity zones we now have for minorities in our cities is because President Trump knows that an economy flourishes when even the poorest begin to advance. And 4 more years of Trump will continue sowing this seed and all new seeds that Trump and his people have sowed to reap a harvest vast and wide across all races, religions, socioeconomic status, across our blessed nation we call America. Previously, those like myself and all out, nation's forgotten men and women watched our country go down until it would eventually circle the drain. But we might sometimes be slow in moving because nobody likes change. It's easier to just play dumb and uninterested than to risk societal rejection. Today, they are calling standing up for your God-given rights as cancel culture. But we are Americans, and sooner than later we wake up and say, enough is enough, and we are not standing for this mediocre existence anymore. That is why we cried out for someone like Trump, and he started this work in our country, and he will bring it to his completion, just as stated in Romans 8:39. We all need to understand that God gave this great country to us and blessed it in 1789 when Washington was our first president. God never loses a battle. He looks at the heart. This is what he saw in President Trump, the man, the father, and the grandfather. That judgment without mercy is merciless. This man has true compassion. Most of it. Before the RNC convention this August, we never really heard about, because the media obstructed it and still continues to cloud the real picture. We have a bright light shining in Trump, and we need to keep the light bursting with bright ideas. The kind of ideas that create new jobs, career opportunities for all our nation's people. That was when this man decided he would enter the race. His love of this country and its real people, the everyday American who was suffering in silence, from the farmer to the coal miner, to the factory worker, to the hometown small Main Street businesses, to the city housing projects. Everyone has benefited from Trump's policies and reducing of red tape regulations so companies could produce again, and hire more employees, and give better wages. We have seen significant change and growth in the most austere places. The boarded businesses of the Obama-Biden administration are taking down the boards and opening the doors with the Trump administration. They are getting back to successful business with their dignity and a consumer confidence. This is giving a boost to the increase of new jobs and new businesses. A lot of those new jobs, at least 70%, being picked up by women and minority groups. This is one of the biggest job booms in history. The only thing stopping the great harvest of jobs was the invisible enemy that came from China and devastated our country's people and our nation's economy to the tune, according to Navarro, of trillions of dollars that we will get back in reparations when President Trump begins his second term. As we know that his promises are ones that we can count on to be kept for this nation's future progress. That is when he made the decision to be our 45th President of the United States of America. That is when the world stood still and breathed in. Since a New York businessman came down that escalator in Trump Tower, it has been quite a ride, and the American people have been reeling ever since, some for good and others for ill. The ones who welcomed the shakeup of Washington were the ones he ran for in the first place. He called them the forgotten men and women. That was practically everyone, from city streets to the main streets of the smallest towns to the inner city projects. It was definitely time for a real change and to see real hope. His love for this country and its nation's people are the reason we call him now, after almost 4 years, because he kept all or most of his promises. That is rare in this political climate. Part of the reason for his steadfast keeping of his promises were the way he was raised and the way he raised his children, and now how we are him with his grandchildren. His love of family and faith, more family they faith he thinks, but he is a reluctant servant of God. He has the kind of work ethic that is not seen today. Today, it's let's get into the system and let the government take care of us. Not with this administration. Welfare was now called workfare. This philosophy has been one of the driving forces of why Trump has produced millions of new jobs, for this country. Those jobs included the bringing back of factories and the reopening of the thousands of factories that were shut down during the Obama-Biden administration. Obama made an off-the-cuff remark that it would take a magic wand to bring back factory jobs and factories to the American shores, but Trump was always up for a challenge. I followed his journey of business throughout the years, especially when he started his show, The Original Apprentice. This show began an industry in TV of allowing people to get a career from a big corporation. I was in my early 30s when I tried out for The Apprentice. He was making so that anyone could have a chance to work for his Trump organization. I wanted to sit at the feet of someone who was a master at business. But when my mother told me he was running for president, I did not believe her. She always had good instincts and I should have listened to her. But after God took her home with him, that was when I really saw her amazing insights. This country, America, needed to be still around for our future generations. It needed to be flourishing and building on the core values we were raised to believe: God, faith, and freedom. His stand on changing things across the board, financial corporation to fair trade for all. We talk about other nations as being our allies. Well, then our allies should be standing with us in every way, including now that America is the biggest exporter of the energy in the world, and finally energy independent, which allows for so many jobs. The pipeline that is being given to Germany from Russia is a big mistake for Germany, but also for all of Europe as a policy. This is the wrong path for an ally of the U.S. because it sets a very dangerous precedent. This will be a harmful alliance, and mark my words, will come back to bite Germany. They will come to the U.S., and if our president is Biden, we will all be in trouble. These are serious times as well as dangerous times we are living in. Not just because we have an unknown variable in COVID-19, but because it is worldwide. Our nation talks about reciprocal trade. This means if we charge a certain percentage for tariffs, then the nations we do business with should be charging the same thing. This change that Trump implemented made a huge change for consumer confidence. At its highest level in decades, even with this pandemic. The other thing we need to do is get away from China. It is a mistake to allow China to have, basically, without mixing words, its foot on our throat when it comes to our basic daily needs. The simplest example is when our nation's children have a cold, and their cold medicine is made in China, and all our mostly over-the-counter medicines are made in a country that tortures people and steal properties from smaller third-world countries. How can the second-largest power in the world, thankfully, now next to America, be called a third-world country? That is so wrong and allows China to have special situations because of that intrinsic title they have given themselves. We need to take back our medical supply chain and bring it back to the America of self-sufficiency. We need to make everything that we need for human existence in our own nation and share it with our allies, our enemies. Not matter what label you put on them, will always be internally when it comes to power, our enemies. It is not wrong to communicate with them, but don't put our ultimate survival in their hands because they will never be trusted. Yes, verify but never trust. There is so much more to this man than what we knew him to be in his youth, and we need to look at who he is now. Everyone has the right to change. But if we don't accept that change, how can we expect people to accept when we are changing? We now have a people's president, and that man is for the forgotten man and woman. That is a wide variety of groups in this country. We call America land of all freedoms, for all. Not anarchy, rioting, and looting. Also, the First Amendment of the Constitution says we are entitled to free speech and peaceful protest. But just like a Democrat, they never tell the full story. We are not entitled to the speech if it incites violent behavior. It is a violation of our Constitution and does not belong in this country. If this behavior continues, the jobs, and more will disappear. He shocks us more than we want him to. He shocks us so much that some of the people in this nation feel offended. Because they can't look at themselves in the proverbial mirror, a Catholic in name only, judging others lest she be judged, but that how our Speaker of the House wields her faith like a weapon against the constituents that voted her into office. What does it take a brick house to fall on us before we vote her and her radical squad out of power and then finally out of office? I was reading in my daily devotional one day, as many of us in the nation, America, who truly believe in a higher power, people like her believes she is the higher power. All you need to do is tell her according to the Constitution if her plan and the plan of the left backfire. And it takes longer than the day of the inauguration, January 20th. As per the Constitution, the supreme law of the land, that the sitting president takes the gavel and becomes Speaker of the House. Then she is out of power. The Republican Party will then have the majority, and the Senate stays Republican. The president won't matter who it is, they will have no power, and neither will the leftist Democrats. So she needs to stop wishing for something, because she just might get it, and she needs to think if she wants to lose her job and her power. Wouldn't it be ironic if Trump proves that the Speaker of the House will be more powerful than lame duck president? Then all the chickens will finally come home to roost. The president will have more power than as a sitting president to enact new legislation, and they can figure a way to veto the president. It will still be a slam dunk. So, be careful with the mail. In voting and trying to make an end, run around God's purpose. He does not like to be trumped. I just had to stick that little pearl of wisdom in there. I bet no one else will have that in their book, and God works in mysterious ways. So let's wait and see. But I believe that America wants the people's president in office, not some empty failed vessel of 50 years. He knows nothing about business, since all he has done is sit on his ass for almost 50 years, being on the wrong side of history. All decisions he has made have been good for only one country, and it has not been America. It's why we are the most mass incarcerated country in the world. We will stay that way if Biden gets in. A leopard cannot change his spots. I'm sorry to say we are being dubbed by a kindly old gentleman that looks like our grandfather and has a tongue like a snake, and every word from his mouth is of a slick snake oil salesman. He will say anything to get elected, and then we are stuck with the most radical political ticket with strings attached to it. It will actually be Harris Biden ticket, because we don't really know Biden's medical condition. Trump gives the glory and credit to our Lord. He is the most pro-life, pro-religion president we have ever had, and remember, he is God's favored son. Putting the American embassy in Jerusalem and making a peace accord with Israel and the UAE, other Arab nations. This is what God promised, and as I said, he works in mysterious ways. I believe his ways are higher than our ways. So, let's see the next scene, God's right for our future and future generations. Every speech he makes to our nation, from his inaugural address that caught our interest, and it did catch our interest. All his never-Trumpery critiques said he cares for no one but Donald J. Trump. This is so far from the truth. He is a very deep and selfless man. Probably would give you the shirt off his back if you needed it. He is someone who says, I am a messenger. He is not a monarch, as critics such as Daniel T. Coble, a professor at Capital University Law School in Columbus, Ohio, stated in a report. Just because our president believes that justice without mercy is merciless, he doesn't use ordinary process because our president is a man for these times. These times, mass incarceration will continue if more commutations are not given, especially for first-time non-violent offenders, like myself and others, who most were created by the economy of past administrations, but mostly by the previous Obama, Biden Democratic administration, which allowed corruption on every scale. They closed their eyes to it. Like when Obama said on a hot mic to Putin, the leader of Russia, he did not know that the mic was live on the dais. He, Obama, said he could do more for you once the election was over. Of course, he was speaking of the 2016 election. He knew the fix was in. It was, to me, many millions that divine intervention had a hand in the 2016 election. 2 Chron 7:14. The Democrats can cry in their beer as long as they like, and they have been doing it now for 4 years. Time to stop. If they have to, they will create 2 facts similar to the primary Steele dossier that was improperly used to get a probable cause warrant. This was an unverifiable document and was found to be just as President Trump said. It was fraudulent and allowed our government to wrongfully abuse our FIC court proceeding. For someone like me who's incarcerated because one DOJ prosecutors in my case literally created a false indictment from a civil case. They needed at any cost to get a conviction, and the only way they could get the case into court was to fudge, doctor, alter the indictment. But for the altered indictment, fruit of the poisonous tree. The same thing can be said of but for the non-verified, non-factual Steele dossier. There would have been no warrant ordered by the FIC court. A secret court that did things without proper legal foundation. In this case, anyway, 19 defects were found after Horowitz's investigation. I can sympathize with Trump in this respect. He is and was being persecuted without any real factual evidence. The Mueller probe created by Comey knows this. But after spending $25 million on 13 Democrats' attorneys, they were clearly biased, as was proven after the probe crumbled by its own multiple defects. Why? Because they can't put him in a box and tie strings to him and make him dance to the radical Democrat Washington machine. They couldn't make Trump their political puppet. This is what made them mad. They could not control him. They only wanted Clinton because she was part of their plan of getting the three power families back into power. Those were the Clintons, Bidens, and the Obamas. These three powerful Democratic names were making it so they were running things as their own private little boutique government. This was so they could keep the country under a large corrupt government presence, constantly ignoring the forgotten blue-collar Americans. I, for one, even though I am incarcerated, I am still an American citizen, and my family is still a forgotten American, just as millions of families across this nation. We are definitely better off now than 4 years ago. Back in a peaceful and orderly way, and get rid of political domestic terrorism to get our main streets back. We should be grateful that we have a president who cares more for the American people, and not his famous posturing and his personal financial bottom line. I think because he came with the name and wealth makes it that he wanted nothing from this country but to serve the people, and this is why he is the people's president. This was evident after the RNC convention that was conducted recently during a pandemic. We could not have the glitz and fame Hollywood movers and shakers, but this may have been a blessing in disguise. This is a lot like what happened with his inauguration. He did not have the Hollywood elites because they refused to be there. Even though while Trump was in the Hollywood scene and not the political arena, a lot of those people were on his Celebrity Apprentice show. I guess the saying fair weather friends is a true concept. Now, where are they, Trump? As the president wants nothing to do with these people and their fake support, because he as president just wants to be a servant and do the right thing to make this country great again. When a person has a motive to make his situation better than it was before he was president, like Obama, that a clear sign that person is only out for themselves. Today, Obama lives like an elitist rather than the junior senator he started out to be before he became the great hope and change president. But the only change he did was destroy the confidence of the American people and our economy. Unlike Trump, who have hit record numbers in history, as the highest economic numbers, while Biden had the slowest economic recovery in history, cost a lot of Americans their businesses, their homes, and their freedom, like myself. Because a man like this, Trump, with the kind of confidence he has, and the way he affects an audience at the numerous rallies he has already held, is not going to lose. As of 2019, he did win against the investigations lodged against him. I am telling you, God has blessed this man because he has done the things that God has been promising to his people for 2,000 years. He's about to make another promise come to fruition. That promise from God was that his people, Israel, would have peace at their home and be able to settle in their homeland. Trump has made it so there could be peace in this region, and he is affecting world change. Now, the Democratic Party, I listened to 3 of them today in Fox News, and not a one of them stood out. I don't even remember their names. But they are saying they are going to make their message about the American people and how they care about the needs of the American people. Really, Biden's 50-year record speaks volumes of how about message is faulty as his numbers fade away. they talked about is what President Trump's campaigned on in 2016, healthcare. He will have that done by the end of the summer. But COVID-19 came along. He has gotten rid of the mandate. He has brought in transparency for billing for patients, which is a very big thing. And then he is working big time on reducing drug costs. Big Pharma is very angry with Trump because he is not allowing Big Pharma to continue making money in their huge lobbyist groups. This group is extremely powerful, but not in Trump's administration. They are reeling because of it. We are bringing our medical supply chain manufacturing back to our nation, and this will promote real, new, and future growth jobs. Making sure the middle class keeps their tax cuts. As long as Republicans are in control of the Senate, they need to gain back the Congress majority and start working together in a bipartisan way to get rid of the Obama affordable healthcare system that is an oxymoron. It also makes it continue systemic racism. Because there is nothing affordable about Obama's Biden Healthcare Act. It actually cost lower-income families more money, and to pay for not having insurance is a ridiculous way to punish those who are the most vulnerable. So, what happened between 2008-2016 jobs went bye-bye with Obama-Biden administration? The reason is to never let it happen again. If the Democrats gained power back, they will do nothing but try to impeach our president. No sooner winning the House did they begin their impeachment campaign. Thank God they lost. They would undo his policies that are taking hold. We need to allow time for them to take root. The Senate needs to stay in Republican control to get these policies put in place to take root. We do not need to be on that constant roller coaster ride every time a new party takes over. We can't allow it to go back into darkness. The light has shone through for the American voter. The RNC convention was a refreshing reminder that the people's president, Donald J. Trump, was shining that bright light of hope. Let's not dim it. Now, the Republicans need to stop bickering like children, allowing the left-wing group to have their temper tantrums. Everyone must be accountable. Trump knows this and stands with the forgotten man and women. Now with law enforcement across the country, the Democrats need to stop standing with these militant groups as in 1960s. It did not work then, and as long as God-centered values stay in this nation, it will not work again. Unless the Democrats want to be remembered by history as the leaders of the legislative branch who finally had it all: control of Congress, Senate, Republican president, conservative judiciary, and couldn't do anything with it. The president must keep office, but the Republican Party must step up to keep the Senate, take back the House. We need real change. Going one step forward and two steps back because of a Democratic House will accomplish nothing. This would be a pathetic legacy for this 115-armor body of lawmakers. Their careers will be disgraced. Their numbers for approval of the American people are as low as or lower than how the American people feel about trusting the mainstream media. Our president sees himself as just another U.S. citizen. It's why he uses Twitter to communicate. There is no interference from the media platforms, and his message comes directly from him just as any other U.S. citizen with the right to speak his mind. That's why the social media platform megamoguls are trying to censor him. President Trump is intimate with each and every U.S. citizen of these United States. That is why he has the heart of America as his first priority. We can only help the American people if we are a strong presence on the world stage. Keeping America great means we are strong enough to make a difference in front of the rest of the world. This gives us confidence and pride. This is why we elected this president, because we needed to be strong again. There are many nations on this planet that are teetering on the brink of poverty and deprivation. This is the right time for the United States to take their rightful place as a major power on this planet. If we don't do it now, another nation will come in and take the power spot. Fear does not rule us. But many bad actor nations on this planet rule their sovereign nations and their people through fear. We run our sovereign nation through faith and God. Our president is standing up to all bad actors on this planet of contemporary recollection except maybe Reagan. His motto was trust, but verify. President Trump's motto is verify, but never trust. No, really. It's more like smile at their face while shaking their hand and moving in a strategic way to take their power. Putin is the puppet. Because if he does not get the sanctions off that are strangling the financial economy of Russia by the US, he will lose his potential clout and his favor with his people. If China does not win this trade negotiation, now we are after the plague from China invaded our nation. He changed his position in working with China. I believe this was God's wake-up call to America. We need to heed it the way we did not heed the 1994 attack on the World Trade Center, and this is why we were taken by surprise when Sept 11, 2001 happened. Let not make the same mistake with China. They are not our friend. We should never do business with a communist country. No matter at how many basketball games they want to sponsor from the US, Iran's economy and people are looking for a change toward prosperity, and Iran's leadership knows this. It's why they try to challenge US. It's why they hold military drills and try to play chicken with our nation. Because they know now there will be no deals and no cargo planes full of cash dropped in the middle of the night. They are angry because we have strength now with a strong leader. They cannot push us around any longer. But if Biden and his team get back in power, that strength will be just a memory. But they are underestimating this president. The American people will not be fooled anymore. I pray. That's why the Mueller probe was a dud with a thud, so the Democrats are now trying to substitute it for the irrational fear and panic of the COVID-19. This is changing every day as we learn more and more about it. In April, 15%. Death and mortality rate now in September 2020. 2% it has declined more than increased in all major U.S. cities. You would never know it. I still wear a mask, and we are here in this federal facility 24/7 lockdown day, number 170. And counting. I agree with President Trump this lockdown will end November 4th, 2020. Fear and panic is all the Democrats have in their arsenal. Once the people see there is nothing to fear but fear itself, then our nation will normalize. Personal safety is the American people's priority. This our president knows all too well of our nation and how God has clearly influenced our way of life in this nation for all people. Thanks to the people's president. So the question still unsolved is because of no other reason. But the Democrats don't want this president to have any victories. But the American people are not fools. They know what is happening with this country. That's why we want it to continue to get better. We like the stock market at record levels. We like the consumer confidence up. We love the tax cuts for the middle and lower classes. We like the relationships employees are having with employers. We like the factory jobs coming back in record numbers. It did not have to take a magic wand, either, as the previous Obama-Biden administration spouted off sarcastically as he jaws hung open while they watched it happen. As well as the boarded-up businesses of the Obama-Biden failed, economic policies began to prosper and open their doors to the Main Street positive business flow that was evident in the last 3 years under of now sitting President Trump. 70% of new jobs in the economy went to women and minorities. All of these areas, as well as coal mining, steelworking, and fraking, came back to life, along with the communities and the families that have been doing this kind of work for generations. Reciprocity. I heard him say more than a dozen times, concerning the trade tariffs of both our allies and our enemies. This is not just about business. President Trump, on numerous occasions, he said, "I am not here for myself. I am here for the American people. They elected me." These dealings with other sovereign nations allow our nation to get better deals when negotiated one-on-one. We are partners and allies. We have formed a covenant. This agreement is stronger than steel. It was forged in blood, the blood of our servicemen and women and our allies. Servicemen and women. If you think President Trump doesn't respect that, you do not know President Trump. He has a very high regard for the military service and the blue-collar worker, He said, while at a Steelworkers Union rally, "I could have been you. You all need to understand where this man comes from. He comes from Queens, NY. He was not born with a silver spoon. He watched his father work to make things happen in the construction industry on Long Island, Queens area. I know, as a fellow New Yorker and a person who ran a construction company on Long Island, of course a lower scale than his mega operation. But there exists still the same work ethic and a pride in building something and doing it well, and with humility for what God has blessed you with. You see, his adult children, he raised them with that same work ethic. None of them have any kind of dependence on substances. Our president doesn't even drink. To work in an industry all his life and to go as far as his generation would allow him to go. This is far from being an elitist, God-blessed Solomon, King David's son, as one of the richest men in history, but he had a heart for his people. God asked him to ask for anything after Solomon building the temple, and Solomon asked for wisdom to be a good leader in a just way with mercy. Solomon put gold on everything he built doesn't make him an elitist, but makes him proud of his accomplishments. The gold standard is what he uses on everything he does. It's a way for him to feel proud and to show the world that he only does things for the best results for everyone. He believes everyone has the worth of gold. He wants everyone to be given a fair shot at a good life, no matter what their race, gender, or religious beliefs, just so that everyone practice the golden rule. No one is better than the next person. By erasing our history, you all erase the blemishes of how we have improved and gotten better throughout. History. Our children of all generations need to understand that if you do not remember history, you are bound to repeat it. Just as in the 1960s, as other organizations were around with the same radical philosophies that tried to steal, kill and destroy the values of this country for all our people, we cannot allow this now, as we did not allow it then. Without all the shortcomings and falls of all of us along the way, we cannot be who we are today. Our president could not be who he is today. A man for our times, the people's president, for our safety and security, just as every individual man, woman, and child in the U.S. could not be where they are today without the history mistakes, shortcomings, and falls. We all fall. It's the getting up that means something. So President Trump took the time out of his existence to reach out and be God's servant to help us to get up. It was clear by how the world saw us. For more than 20 years we had fallen far. It could have been our worst time, but instead it led us to our greatest time. An unusual man who helped us find prosperity. Again, strength again, and peace through security. A wall can be a bridge too. It can welcome people from far and wide who wants to do it right. This is why Trump has given us real change and a chance to keep those promises alive and to come to fruition for all, including immigrants who want to make a way in this country, as a U.S. citizen. The Hispanic community is overwhelmingly giving its support to Trump this time around because their eyes are not deceiving them. Unlike the liberal media and the propaganda, their agenda of doom and gloom they are pushing. We no longer have a free and fair media in this country. Our mainstream media has become an arm of the Democratic radical left-wing speaking platform. This will be evident in the upcoming debates. These gaffes that Biden is having needs to be looked into because our nation deserves to be secure and safe from foreign entities. These sunset missteps happen when there is clearly a malfunction in the brain. The American public deserve to be treated in an honest way and to make sure both candidates are mentally and physically up to the task of running the most powerful nation in the world. As Reagan said, peace through strength. You must have the strength to show the world that you, as the president of the free world, are up to the task. It's like a person buying a car, and the car is gentle, sleek, and beautiful. But you turn the ignition and the car is not firing on all pistons. That is unfair to sell to the market. The consumer market, in this case doing the buying, is the American voter. But just like anything else in life, you have to appreciate and respect what you have. What God has endowed us with these inalienable rights. If you bring fighting, terror, drugs, bad actors, and anarchy to these borders, you really doesn't want to show respect and appreciation for this country. By bringing those kind of evils to our borders, to our families, and to outgrowing communities, you show disrespect for not only our sovereign nation, for those who protect and give their blood to provide that security and protection. The thing You can't tell me that after so many years of bloodshed, spilled in several significant wars, both here and abroad as few away. The goal is the people who want out country, America to be great again, are the ones who fought in these wars. In many cases, had relatives both in the past and present too. We are hoping not to continue the endless wars that take our finances and our children for nothing there for future generations. This philosophy starts with the adults in this country, who are responsible for the ones who depend on them. We want our leaders to protect us, and secure of safety as #1 priority. To allow our children to go to school without the fear of possibly not returning home at the end of each day. I live in Orlando, Florida with my family when I am not mercilessly locked in a steel box. One since this COVID-19 came to our shores. So, my heart bleeds for those 19 students who were killed by that young man recklessly with a firearm. This is why there needs to be real change in the school systems across America, not only academically but have better vetting for who actually is attending our schools. But as we saw in many of the school shootings throughout the last 10 years from within, it is more about the mental health of the child and the reckless disregard for human life by the public school system. There needs to be more accountability for having school psychologists and support programs to find out what students are dealing with, the problems of peer pressure and bullying. It does manifest itself into an unhealthy hate for society at large. Dome of these troubled students, if they do not show their violent tendencies in that setting, will in some way be unleashed to society as an adult, not knowing when they will explode or produce radical behaviors against their communities in this country. President Trump, for now, the gun question is too controversial and toxic. It needs to be left alone. We need to start vetting the students when they are just beginning their academic journey as a pre-support all the way up to the secondary school level. To go back to teaching the basic of values and treating each other with respect and proper self-worth. That when these liberal radical teachers start spouting their own opinion and discourse for our country, it like they are creating new radicals for the future. These kind of people should not be teaching in our schools. We need to teach the ABCs of good values and treating your fellow man with respect and courtesy, regardless of color or religious persuasion. They need to receive the kind of education that prepares them for functioning in this fast-moving world. Needs to have more vocational internships in this country with our great corporations. So high school students right from graduation get work and grow in their future careers. It's called on-the-job training. I mean, college is great, but not everyone can go to college. And frankly, as a person who did the whole higher education ride, I counseled my children as they grew up that unless you were going for law, medicine of something that made all that education necessary, vocational training is better because it gives you a career to go into and not making you in deep debt in the beginning of your adult life, so you see a strong positive future ahead with healthy ideas to be there for others, as well as to be successful in your own abilities. We were all put here to be stewards of this world, and to help each other to live as God wanted His people to live, in peace and love for all man. We need to find the positive strengths of our young people and encourage it. It's not that old-fashioned a concept. The students who are smart and bored with the curriculum are dropping out like flies, and the ones who are just being pushed ahead without even knowing how to read or write and do simple math. This is a disservice to not only the student and parents in their community, but also to society at large. This kind of behavior leads to bad acts, and kids, believe me, when they are idle, will be vulnerable to the drugs, sex trafficking, and enticed to breaking the laws, as well having the use of an illegal firearm. This is why school choice makes sense and is one of Trump's main policy issues. Assault weapons, AR-15, others like them. They have no place on the streets, make them illegal to possess. Also, if parents were made equally responsible to their child's behavior, ask the question, how did the kid get the guns or where did they get them? If they were underage, they did not buy them in public legally. They had to have gotten them from their parents. Guns don't kill? People kill. When an adult allows a child to drink and is underage in public, the parent is considered breaking the law. It should be the same thing for gun possession, especially guns. They can put into the wrong hands and it can cause a death. There are many young kids who are shot by a gun going off accidentally. That is what safety and securing of a weapon in a proper gun safe is all about. These are not rocket science questions. We have become lax in the security and safety of our children. This should also become a priority. Also, for example, to drive a car, you must be trained and tested to receive a driver's license. Why not do that with gun ownership? Anyone who owns a gun to be trained before they received that gun license for ownership. That would not only control who has guns legally, but would keep track of illegal possession, but looking up whether the person has not only a permit for the gun, but for a license to show they are responsible gun owner. Gun owners should be required to have insurance of liability, just as most states require insurance for bodily harm in case of an accident with a car. They are both weapons, and in the wrong hands can both be a lethal weapon and do bodily harm. Just as those people were mowed down in Central Park and on the London Bridge during the numerous worldwide terrorist attacks. The NRA, National Rifle Association, should be tasked to do this job by the President. In a task force made up of parties who are experienced in gun ownership and use of guns legally and responsibly. This would help the country to become united under these key issues that are causing so much anarchy in our streets and communities, taking the lives of our children. Guns don't decide what race or color the person is before they are utilized. Guns are just an instrument. It is the person who wields it and their motives behind the use of that weapon. The private sector businesses can help to alleviate the problem too. Businesses need to have daycare as a benefit in companies. Some of them are respectful enough to care about their employees to do it on their own. Actually, it's good business. The bottom line is protected when you help the employee get to go to work. It is statistically proven that there is less absenteeism and the employee is more focused on their work when they know their children are safe and not in harm's way. Most of the reason people don't want to come back to work and want to work at home is the daycare situation in this country. If we solve that, we will get the people back to work. Assure the health and safety too. Since this extreme lockdown, if mothers are forced, they will fight back. Mothers care more about the protection of their children, family more than work to earn. People will go back work if we turn off the government flow of money in the form of countless stimulus packages by the lame, slow-to-react legislature. It's like waiting to see a doctor while you are sick, and by the time the doctor has time, or you, then you are already better. With this president, by the time Congress finally gets around to doing the job they were elected to do, we will already have a vaccine, and the country will be fully opening and functioning at peak performance. The economy is turning around fast, like a pressure cooker at boiling point, so just open the valve and the pressure will be released. Just as we need to open the country fully, and the people will pour out of their closed spaces like a fountain flowing of a multitude of living water. This is the hope we are looking for. Like God says, be not afraid. Move forward. This is our 21st century exodus. Athletes, they are making mega millions that now want to demonstrate to give back to the community. Let them really give back to their community. Instead of teaching the next generation how to disrespect the flag and the nation that helped those athletes to get where they are today, and the communities, families, who helped them get there and continue to allow them to play sports. They owe it to God and the Holy Spirit. Since their God-given talents are why they have hit the genetic lottery of life, they needed to hone those talents, but they need to appreciate their gifts from God and be good stewards of these talents, because they are looking at their abilities as their when their self. Absorption does not have a place in where that athlete came from. It took a great deal of people to help that athlete become the athlete they are today. They need to have real fellowship and discipleship with their communities to pay it forward. This is their purpose on God's earth. The second ingredient is how they affect their community, because without the fans, there would be no mega million-dollar contracts. That after this virus took over our everyday existence became untrue. With cable and social media today, you realize they don't have to fill the stands for sports to be played. without all the frills like ESPN and superstar athlete commentators. This sports enthusiasm is overrated. The players instill play, but the money would be far less paid out to those players. So, are they playing for the love of it anymore, or for the million-dollar contracts they can receive to show their greed? It would be very hard for them to live the way they do. So, instead of using their God-given talents for radical behavior, they need to be on their knees thanking God for this great talent. Just that God chose them to be steward of the sport they profess to love. While I was growing up, and I'm sure while their parents were growing up, if the President of the U.S. invited you to go to the White House to honor what you have accomplished, you don't or didn't say no to show disrespect to our nation's leaders. You went and felt honored to go to the White House. It's quite a contradiction for the youth. When a man who is 94 years old requests a favor for the President that he wanted to come to the White House next year for his 95th birthday, he wanted to bring his family, if that would be okay. The President said he would be honored to have him there and his family too. What do they say? Life is wasted on a youth. God willing, I bet he will make it to the White House with his family for his 95th birthday. Did he? This is the kind of model of respect our country, flag, and family need to show patriotic love and respect. We should all be so blessed to fulfill our lives that way. This country, America, has become so divisive these days. Legislative representatives, one, advocating their supporters break the law and have harassed all Republicans. This has never been as big as this, in my recent memory. It was horrific. I watched when the Las Vegas massacre happened. Still, both those mass shootings were and still are unexplained as to motive. I don't think we have heard the last of those kind of incidents. But our legislature-affected officials need to be accountable. How would they like it if the tables were turned and they were the ones being harassed? Don't wish for what you want, you just might get it. There are still many issues to deal with. But give him time. Our past presidents had 8 long arduous years. Deprivational years? He couldn't and didn't do what President Trump had done in less than 3.5 years. My mother used to say if he can do this in less than 3.5 years, imagine what he will do. I wish my mother had been here. I'm sure knowing he has won is watching from heaven and checking in "You go Trump." I have no doubt he will do much more. Hopefully, if the Democrats stop obstructing, start working together by making a covenant. THESA is a negotiation that is fair with consideration that is centered on God purpose for his people. Instead of TG each stalemate we are facing here. The Democrats could be remembered for helping make a good history, not just to ruin a nation under God's blessing. Instead, they will be remembered for the roadblocks, for everything. Not getting anything accomplished, trying to undo good, constant, sustaining policies. Today, Americans will be the leading country for energy as to power in the world. This has managed to be alone in less than 2 years. America will no longer be ransom for foreign power, and mostly our enemies to provide our own energy, now after 70 years. Instead, Germany, for example, wants to work with Russia to get energy through their pipeline instead of ours. But they at the same time want us to protect their country as part of the NATO alliance from enemies. How hypocritical. They should not working with Russia, but they should be working with their allies the way they want us to work with them. They are playing with fire and will expect us to come in and save their ASS after they are in too deep with Russia. President Trump warned Angela Merkel not to do something like this. What is it? We are only allies, partners, when it suits their nations, as long as they can get over on US. But try and show strength. I know it's a foreign concept for America after 8 years of the weak and slowest to act administration in history. It's disgraceful that we have to feel that way. But we are coming back very strong. I know I keep harping on this to the reader, but I don't want to do the proverbial "I told you so's." When you all mistakenly buy into the pretty fancy packaging that is just dressing up the same old garbage, remember, anyone who knows the Bible. I send you out as sheep amongst the wolves to be as cunning as snakes but as gentle as doves. It basically means I want you to your heart, this nation's people, to keep your heart full of love and grace for your fellow man. But don't be a fool to give away what God taught us to hold dear, what God blessed us with. Each one of us in this country are made in His image. We are to hold dear to our core values, the ones we were raised with, just to join with others who can't see through the sham tactics of the left radical party and their socialist philosophy. The New Democrats want to take us back to when we were just one paycheck away from poverty and losing our homes to 75% bankruptcy and losing our jobs and what we worked for. A country for the people and by the people. Not a large government monster running things for us into the ground. Don't buy we are Americans, and we managed to survive for more than 200+ years. Across our many generations, there have been many radical parties try to take this democracy, but we have been blessed and protected to make sure it did not happen, and we will do that again. We will manage by not falling for the same old garbage wrapped up in a pretty package with a big mouth named AOC. Her childish ideas of a fantasy world of lollipops and rainbows are not the ideas of a seasoned politician for the people who elected her. All she really managed to do is learn to manipulate people's fears on social media platforms. She just figured out a new way to use PR to promote socialist propaganda, with a man who has been around since dirt was fashionable. He has had 50 years in government, and not once has he made a decision that was beneficial to the safety and security of the people of our nation. He is past his prime, and it would be better if he were remembered as the gentle statesman from Delaware. The fact that his wife and family and those who do not have his best interest at heart are pushing this man to the White House. When he said in one of his televised statements that he was running for senator, that would tell anyone with a brain that this man is not cognitively able to run this nation with all its complexities. We are entitled to, as the voter, a product that functions properly, and he is not IT. But they had no one else that the American people could sympathize with and his losses and SR tuggles through the years. So, please let's not be fooled by this gentle statesman. This country was built on godly words and American workers. We all want people to come to our country, but it has to be legally. If they come that way, then they will know how to respect what they worked hard to achieve: freedom. I know how important that words really is now, because when you have lost yours, because of someone else's corrupt actions and you pay their consequences, you realize how important freedom is in your life. I am working hard to right this terrible wrong. As usual, the DOJ gets away with what they put in motion. If it is wrong, it should not stand or continue or take away a person's freedom for years because the DOJ just didn't want to lose. It is another reason why I can sympathize with our president. You don't have to do anything wrong for the DOJ to get away with prosecuting you these days. All the DOJ has to do is flip somebody who is not wanting to serve time for their intentional actions. That's how you get convicted and sentenced for almost 14 years when you have never broken a law in your life. But the one who the reduction pled guilty. Now listen to this. You are innocent, you take your rights to fight. A court of law, because you are innocent until proven guilty. That's how it used to go, but not with conspiracy. That's why we need to get the Senate and the House to stop bickering like children and start passing some good legislation to lead to prison reform, sentence reform. Getting rid of the charge of conspiracy by passing the Mens Rea Act and giving first-time federal offenders like me a change in the sentencing table guidelines. All of these things can be accomplished. Could have already been accomplished. It's long overdue. It's a form of reciprocity. The previous administration, Obama-Biden, commuted sentences of drug dealers and charges for gun possession. These are the highest recidivists' crimes, and they will just wind up back in prison on a violation. So that was a waste of pardoning power. But the first-time nonviolent offenders is the lowest recidivists in the prison system, and because of restitution is becoming the biggest category, and more likely the new piggy bank for the federal government. But there is no win-win here. We are put in prison, federal prison, on long unjust sentences. Most of them, 65%, are first-time federal offenders, with no criminal history like myself who have families and were never in trouble in their lives. These are unjust, extreme, merciless sentences. We need an alternate situation without imprisonment, made up of a combination of community service and payback agreement of restitution. This way, the government, instead of losing the taxpayer money to house FTFO, the money can be redirected to the homeless, mental health and opiate rehabilitation. This would be a way to end mass incarceration without violent riots and in a peaceful, civil way of communication. Not to mention there are many licensed individuals, well-educated, who could be getting home confinement. Many, I am sure, could teach in community colleges as part of their restitution package. This would also bring down the cost of tuition for college. There could also be a way of paying back millions of dollars in restitution, instead of having these individuals who can work in salaried positions, and part of that salary can go to restitution. Instead of taking money out of the taxpayer's pocket, you through a trustee program put it back into the pockets of the U.S. taxpayer citizens. This would be a major step to making a humane solution to the mass incarceration question that is causing so much anarchy and divisiveness. Think about it. We are a democracy and considered to be one of the most humane countries in the world, and we have the most incarcerated population in the world, more than many oppressive regimes. That is not a good look for America. We could use the facilities to make homeless communities, to give families who are living on the streets a second chance, possibly help alleviate the mental health crises in the U.S. These are all very viable proposals and will help advance society to the future. President Trump is in a position to do this and still be the law and order President of Safety and Security, the People's President, dispenses justice with mercy. Give families a chance to get themselves a roof over their heads, education for their kids, and a new skill to get back to the workforce. It's all here in the Federal Bureau of Prisons. This would take care of a majority of the homeless crises in our country. It could possibly become a model for other countries with their refugees and homeless populations. Letting nonviolent first-time federal offenders out of prison and getting them back to being productive citizens is also giving the country voters. The controversial question of immigration can be solved, too. President Trump has signed more executive orders than any president to get things done. He took the existing laws already on the books and made executive orders to enforce them. You can solve immigration by creating a mini amnesty, making certain criteria for the person to receive that amnesty, a path to citizenship, that they are permanent residents, have established a home, business, and family. And here's a little spin make. Any company who is illegal, immigrants working for them say accordingly to U.S. Dept of Labor rates, or shut down the companies. They will come and register to vote. There will be no more necessity for sanctuary cities and states. Find any company who give farmers, ranchers special subsidies so the immigrant can get fair wages for their work if the government would help from the difference to make up the required debt of labor wages. Laws does not pay according to U.S. Dept of Labor laws huge fines if they do not comply. Then you will find out who wants them to stay for humane reasons or for monetary greed, to be able to run their businesses on the new slave trade, so the elites can pretend they can afford to have servants and convince themselves they are doing it for righteous reasons. I guarantee they will be singing a different tune. All the hypocrites of both parties will rear their ugly heads. If not, the one who gives them a pathway to citizenship. Well, that's a way to get votes legally, more than 11 million to present day estimated. Not to pretend like they are doing in California, that a library card or a state ID can get them the ability to vote. That would allow the illegal immigrant to vote improperly. This is all the Democrats want, is new voters. They want DACA because it looks good and like they are doing something for humanity. It's just as Trump said, a political chip. So, President Trump, you have the power, the heart, get there before they make it into a poker game, because they are bluffing and you are sitting with all the right cards, but they mean nothing if you do not use them. The hand you need to play is the way you played with Kim Jong-un. Find the vulnerability and squeeze, but do it for their own good. These people will give gratitude to the one that give them their dignity and their name back, so their families can have prosperity in a free America, not hide out in sanctuary cities. The ideas of sanctions won't work if you don't use them to their highest potentials. These nations who are trying to intimidate you and call you names, and like the bullies in the schoolyard playground, all bark, not any bite. These nations are on the verge of collapse. That's why they are threatening you and trying to derail you, our president, from your people. Don't allow that to happen. Keep explaining to the farmers what China is doing or Russia as they are playing a game of chicken and hoping that we will not stand firm with you. You know why Putin has been in power so long in his country is because he has the people standing with him. But now that this is starting to give, there are noises from the Russian people that Putin is not getting American president to bend over and take it. Russia economy is falling, and its people can feel it. They are starving in key areas of the country today as I write this book. One thing you need to make sure of is that Putin does not get that pipeline deal with Germany. Also, that China does not make a deal with Germany. If they are our partners, then make it clear to the world they must stand with us in all things. Find a way for America to supply to Europe the energy they are looking to attain for their country's needs. You are the deal maker. Give better conditions. Remind them how Russia, when they want something from Germany to wield over their people's heads, they will weaponize their use of energy and shut them off from the source and basically hold it for ransom. The Russians have done this kind of thing before in other countries. As a U.S. citizen and someone who does not miss a single briefing, speech, summit, rally, and holds everything you say in my memory, you must tell the American people clearly and without ambiguity. You know that Putin hacked into and continues to interfere with our election process, as they have been doing for decades. This is nothing new. But the American people need to hear it from you, mouth the condemnation. If they continue to do it again, they will have to answer to you, and you will place the strongest financial sanctions on their economy has ever seen an American president. So, in history, it's what the American people need to hear from their president. I know you think it's redundant. The action of doing the strongest economic sanctions should be enough, but it is not. Not only do we have to see you have strength, but we must hear it from your lips at all times to have reassurance that they are not going to get away with anything on your watch. It's time to get the media on your side. Well, don't hold your breath. They want an old man with no energy in the White House so they can use him like a puppet for their agenda. Ask them to please be the professional they profess to be, the fourth estate of this nation. The American people need again to have a free and fair press, so tell them to start being united as one press. AP means Associated Press. They are associates. Tell the fake news. I know it's a nice little soundbite, but it takes away from your strength as a figure. We are all looking to. It says in the Bible, the tongue can be a very destructive tool if used improperly. So, I'm just saying, as someone who is a forever Trumper, pick your battles wisely. Now, as an American citizen and an incarcerated individual, I want to weigh in on testifying for Mueller probe. I am so glad that he did not testify personally with the Russia probe. If he had done this, the Russia probe would have gained legs. No, President has been more transparent than President Trump. At the time of this writing, again President Trump was nominated twice for the Nobel Peace Prize for mending the fences in the Middle East. Never been done before. This is historic, and if he is not re-elected, this amazing agreement that has been something talked of since biblical times. This is what God wanted to help his people Israel to have real, lasting peace. There is so much here that this author now calls this man the people's president. He only wants to do the best possible job for the American people. All this would become obsolete, and if Biden was elected, he would do only for those who donated to his campaign. These different socialist factions will expect payment in full. They will want everyone who backed Biden-Harris to get what they paid for puppet president. This is not what this country wants. We are happy with being positive and confident about our nation, America. This country was blessed by God, and secretly we want to go back to God as the center of the most amazing country in the world. I am in the same facility Alice Johnson was in. Anyway, sorry to veer off track. Okay. I was listening to CNN at 2 p.m. Central. The commentator for CNN was interviewing a writer who wrote an op-ed titled, "How You Were Comparing Manafort to Al Capone. The Treatment and How Inhumane Manafort Was Treated." He mentioned at one time in 1997, "NYC, you were called before the organized crime panel. Everyone thought you would show up with a battalion of high-powered attorneys." But President Trump goes on to tell the story of how he marched into the commission and walked down the center aisle by yourself. No attorneys answering every question asked by a bulldog prosecutor and managed to say nothing wrong, not get trapped, and came out unscathed. I believe because you kept your confidence and composure. This is why you are presidential. Now, as we hear on the news wires, the new uproar is that you downplayed COVID-19. Your heart is too big. You always want to give people a chance. But you should have known by Woodward's first book that he was going to throw you to the wolves. So, now they are saying you know that the virus was extremely deadly and that you said you did not want to cause the American people to panic. This is what a real leader does. He prays for the wisdom from God to allow himself to be strong for his people. This is why this writer has coined him the people's president. He did not have to be our president. He could have stayed in his ivory tower, or what is another name for Trump Tower, but he was called by God to serve God's people. They say he acts like a monarch, but that could not be further from the truth. He has the heart of a king, but he believes in states' rights as stated in the U.S. Constitution. This is why he did not make a national plan for dealing with COVID. From the beginning, he did not want to step on the governor's area of their constitutional power. Any person who understands the Constitution, the president, even though has unfettered powers, he also has extreme guidelines as outlined in the framework of our founding fathers. We want our children for the future to understand our history, because progress is a process. God wanted us to make mistakes because of human nature, but we are a country for redemption. This has been proven by the changes of the Constitution and how it evolved as we made positive advances to make all man created by God equal and united. As great men came before, like Martin Luther King Jr., not the color of people's skin, by the makeup of their character and the character of all Americans. Remember, arrogance and pride goeth before a fall. I should know it was my arrogance that got me an extreme sentence. I just wanted a fair trial, so the more I pushed for it, the more the judge in my case hated me, and he took that attitude out on me throughout that trial. I have been trying to change it now for many years. But I began to realize, like everyone should, that the result of our existence is not in our hands, but in God's. This is God's country. Democracy was the cornerstone of what God wanted for his people, so he chose the most unlikely person to lead. Our president has surpassed anyone's expectations, and he will go down in history as the most prosperous leader for our progress to move forward to being great again. The position God wanted us to have all along, and to be friends with Israel. The two great countries combining the old ways and the new ways. A wise man listens to his advisors. This allows him to see the argument from all sides and all points of view. That is what you do. You, as the president, absorb every bit of information on an issue before you alone make a decision. My father used to do that too. My uncles too. They all attended higher education prep schools. They attended schools like Fordham Law School in Manhattan. Unfortunately, they are all with God now in his heavenly kingdom. Otherwise, I would have had the best lawyers on my side in my case. Our president expects reciprocity. This is not just about business dealings with other sovereign nations. As all of his critics have said, we are allies in everything. We have formed a covenant together as sacred of the protection of human life. This is why he expects reciprocity. Fair trade with their allies. It's a two-way street. If you want to have faith and trust in our partners, by trading fairly and reciprocal trade, they stand firm on that trust and faith in our partners. This is how a businessman sees a fair contract because of our president. We have the edge on making these contracts. To give something and receive of equal value in return. Our president lives by this philosophy of being a strong leader in negotiations, as well as being there when it counts. Even before he was president, doing the biggest terrorist attack on American soil, he was a leader, even before he was president, while a NYC businessman, showing his leadership in doing anything and everything he could do at ground zero in NYC. He was a big help to both Carriage, the commissioner of the NYC Police Department, and Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, the people's mayor. These are men who were leaders when they were needed. They ran to the danger to save lives, and not the rioters of the left who run away from the danger when things get too much. It's not the words that make a difference, it's the actions that make a great leader. This will never be the posture of the candidate on the left. Have a fair justice system is one of these contentious arguments. We are the most mass incarcerated country in the world because of the plea agreement. This system puts the government at an edge, and this is no good. We need to get back to the idea of innocent until proven guilty, to get rid of the antiquated conspiracy charges along with adding enormous enhancements. This idea of making these charges just a base, and then being able to add other things to it after trial, at sentencing creates an unfair playing field for defendants. They are intimidated into pleading guilty because they are threatened with large, extreme, unfair sentences that show no mercy from such a democratic system as this nation. Jobs. 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 But so much more than that. Jobs are very important to a society. This is why President Trump concentrated on this as a primary promise to the people. It was not just for a campaign promise. It was a promise he believed in and fulfilled. A philosophy he believes strongly that when people have meaningful work, this is the core of who a person is. With a job for all individuals, they learn confidence and self-esteem. This carries through to their position in our communities across our nation. Workfare, not welfare, is a successful concept. It's like the old biblical saying, give a person a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a person to fish, he eats for life. When a person works, they feel useful to themselves, their families, and to their community. This carries over to their country. Work is beneficial to all parts of a human being. It nourishes the heart, mind, and the body. When the nation is put back to work, they began to trust their leaders and to have pride in their country. Things got better. There is greater consumer confidence. Houses are becoming homes again. People are spending more times together, enjoying their families, believing in future for better. A future of better education for their kids and further generations. Better resources for the use of the people. These resources become valuable again to the nourishment of our wildlife and all walks of life. We make God the center of our life again. Life and the living of life becomes important again, and not just a struggle to keep a roof over families' heads, food on families' tables. We begin to have time to spend getting to know each other again, to share cultures and experiences with our neighbors outside our borders and inside our borders. We need to stop the divisive behavior. The companies to run successfully need the employees. The employees need to be skilled to do the job. Now, we have more jobs than workers to do the jobs. We need to bring more skills and teachings to the workforce so companies can run efficiently. This also means we need to look at one of the biggest workforce, which is the single mother household. We have to start to introduce programs that help the single mother to be able to re-enter or enter for the first time to the workforce, to make their daily lives better for themselves and their young children. This means we need to introduce child care into the companies, nationwide in some way. There is great pride when women can feel like they have not been left behind just because they want to have children. Children are our treasure, the future of our country's longevity. So we need to educate them and protect them. They cannot continue to be locked inside. I know I have been locked down now 24/7, 160 days. If the NEA, National Education Association of Teachers, do not want to teach without becoming political arm of the Biden ticket, then they need to be replaced. Children should be their first priority. It used to be that way. What happened? School choice is what is necessary to break this huge power structure. If they have no students to teach, they will have no stronghold on the parents of America. Let the money follow the student to get a better, more quality education. This is more important to the lower level of the socio-economic ladder, especially with minority groups. Chapter 15. America's Deepest Apology to a Great Race of People. Okay, I don't want this book to be about trashing or bashing the past administration. Our first black president, Barack Obama. Hopefully it will not be the last black president. Our previous president was chosen, honed, nurtured all backed by big money groups, from activism to Hollywood. Because his election was packaged, bought, and paid for by the rich elite black men and women who had earned their position and status. But to pick a junior senator with no political track record in either domestic economics, that's why we had the slowest economic recovery in history. You put a man in office who has experience with business and is barely in political office a few years, then you get what you pay for, even if the price tag is out of the stratosphere, since he spent more money in his terms than the country did in history. This is why all of his policies can be erased as if they never existed. The man was elected because of divine intervention. It was time for America to give an apology to the race, culture, talents, and skills of a people that had a great deal to do with shaping our nation from the beginnings. They stood beside us as soldiers and spilled their blood to make the nation great. They were there in all industries, the age of the cotton gin, to the development of education. They were there with their beauty and culture both in art and music, down through the centuries. If Martin Luther King had not been assassinated, I believe he or one of his descendants would have made a great president for not only the black race, but for all races. He was a strong, persistent, and God-centered man. He captured the hearts and minds of all those who heard him speak in his famous speech, "I have a dream." But it would take someone like that kind of personality who made big changes for not only the black race but for all mankind. Those who believed in him knew that his love for God was never-ending and enduring. He understood that God gave him a certain page in time. He would climb the top of the mountain. These were times of unrest as well, but he never would approve of his people creating death and destruction in his name. It is a terrible way to honor the man's legacy. The killing of innocent children in the streets of our many major cities. These cities are the spine of our country. We need to all take a step back and think. Would MLK Jr. say that you were all good and faithful servants? No, I do not think so. I think he would be ashamed of his race and all races. That after everything we have been through in this country, we need to come together around a strong president. I do know that if Martin Luther King Jr. were still alive for all the things our sitting president has done for the people, especially minorities, he would be the first to cheer him on. He would be the first to say, "Look at where we have come from, and look at how far we have come in peace through strength." I believe that Trump and King would have been close in their viewpoints of what society would look like for the future generations to come. That's the thing. Everybody has a season under God. So we need to stop the anarchy and teach our children of all colors, creeds, and social economics that we have come so far, and we through unity will climb future mountains. Barack Obama, no matter what his color, honestly made some really big missteps for the black people, especially minority groups living in impoverished neighborhoods. But Biden will never be the answer to honor your people. If you would all take the blinders off, you would see that this is true. The minority groups have always overcome with God at their center and with praise in their hearts. Every speech made by our president is for God to bless this country and to heal this nation. Please, don't be on the wrong side of this because God is watching. He wants families especially to get the message that those who listen to the true message of BLM are listening to the annihilation of the family, and therefore the black race will cease to continue along with the message from Planned Parenthood. Look at its origins. The founder. Margaret Sanger was an obvious card-carrying racist. She said that herself and was proud of it. God says people can change well. How can your race embrace a man like Joe Biden, who put a great many minority men and women behind bars when he, with great enthusiasm, voted for the 1994 crime bill? You are all doing yourselves an injustice. If you keep looking at things in a subjective light, you all need to go back to your roots and see this time as one of enlightenment, and knowledge is power. Look at the record of our president. If you could see him as God is looking at him, a man with flaws and at one time great faults. But I had my eyes opened when I read in Acts chapter 9. Saul, I need you. Why are you killing my people? And you need to stop because I need you. I will make a difference in you. That is when Saul spoke and said, Who are you? I am Jesus. It was God who chose this president for these times. If your people truly believe in your faith, you believe that everything happens for those who love the Lord, and everything happens for a reason, and nothing happens that God doesn't bless it to happen. So, please open your eyes and your hearts, otherwise you will miss the greatest transformation in modern history. This president is doing more for the minority race than any other president has done in history while keeping the family together, safe and secure. Opening up new avenues for minority businesses to grow and flourish, especially the African American and the Latino. We are finally going to have peace in the Middle East. If we continue to not appreciate God's blessings on this country, then we will miss the amazing things that are taking root. God loves us, and that is why this president has made and kept promises more for the black race than any other in less than 4 years. He has so much more to do, and we will do it, but you must have faith and hope. God is working through this man as his instrument, the same way he did with those who were most unlikely in the Bible. Donald J. Trump is taking on and winning over or knocking over, whichever tactic works. It is not for us to judge the ways of God. His thoughts are not our thoughts. His thoughts are higher than our thoughts. Be patient and let this work. This man has earned 4 more years for this nation. He is a messenger, and this is what he has said. He knows God is who put him in place to make America great, again. He is not doing by promising anything like our previous president, our delivering billions of dollars in cash enough to fill a cargo plane in the dead of night. That was a waste, and it did not work. Martin Luther King, I believe, would never have done that either. MLK Jr. believed in peace through strength, but not with violence. He captured the hearts and minds of all people, dignitaries, clergymen, as well as regular everyday Joe and Janes of our great nation. He may have also been an ordinary person, but God chose him to do extraordinary things. Just as the extraordinary things, our people's president, the American people. Another great black person that God endowed with amazing talents, and he used those talents to capture the world. The 1936 4-time gold medal winner of the Olympic Games in Germany. Jesse Owens ran for the American people. By merely running his race and being true to himself, he changed a nation, actually the world. A world at war with one of our most heinous of terrorists, dictatorship Adolf Hitler. The NAACP came to Jesse Owens and requested him not to compete in the Games, not to give credibility to the Games, because of the prejudices of the USA and its behavior towards the black race. But Jesse Owens could only do what God gave him the talent to do, and that was to run. The NAACP wanted to make a statement to the world that if you do not treat us equally, then we are not going to, in essence, perform for you. However, Jesse Owens made more of a mark for the black race by showing up and showing out. Not only for his nation did he make proud, but for his race. These 2 men were the epitome of what a righteous man in God's eyes was all about. This is why the unreasonable statements now of the NAACP, that those 2 LA cops' lives don't matter. A spokesperson recently stated that don't talk about Blue Lives Matter. There is no such thing as blue lives. You choose to be a police officer. I cannot choose the color of my skin. The men and women of law enforcement are a very special people, and they need to have our support. They are not just white, but in most urban cities, they are black. This profession allowed a great deal of minority groups to not only help their communities and families. These communities most of them live in, so they are your neighbors and their kids play with your kids. They protect those neighborhoods. It was many different races who went into those buildings on 9/11. This writer, since she is from LI, New York, remembers it well. I was driving into Queens that day, and I saw the smoke coming from the distance. I thought to myself, where was it coming from? I was supposed to be in that area that morning, but I woke in the dead of night, around 3 a.m., with a massive toothache that has never happened to me in my life. But if not for that emergency visit to the dentist at 7:30 a.m., I would have been in that area of the city when those famed towers came down. I, by God's grace, not there, but many policemen, firemen, and first responders of all races were there. This has always been the case with the people of this nation. This was what MLK Jr. wanted from the people of his race, to be a great race of people as well as God-fearing Christians. I was recently told an acronym FEAR, false evidence appears real. This is something we all need to remember. We also need to remember as Christians that evil is contagious, just like a cancer, and needs to be eradicated, so it will not infect a whole great race of people. This is clearly happening now in this country. When a group of protesters stands in front of an emergency room exit and entrance chanting, "Let the pigs die," those two people, a man and a woman. One was a 31-year-old mother just sitting in their patrol car making sure people in the community they patrolled were safe, not doing anything to anybody, were gunned down in cold blood by an assailant with a gun. Really? Does race really matter? Human life was what mattered, and we all need to understand the attitude of this nation is slowly eroding all the blessing God has given us. So, we need to heed the warning signs here as written in Psalm 33, verse 10. Any plan that is to harm those who love and obey God will never win, but any plan that honors God's ways will always prevail. Jesse Owens delivered for the American people and wanted to show the world that we as Americans value all of our citizens, all races, cultures, and religious beliefs. We want them to feel welcome in America. That value must go both ways. A person must value becoming a citizen of the freedom that we share and the grace God blesses us with. At the time, Jesse Owens was competing in the Olympic Games in the part of the world where Jewish and Christians alike were being murdered in gas chambers across Germany. But it was important to show that, through our kindness of our nation, that we do not condone any kind of killings to any human being. This is what the American people believe, whether black or white or any other of the numerous races we have in this melting pot of these U.S. of America. These days, because of the fear, as I said, false evidence appearing real, we are attacking our neighbors of our own communities. We don't see our neighbors, our classmates, our fellow worshipers. We only see evil in the faces of our fellow Americans. This is wrong. We don't believe in this kind of behavior, and we are persecuting those who could be us. As our president has conveyed to the American people on numerous occasions, just as all men and women who love their God, he wants to see no group, whether good-intentioned or ill, to be violent in any way. Just as we value the memory of our immortal Martin Luther King, who said, "Peaceful protest, faith and persistence will set us all free," then we can say what he instills in all of us, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we will all be free at last. I am probably in a great minority in the place where I am. Prison. The federal prison system population is primarily made up of, sorry to say, black groups and other cultures. Every day I am surrounded by women who, by the color of their skin, you know I am now the minority. But I have learned so much about my sisters of color. They are amazing, talented, and many have a deep, deep faith in God. During my time here, I experienced a little bit of my own prejudices toward myself and the mere fact that I was a white woman in a black world. We were having an event to celebrate Black History Month here at the facility where I have been housed now for going on 4 years. I usually sing. It's my God-given talent. I sing, as I mentioned briefly in the beginning of this book. I started singing in the Catholic services they conduct here. But since more Catholics in prison are also from the Latin American community in prison, they are Latin Americans and from Latin countries here because This is also a large detention center for the population of inmates who are of other countries and other cultures. They are amazing too. They have various talents in creating all forms of artwork and crafts which are good enough to sell to the outside consumer. I call these places cottage industry businesses. These women have the ability to be able to function and sustain themselves in society and to have businesses that would succeed based on any scale of business. This is why I feel each case should be looked at individually. Many of these women want so much to be American citizens and to do it legally. They would, in this writer's opinion, be an asset to any country's economy. Many of them, because of their incarceration, may never get the chance. But, President Trump, I urge you to make a commission to look at these women who a good percentage were and are permanent residences. They also have families that will get to remain in the U.S., but their mothers, sisters, and daughters will be deported merely because they have now been federally incarcerated. This is a wrong action to take, and it needs to be reversed. A woman in particular I met while I have been here, she promoted my singing in the Catholic choir, even though she knew I was English. But she had great faith and wanted all the women of the Catholic faith to attend services and to feel welcome. The English-speaking were outnumbered at least 2-1, so she asked me to sing the communion song every Thursday for services, once she heard me sing. She would tell me I have a beautiful voice, tu sera maravillosa voz. That is how she said it to me. Lydia left here 2 years now and has been sent back to her birth country, but I will never forget her beautiful faith in people and God. My other talent I discovered was writing. I found it through divine intervention. It was after my first years in prison I started writing first poetry, then novels and other kinds of books. I have, since I began, been published by a prison publishing company. But I would like to have a better chance when I am out to find a person or firm that would publish all of my books. This book, I hope, will be the beginning of that. But I write this book as a calling to be answered. I felt as a Christian and Catholic, a mother and now a grandmother, since my incarceration of 2013. I want my children and my grandchildren to live in a world that is centered around God and security. I remember 9/11 as if it were yesterday. I was there in the midst of it in real time. I was a stone throw away from the carnage and the great loss we all suffered, as well as our president and many other people who loved their country and wanted to be there for those who were lost and their families. We should be ashamed of ourselves, not heeding this warning that we are all human beings, no matter the color of our skin, and we need to all unite under this president, because he has done more for the Black community throughout the U.S., this nation, than any other. Can you just imagine what 4 more years will look like, especially to your community and other minority communities? That includes the women in the U.S. Look at the freedoms we have here as women. You won't get it anywhere else, not like here. No other country will celebrate women's suffrage like this nation. It's been 100 years now that women have had the vote, and we need to appreciate it. I know since I have been incarcerated, I can really say it hurts deeply that I cannot vote in our elections. I found myself not only writing books, but before I ventured into writing books like this one and a series of novels. I started my experience of writing with poetry. By the time the Black History Month celebration came around, I had written more than 200 poems. As of the date of this writing, it is now up to 400 poems. I call my collection Poetry from Prison. God willing, I will be published soon, as well as this book and my other books too. I chose to put my writings on a shelf until I finished this book because I felt this was too important. It out before the national election in November 2020. I was hoping to touch the hearts and minds of those who are confused and need a fresh perspective from a forgotten woman who truly loves her country and family. Everyone is truly 3 persons away from being incarcerated. If you knew what my mistake was putting me here, it would raise many eyebrows who believe that unjust extreme sentences are wrong and need absolute reform across the board. That even though I am in federal prison, I believe in the blessings God has bestowed on this country and we are His people. All of us, no matter color, creed of socioeconomic status, we are made in the image of the Almighty God. We need to treat each other more respectfully. We are all one people on this planet. Everyone deserves a two-in chance, and people have the ability for great change. But let me get back to my story, about running into my own form of prejudice to me, because I wanted to honor Martin Luther King Jr. It was his birthday, and we were celebrating it with a recital of sorts. I wanted to recite the poem I wrote to his great legacy for counting all races in the Selma March along Pettus Bridge, with many different races, religions, and ethnic backgrounds being arm in arm marching with pride across that bridge to celebrate freedom in the rarest sense. You could feel the excitement mixed with the danger they all faced to make that monumental walk before Johnson gave the ability for the Black community to achieve their most fundamental basic right, the right to vote. This act was one of unity, and now that the Black community has the ability to make their voices known, it is now necessary to make the right decision as individuals who want real change for our future generations. To see a brighter future with the best opportunities the minority groups of this country, America, can possibly imagine. Open your individual eyes and stop marching lockstep to a message full of nothing but oppression, the same oppression that inmates face in federal prison. It's time to look at the future that will give them lower unemployment for all minority groups, school choice, so kids in lesser privileged neighborhoods can have a chance at a quality education, more and more after that. The list goes on. Stop looking at the crowds and ask yourself, was your life better for the last 4 years? Or do you want to go back to the past, where unemployment for all people were at records and 75% of out homes were in foreclosure? We have a man in the White House is there for no other reason but to make things safe and secure. I know I should not want him to stay because of my status now as one of the marginalized and the faceless and the voiceless, but I believe that he is our best answer. He is the one who signed into law the First Step Act, giving sweeping prison and criminal reform. I believe he will do much more, and we need to let him. The seeds he is sowing are blessed, and his ardent prayer to God is to help the people. God has put him in place to be a strong leader. Only a strong leader can give the nation hope. I was told by one of the directors of the show that because I was not Black, I could not participate in the recital to honor MLK Jr., but the other director said that I could. I recited a poem I wrote called A Place in the South. It will be attached to the end of this book along with the poetry I have selected to depict Trump 1st term in the White House. It is a selection of about 20 poems that tells the man's journey from candidate Trump to President Trump. I was in that show with Alice Marie Johnson, who was later released from this facility in 2018 in the month of June. I saw, with my own eyes, how God is working throughout this season of time for this president. And now I am hoping that lightning will strike twice for more of the incarcerated in this country. This poem I wrote was not just an honor to MLK Jr., but to the future of making opportunity for all people. Incarcerated to have great opportunity for receiving mercy with justice, because justice without mercy, according to God's word, is merciless. This is not the look we want for our country, the greatest democracy in the world. We are not a perfect country. But I have traveled all over this world, and I am telling you, there is no other country with more equality for all than this country. This writer challenges anyone to find that country that has more blessings in it than America. You won't find it, and those who do not appreciate what God has blessed us with, they will be the ones that are hindering the safety and security we enjoy and take for granted so easily in this nation. That is why people and all different races come from all over the world to live here in this country. Our nation blessed by God as long as we appreciate and have respect for each other. My hope is not only that you will like reading all of my poems, but they will create a visual experience through words. These words will elicit feelings of happiness, fulfillment of spirit, hope and confidence, as well as pain that is being deeply felt in this country, across all races and faiths, making us all want to stop and pause, to make you reflect through introspection of a person's private thoughts. By every man and women of age to vote, first their minds with facts and information of all the positive things, our present administration is doing under a Trump presidency. Second, with their hearts. Because we don't want to have future generations trying to achieve their goals, to reach for the stars in a nation under a leadership like they have in many socialist countries, like the way the Russian people have been treated. We want our future generations to have the freedom to have an entrepreneurial spirit as an individual, as well as the spirit of our nation. Our jobs, homes, foreclosures in record numbers, as well as 75% or more of the country in bankruptcy to save their family homes and future generations, families, wealth, family farms, ranches and estates, small family businesses. This is all about family, the backbone of this country. The family needs to be held as a sacred institution, preserved in liberty and freedom, with the law and order through obedience to God's laws. This is how we will continue on as a nation, to make a smaller government to aid families, to function and live in this country of freedom and free exchange of new ideas for all people. Please, my hope is this chapter will open the eyes of all, no regardless of color or religious ideology, the undecideds, to not want to go back in time. We don't want to go back to being one paycheck away from poverty. The only one who can accomplish this for our nation is Donald J. Trump. He has already done it and continues to do it. At the time of this writing, something truly momentous and prophetic happened on the south lawn of the White House. Not in more than 4 administrations past has this even been given importance. The President, our President. We have now believes in peace through strength. This was made evident when the Abraham Accords was signed by Israel, America, and 2 other Middle Eastern countries, and hopefully peace will be realized for those who want peace in the Middle East. The other 2 countries there to sign the historic documents to start the process of peace through partnership were UAE and Bahrain. The foreign minister who spoke rather good English. No need for a translator. Thanks all concerned in helping to make this possible, as well as stating that President Donald J. Trump was a statesman. This man that our nations see as a peacemaker and statesman is vilified by our own people, while nations of others see him as a healer of people's hurts throughout the world. The one who mock him and persecute him are like the ones 2,000 years ago, who mocked and vilified the one true peacemaker and Savior that God sent to us to help us be cleansed and blessed so that we could live in peace and security. These people are on the wrong side of history, and God is telling us to be prepared, and He has given us the best person for the times. We as a nation need to keep Him leading these people of our country and making this nation great again. So, open your eye. America, a man of peace through strength, is standing before you, and finally, because not for money, fame, or anything, but love of this nation, these people and His God. The salesman believes anything can be accomplished. They do not believe in the can't. He doesn't assume that anything can't be stretched to fit. Our president, Donald J. Trump, is the quintessential salesman. This is how he approaches the decision-making process. Rather than what his security advisors and his administration says, he takes in all the advice from any source he can get the information he needs. He is an avid watching of all news 24/7 cycles. He takes all sides into consideration. Many people are set in their ways. But my father used to say, if you stop learning, you stop growing. I'm sure he needs everything he picks up, like my father used to do. Both of them come from the same generation. When my father went home to be with the Lord in 2009, his passing was right before the inauguration of Obama administration. He said on the day he died, "I'm so glad that I will not be here to see what Obama will do to our country." This was a very true statement. My father was a Rhodes Scholar and worked in many different avenues, especially advertising industry in NYC. My father loved NYC the same way that President Trump loved NYC. They were both born and raised in Queens, NY. They both were proud of where they were raised, and now people are fleeing NY, as if there was a plague there. There is a plague there, but that is not the COVID-19. It is unfortunately poor leadership. I have to say that I wish that Donald Trump Jr. would run for the mayor of that great city, to make that city the queen, She deserves to be. After everything N.Y. has gone through since rebuilding from the catastrophic event of 9/11, we were able to get through that time because we had the greatest mayor in history at that time, and it was Mayor Rudolph Giuliani. We need someone like him again, but a younger version. I believe the president's son would make a great mayor for rebuilding NY with law and order. This city needs to be shown to its citizens to be safe and secure again. They have lost so much revenue, and they continue to lose citizens to other places where people are able to bring back their businesses in the aftermath of COVID-19. The city with all the greatest restaurants and culture is going down in flames. No, it's just going down the state. Going up in flames is another poorly run state. California. Maybe these states should try another strategy like voting for Republicans and making proper advances toward future prosperity for our nation's people. The generation, both the president and my father come from, was one of respect and obedience to our great Almighty God. A generation that had respect for family and quality education for all. The core principles and laws more important, the opinions. Today's day is just the opposite. Nobody takes facts as being absolute unless they can add their own commendation to these facts. How they came out in the end is which side you are on. Opinion, especially popular majority opinion, is so overpowering these days. The next generation will go through a new word that I learned and has been added to the dictionary. I heard it for the first time in history. Value confusion. They will not know what is wrong or right. It won't matter if it is more obvious than the nose on a person's face. It will be debated until it becomes divisive to one side and a weapon to the other. But the salesman's philosophy is there is no such word as can't. If it is something that offends, which is defined as to challenge, to create outcomes that are outside of the status quo. This is why salesmen have a can-do attitude. They ask, has it ever been tried? Not that it can't be done or don't ever think to try it. There was no meeting of the minds with most of the evil foreign leaders with the last administration. This was because he believed it was statesmanlike. This is why our nation went down so far so fast. Eloquent speech and politeness is left up to the many ambassadors. The president put in strategic places. I wouldn't say Nikki Haley. Our UN ambassador is no lightweight, but she is effective in her position, even though before she knew our president she had strong objections to his behavior patterns. When she was interviewed early on in his presidency, she was asked, "So does he tell you what to say and do?" She in essence said to this interviewer, "He gives me his program of each situation, and then I take it from there." There is no micro-managing from the president. The president puts the people in place and allows them to do the job they were placed to do in that position. The president believes the people he puts in position that they are qualified to do the job, to protect the American people. I have seen that in watching interviews about the president or when the reporter is talking directly to the president. When the question has been about the revolving door of the hiring and firing of President Trump's advisors and cabinet secretaries, the president weighs the situation of whether to let go of someone. Basically, if they are not able to adjust to be useful in helping make solution to problems, how quickly he acts on things that are top priority for the American people. A good example was Secretary Tillerson. After working with Trump for more than 8 months, he was not delivering what President Trump needed to accomplish. So as all good bosses of successful companies do, when the person in the position is ineffective, you let them go. Pompeo was perfect for this position of Secretary of State, the position he now holds from coming off a successful time of being the head of the CIA. Pompeo was perfect for this position now because he and President Trump has worked closely for the better part of 3 years, and they were of the same mindset and convictions. They all agreed that it would take both diplomacy and in-your-face strength. So Donald J. Trump knows when to let go of the proverbial dead wood. The way he is working toward stirring things up is to clear the decks and start looking at the old agreements and see where improvement is needed and act on it, not go with the usual flow of status quo. It needs to be said at the time of this writing, especially in this chapter, why Trump was a good salesman. His strategy for peace in the Middle East shows a perfect example of how Trump works. He puts those in place who have motivation to get the job done, no matter how many times. You have to make false starts until you arrive at the right formula. Trump knew fracking quickly would solve the problem with jobs in the energy field. He also knew that we needed to be energy independent before we could begin to negotiate from a position of strength in the Middle East. As soon as America took themselves out of the loss column when it came to OPEC and not being under the thumb of foreign oil producers, then it would be time to negotiate first, with the embassy to be moved to Jerusalem to show them America stood with them as a friendly nation. He is trying to do the same with North Korea, but he needs more time for Chairman Kim to see how the military, consumer cooperative of the Middle Eastern nations will work. This will be a winning formula for all accords to follow. Even the bad actor nations know this. Oslo knows it too. Before this writer was able to complete this chapter, there was an announcement of monumental proportions, and this writer would be remiss if she did not include it in this book. September 18, 2020. Around 8 p.m. Eastern Time. The passing of an amazing, iconic figure was broadcasted across the news wires. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg had died at 87 years of age. She may be gone, but her legacy will live on in all generations of women to come who enter into the legal arena. She was a pioneer for women in all walks of life, especially, I believe, the mother. She forged a path for the mother at home with children to have not only great faith, but to show through her fortitude and strength that women can have it all. She was a law student when there were 9 women in her class of 500 men. She was a small, petite woman in stature, but what she accomplished made her larger than life on the world stage. I believe that we will never forget the little women from Brooklyn who came from humble beginnings, the women who showed the world that justice must be equal under the law, especially for minorities and the voiceless. Single mothers should be allowed to work and give their children a better life than be tethered to government agencies. These agencies should aid these mothers not take over their integrity and dignity to be able to be a role model for their daughters, to be able to stand and be counted in any industry in the world. This should be one of the priorities of this administration, especially with having President Trump's daughter leading the charge, a mother who understands the struggles of working mothers. Even though our President and Justice Ginsburg were light years apart in their views, she, as he loved our country, justice, and her faith as a Jewish American citizen, was deep, and I'm sure she silently cheered when the American embassy was moved to Jerusalem, like all those of the Jewish faith. His intense love for family, faith, and this country was no more or less important than our president's. They both wanted the same thing. They just had different ways of arriving at the same goal. President Trump is a champion for women, as evidenced by him having more women in top levels of his administration than any other. That kind of philosophy will just become stronger as he decides who to give the 9th position. He wants to put someone in place that has a great love of justice for all people, regardless of color of skin, gender, or religious belief. There is nothing this country cannot rise above. This nomination is going to make a great difference in the presidential election. Who is nominated by Trump will make the shift towards who will sit in the People's House for the next 4 years. Do we want a man of strength and great faith, for family and country to lead his people to a nation of freedom to continue on to the future? Or do we want a puppet with those behind the curtain, pulling the strings for their own greed and need, and with an interest in helping the American people to continue this great experiment we call America? God is a salesman, and the opportunity is getting closer to fulfill the promises made to his people. Those who are great believers have their eyes and ears open to what is really taking place in this country. This is not a referendum on Trump, but really with Biden as the opposition candidate. This is more a referendum on Obama-Biden of the disastrous 2008-2016 administration. Everything else is just empty noise. We can already see the product Trump is giving us through the great prosperity we achieved in the first term of his presidency. If not for Trump being elected, and you all must already know that this writer believes it was an act of divine intervention, we would not be in such a good place with this virus running rampant throughout the world. It was Trump's administration who made sure that before this plague hit, that we were financially, militarily, and had the ability to enlist the private sector as a partner to help this nation get through the worst pandemic in the history of this world. But if not for Trump being elected, we never would have had the kind of strength we needed, because the previous administration left us with empty cupboards, as President Trump said. Trump's connections with business was the reason why we are snapping back to a better economy than before. The COVID-19 pandemic hit the shores of this country because we had a businessman in the White House, and we need 4 more years of those abilities of negotiating to get our country to come all the way back. And this is what God's people want to have too. A great salesman in the people's house doing the people's business for a prosperous future. Chapter 17. Show of force election interference. A single attack can have widespread consequences. Free and fair elections are the cornerstone of our democracy. Our adversaries have the capacity and mindset to interfere in our elections. Support for our needs. All 50 states and others are engaging with private sector to ensure the fairness of our upcoming elections. Now, they are trying to use the COVID-19 virus to keep people from the polls on Election Day. This is the wrong thing to do. We all need to get to the polls and vote the way. Our constitutional rights say we are to vote. This is not the right way to make sure an election is fair by mailing in the ballots and hoping they get there to be counted. We don't want to wait months until we know who our elected by the people choice for President of the USA. This kind of vote deserves the kind of reverence that our forefathers made sure by the framework of our Constitution provides, that we have a president by the people, for the people and of the people. I hope and pray that there is a landslide vote, so there is no question of who the American people have chosen to lead this nation for these next 4 years. There is one who asked God for wisdom and knowledge to help to lead the people of this nation. There is one who is trying to put himself in the office of president because he has tried it over and over and all times failed. So, he believes he is entitled to this office because he is pliable to the wrong side and conveying a message of owing everyone and their brother. When he get into that office, he covets this office, and that is no way to want to represent the people of this nation, America. They call the White House the people's house for a reason. That reason is so the one who occupies that position on president is doing it for the people who put him in that office. This is no time for the people to non-chillingly just pick a candidate. This is one of the most important decisions the American voter can make for the future of this nation and the future of our children and their children's for generations to come. It worked this way for more than 250 years, and when something is not broken, you don't fix it. Halfway through the first term of President Trump, our economy is strong, flourishing and prosperous across the world stage. President Trump is being congratulated by other world leaders across the globe, and now the nation, our nation America, has grown and is growing at leaps and bounds more than any financial analyst predicted. The markets are nearly at $30,000. Even after a worldwide lockdown of more than 180 days, the country is coming back stronger than pre-COVID-19 days. We owe all of this to God, who is watching over all his people. We are, according to our president, the envy of the economy of the world. The annual economy surged in all 3 years, its highest growth rate in 13 years. Only one man can get us back there after the country shut down from this pandemic. We as Americans pray that wanting prosperity and unity is what we want for this country to move forward into the 21st century. We don't want anarchy as we have been seeing across this nation during the last few months. It shows that the Democrats who are letting this beautiful American cities and states go to ruin because they want to use everything as a political tool to make our president look bad. I thought it was funny when people like Cuomo in NY during the height of this disease was given every supply needed and requested, but did not even use any of it as the seniors of his city and nursing homes all across the state of NYLI and Queens died. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that he should have used the hospitals built by the Army Corps of Engineers, and those people who died would still be alive, than trying to put that responsibility that clearly falls to the governor of the states on the federal government response. When, according to Cuomo in his own words, the nation heard loud and clear from both Cuomo and de Blasio that Trump's response was amazing and quick for the American people. Too bad videotape and audio tape is forever. We have a record that cannot be erased. Don't matter how many times the liberal media tries to spin it. These states and cities run by these Democratic governors and mayors are doing their citizens a disservice. They need to open their eyes and make a change so that they can have different results. The kind of results that will benefit the citizens of these democratic cities and states. They are out of control and derelict in their responsibilities to the citizens that voted them into office. To even think about defunding police is a ludicrous example of dereliction of duty, and all of these elected officials who allowed these riots and burnings to go on in all of these places in our nation should resign for failure to carry out their elected mandates. Why is President Trump using Twitter? It was right before they made him the primary Republican candidate for the presidency. He explained that the younger generation is on Twitter and he wanted to be able to directly communicate. Reagan had the television and FDR the radio. President Trump wanted to use social media to its fullest extent. This was to show young people how their government works for them and will work for them, and should work for them in the future. Twitter is being used as a political tool for the politicians widely now. So, the younger generation can be a part of the conversation. So politicians can't hide the abuses and corruption going on in the swamp. If anybody watched the Maria Bartiromo interview, President Trump wants to have free trade for reciprocal trade. Nobody would have been aware of this fact if Twitter had not been widely used to get out these facts, since the mainstream media never reported anything about Trump as it came out, without their negative slant on its content. It's disgusting that we, the American people, cannot trust the news media to give us real news in real time like we used to get. It's time we brought back the true journalist and left the commentators to the talk show shock radio circuit of the past. He, President Trump, wants to have free trade and put it down as a plan. The EU said, no, they don't want free trade for reciprocal trade. He is making them all come to the table to make new deals. This is in itself a big show of force. Trump always makes sure the American people have the edge before he sits down to negotiate. He says himself just recently in an interview with Mark Levin, you need to know when to walk away from the table. By walking away from a contentious situation allows you to keep the edge and not have to give in and agree to all their demands before a deal is made. Once you agree with their demands, they win, and you receive nothing. It's like giving the other side a blank check, and they just fill in the amount they want to extort from us. This is not President Trump's way, and it has allowed him to make all these good deals for the American people. There have been many good deals for the last 3 years that have made our nation, America, stronger than it has been in a long time. That a way of flexing brain muscle instead of military muscle. Our president is probably the smartest strategist we have ever had as a sitting president in the White House. I'm sure if they tested his IQ, it would be off the charts. Our president is light years away from his advisors when it comes to ideas about how to make this nation flourish on all levels and with all crises. That same interview, he answered the situation dealing with why there are so many forest fires that turn into wild blazes in California, Nevada, Oregon, and the state of Washington, where all our beautiful national parks. They are also, as the governor of California recently said in a news conference, that 56% are federal lands. So to my ears would be giving President Trump an opening to send in federal people to start making those changes necessary for forest maintenance and vegetation to show in real time that President Trump is right and show them all that their fantasies about climate change is never going to be the answer for all the destruction a human error will cause as to why those fires started in California and turned into dangerous and deadly blazes. The president should start a commission to make the forests safer, so the wildfires and the monetary destruction would be a thing of the past, and just take authority over the whole situation. Because if this pie-in-the-sky idea of diminishing energy in these Democrat-run states continue, the citizens of these states will leave, and these beautiful states that are depicted in our song for America, "Oh Beautiful," will be ghost towns. This can and should not be acceptable to carry on in this great nation. Along with the rioting and looting and destruction of the life's work of our great people, who are supposed to be protected and given safety and security on our main streets. So, our children can ride their bikes and play baseball in our national parks. We need to make the elected officials accountable. Instead, we see no improvements by getting those who are hurting this country out of office. The real show of force will take place when each American voter goes to the polls and claims, "Enough, we are the ones with the power." Well, I used to be. But that does not change the fact that we need to stand by the leaders who are trying to protect us from the harmful rioting, looting, and theft of our fundamental rights under a great Constitution. Educating our youth with truth is another way of making a show of force with the intellect of the next generation. Not filling the heads and hearts of our youth with militance and anarchy, but love of their fellow man and their nation, America. I want so much to get out of federal prison after my sentence of possibly God willing. The laws are changed to take my children and grandchildren to other countries, to show them just how much we have here in America, and how many of us, because of political anger, do not appreciate the gifts of grace God has given the people of this nation, America. As I said in the previous paragraph, President Trump plays three-dimensional chess, while all the others, his opponents throughout the world, are playing checkers. He thinks faster than most people, as he has done most of his life. I put a challenge that if they were to test his IQ, it would be off the charts. His demeanor and presence has a way of getting the ear and the heart of America, and there is more hope and confidence in this country than there. Those new laws would be continuing to benefit women, as well as many minority groups. Those groups especially include single mothers. They are now the largest percentage of households, more than 65% in this nation. We need to start looking very carefully at this vulnerable group and figure a way that the private business sector can partner with their elected officials to create a new environment for the working and singles working mother, so they can fulfill their dreams of having a career and a family, as the amazing iconic legend of our Supreme Court was able to do during her purposeful lifetime. We are on the crest of a new ways of looking at our nation. We need to tread lightly and with great reverence for the core values God has endowed in this nation, America. Our president is going throughout the country to make sure his message is getting across to hold firm and stay in faith. We don't want the past losses and lost hopes back. The Republicans are on fire in a positive way, and people like Biden, Harris, Warren, and Sanders, the four of them, want to extinguish the eternal fire for our future. As I listened to these commentators after the president spoke to the farmers, steel workers, manufacturers, and all blue-collar workers, as well as first responders, police and fire service providers to their communities. There were a lot. President Trump states in his many rallies filled to capacity with thousands of our nation's people. The soul of our nation live in our people, and the destination is found in out two hands. We all salute same flag. We are all made by the same Almighty God. I will never stop fighting for you. You are the ones who are making America great again. The main theme of the rally for the steel workers was workforce and buy American steel. He also met with the farmers. When the China government was trying to make the farmers and ranchers the victim of failed negotiations to make Trump look bad to the American people, the Chinese, to try to get the upper hand in the negotiations with President Trump, targeted the farmers and ranchers of America. Trump turned the tables, and he not only made the tariffs so big it hurt China's trade deals, but the president used the tariffs received from China to America and funneled $28 billion of that money directly to aiding the farmers and ranchers. This was another way that President Trump would make a show of force against a foreign power, and to show the forgotten men and women, the ones who by the sweat of their brow and their hands are God's most honorable people, building their lives for their families and their future generations from the land God graced us with, so that our food chain supply would continue in earnest with the support of our president to feed this nation and other nations. Because not only did the president keep his promise by making sure the farmers could endure while the trade talk went on with China, but He showed his loyalty to the farmers standing with him by China, ordering the largest order of corn and soy they have ever ordered from the U.S. farmers, as well as cattle from our ranchers. Our president has left no one behind. By being confident in his negotiations is his way of making a show of force to protect the people. God gave him to be a leader in this nation, America, and why the people need to stand with him for 4 more years, too. Finally, the president brought up the plant manager of the Granite City in one of the many places he spoke, Granite City Steel. These people lost everything, and how the community suffered, until they brought the plant back online for their community. All of the people in the audience with smiling faces, we owe to you, our president. This is why I am a forever Trumper. I went through situations like this when I was a child growing up in the 70s, and my father lost his job and we had to struggle through very lean times. But families always make it through because of the values that we were instilled with by our parents, and the work ethic of what we once had in this nation of builders and creators. Our country is becoming prestigious again. Our country is back. You read where North Korea is acting toward a positive agreement. It has not happened yet. But as they say, Rome was not built in a day. Give him the time necessary. Look what he has done in these few years. Imagine what can be done with 4 more years. His adversaries are imaging and wishing this man was someone they had on their side. It used to be that when a president was elected in this nation, we all rallied around that person as our leader of the free world. Now this is not the case, and it is sad we are wasting so much time for the citizens of this great nation called America. I feel sorry for the future generations because they will be the victims of the sore losers we obviously have in our government. But not just sore losers, they are agitators of a very twisted, distorted view of what our great heroes throughout history have tried to leave behind. The anarchists of the left are making the wrong show of force. It is up to our president and his administration, our people's president, to be able to turn this negativity around. The Democratic left-wing candidate does not even know what year it is, much less how to solve the problems of this nation. It would do his legacy good if he took the way of integrity and said, "We do not have a candidate for our side this time around," and concede before he embarrasses all the people who are looking to him as the right candidate. If he told the truth about his health and said he doesn't have the stamina or the energy to run this nation. This would be the right thing to do, and nobody would fault him for it. We would even respect him for it. We should believe that the more power we have, the more people should not abuse it. That would be the right thing to do. This would be what the people of this nation are looking for. Transparency and truth, finally before it is too late to change it, and we get into deep that we can't dig our way out. President Trump has put his heart and soul into the people of this nation, and has only asked one thing from those who elected him, the same thing Solomon asked for from God, to have the wisdom and knowledge needed to help lead God's people to a right and prosperous future. This is what is happening, and those who mean this country harm, they call it a revolution. Those people don't want this country to survive, and they are using this lockdown to cause havoc and anarchy, to tear everything down, so they can rebuild a monster from the ruined lives of their bad activities. The American people are not fools, and they are better off now than they were 4 years ago. The majority, if they closed their eyes and saw just the policies of our president, and didn't see subjectively but objectively what they want, this country to be, and mean for families of this nation, when the dust clears, is a land of the free and the home of the brave. It's worked for more than 200 years, through numerous wars where the show of force has been only used to protect Americans, both on our land and abroad. We are not the aggressors. We are blessed to be the peacemakers, and we have a statesman in our midst who knows when to or when not to make a show of force. The many things this president is doing has not been of military might, but a show of force at the negotiating table. The biggest, strongest military. Now China on the brink of collapse because of the use of tariffs used by our president. Bringing back the 60,000 American factories. Bringing back our pharmaceutical from overseas. making Puerto Rico the new center for developing pharmaceuticals for America. Getting back what we have lost from other countries with terrible agreements, i.e. Iran deal, NAFTA. Replacing NAFTA with the U.S., MCA. Getting rid of the mandatory fine for not buying health insurance. Making hospitals give more transparency when it comes to billing of services to patients. Reducing drug prices with the big pharma. The toughest sanctions on Iran, China and Russia, and especially North Korea. Making allies with UK when it comes to the vaccine. Rolling back heavy-handed, unnecessary regulations, allowing businesses to hire and buy more of what they need. Helping the farmers, food pantries, food banks, making the food supply chain a priority. Trucking industry, revamping the FDA, collecting more from NATO allies, coming out of endless wars, putting fine appointments of federal justices on the bench, rulings as per the written Constitution, pro-life and religious freedom. The Second Amendment. Low unemployment for all minority groups, school choice, opportunity zones to help minority-owned businesses. There is so much more I would need to write another book. That will be for his Swent term. Look for it. Chapter 18. This is a special industry. The special industry to a man like President Trump. Of course, this industry is steel. For him to get elected and not to do anything to make this industry stable, again in the American economy, is unthinkable. He states, "I'm not like other politicians, because I am not a politician." Not the way it is understood in this day. Politicians, he always believed, took contributions, asked for your vote, and then broke all their promises for 4 years while in the office of the president. They residing in the people's house and treated it like their personal space. This was not the path they were supposed to take. The path they were to take was to fulfill their promises to the people of the nation that voted for them to hold the highest office in the land. To request from God, our Almighty Father, the same request made by Solomon 2,000 years ago. Give me, please, the wisdom and knowledge to lead your people, God, in the right direction toward all you have given to them. President Trump, in that vein, asks his people in every rally he does how he is doing. That is a leader that is working for the American people. We are the ones who hired him to hold this sacred office. This office created by a righteous man, our first president, George Washington. For those who have not been given the true history of where our country actually started, he also was a reluctant man who did not want to lead. He did not lead like a king as king. George said to him, "Now you can lead like a king, you've won it all." But, like president, he wanted to lead his people by asking them what were their needs and try in earnest to supply those needs for the good of the people of the nation. He was elected to lead. I believe that is much like our first president in his resolve to keep the politicians in Washington to do for the American people. He speaks of Abraham Lincoln a lot, but Lincoln had to have a path already laid for him before he could make the changes that were necessary. Without a working framework, there are no revisions to something that does not exist and sustain time through all the growing pains this country had to endure, and the steel industry was one of those innovative ideas that changed the shape of this country into a powerful, booming statement with this great and changing industry. The people, when our president asked how he was doing, yelled loudly, "Great, President Trump, keeps his promises. And when person keeps his promises, you can trust that person. A person who keeps their promises, our American people know that he is one that can be trusted. We are a people that lives by experiences, and when we experience a politician keeping their promises, it is a phenomenon. The steel industry is bringing back more than what was estimated in number of jobs for the American people. A second steel plant will mean 1,000 jobs. This means the numbers in steel production will continue to rise in the future years. American steel is the best quality steel in the world. Quality is not what we have to worry about. As President Trump said, since he was a builder in his past life, if you don't have steel industry, you don't have a sovereign country. Days of turning American jobs and taking our wealth are over, as long as we have a businessman and builder, and not a career politician of 50 years in the White House to our foreign competitors. 2/3 of American steel companies in the past decade before Trump, our president, went out of business. There were more than 70,000 working Americans in the industry lost their jobs, hopes, and then their way of life. Other nations seized the moment this happened and targeted us, the USA. Our trade deficit balance of $817 billion with B dollars a year was lost to this nation in trade. Our leaders said the only choice again, before Trump, was economic surrender. We are at the best economy, pre-COVID-19, and we are coming back strong. The American people are itching to get out of their forced imprisonment to get the country back on the clock, again. We are like a pressure cooker ready to boil over. This is why the part of the country who is rioting and looting believes they have the upper hand, but they do not. The silent majority that owes this president a debt needs to have patience and believe the man who made and kept promises will do it again, even better. God is testing this nation. He blessed more than 200 years ago, and He wanted us to pass that valley test. We are, as I said, in the best economy we have ever had in history. God is blessing this man in the White House. He has not only fulfilled our promises, but gives the glory to God in every speech he makes. He knows who we owe all that we have to, our Almighty God. People need to see this and kneel to our God so we can stand tall for our American flag. Only those in an industry like steel can appreciate that work ethic and the parents who worked their life to the bone to get those athletes who are disrespecting the country that blessed them with everything they have, that allows them live, large, in this life. They need to realize what God gave to them, He can take away in a minute of their not appreciating it. It is time to strengthen this country and stand behind this man, who no body believed should be president, but that is exactly how our God works. He sees the heart of a person, just as He did with David, another man who gave to his people. But remember all the bad things he also did in his life, but a God still built and promised a thriving nation around him. God is doing the same for President Trump and his administration. Anyone with eyes of faith can see where the blessings are landing. He was chosen at this time to be the president for these times, to straighten out the problems for the American voter, as if the American everyday man and women prayed for it to happen, and the prayer was answered. God's plan will not be derailed. These promises were made by many, but it was this man, already sitting in the White House, who is fulfilling the promises of the people of this nation. A God-centered, God-fearing nation at one time. And all of these valleys we are going through is that if you don't appreciate what you are given by grace, then you will lose it. We do not want to be a country that starves and is deprived of our God-given freedoms. Take it from someone who has lost her freedom because of the selfishness of others. Those who only believed in greed and not in people. This was all done by people who did not care, did not know or care about this great country. According to those people, we were never great. We are here today because America never surrenders, and we are fighting back once again. Even the slow, grounded Republican machine has gained a new confidence and airs. They need to keep that momentum and keep following their leader so that they don't stumble and use him as the stepping stone to their bright future. They need to stand together, stop hemming and hawing. The one thing about the Democrats, their thinking may be flawed, but they are a tight-knit group of dirty, rotten scoundrels. If the Republicans stand together and start watching each other's back when it comes to not only the president's re-election, but he needs his Congress and his Senate to stay in power with him. There is no getting things done without having his people to help make that forward momentum for the American voter. Steelworkers are back to work and making American steel into the spine of our country. As always, President Trump thanks the people who help to make these policies. Then he goes on to thank people in the industry and the true stories of the everyday worker showing their work ethic. This country is starting to live by two very important rules. 1. Buy American. 2. Hire American. Trump's promise to the voter. The GDP numbers will prove that promises that were made on the campaign trail and kept by the president were acted upon. U.S. is re-entering the steel industry and creating new and fulfilling career opportunities. Trump likened himself to be one of the American steel workers. He identified himself with the everyday American steel workers and the blue-collar workers. He did this as he spoke at the steel mill in Granite City, Illinois. The same way he had a huge firework display out in the open, and everybody in awe of its beautiful display. But the mainstream media saying, "Oh, it was not really anything." They went on to say, "You did not miss anything. They are all delusional." Every economic metric I'd strong as this country, pre-COVID-19, removes the red ink from our books. This will be done again. Manufacturing is also a strong industry, and we are bringing it all back to the American worker. There was a job for every person with Trump as president. The virus was a stumbling block for others but a stepping stone for Trump. Trump did not believe as a strong leader to make the American voter worry needlessly. He was and is a strong leader, and it is his responsibility to carry the burden of worrying and keeping the country from going into a panic mode. It is a strong leader who keeps their citizens calm while he calms the storms that are raging in front of us. I believe it will come back and bite them. We are experiencing history here, and instead of the mainstream media enjoying the history-making policy that will make President Trump one of the best presidents we have had in a very long time, people are going to ask them, "Where were you? Did you miss it?" Chapter 19. Violating my constitutional rights. The U.S. Attorney was removed off my case and every other case relating to my case. He was not substituted or put to another case or another division. He was told by the Chief Justice of the Appeals Court, in my oral argument of my appeal of 2015, that he had overstepped and violated my constitutional rights. However, no one believed that his being terminated was a red flag to say this case was mishandled, meaning he did something wrong, and the Department of Justice wanted to sweep it under the rug. If not for the elected officials who could be moving things forward and making things better. These are things like First Step Act, First Time Federal Offender Act, Mens Rea Act. These new acts voted upon by Congress can help to get cases overturned left and right, and the number of cases being overturned because of defendants fighting their cases after having to plead guilty through the intimidation, which is the Justice Department trying to make another notch on their legal belt. To me, that means the government's abuses of our constitutional rights are phenomenal. The ratio of plea agreements are 98%. Only about 2% go to trial, as that is their constitutional right. But isn't it interesting that when the defendant is comfortably oppressed behind bars and has had time to really get some facts, that they work to turn over their conviction? We are finding that many attorneys who make their living as a government CJA, Criminal Justice Act, attorneys. They are private attorneys utilized from a list that are appointed by the court. In your case, if you think these attorneys work for you like the Constitution says they are supposed to, they don't. They work for the court, and their main aim is to be able to be given more clients appointed to them by this application process. Some attorneys make their living this way. So the faster they get one case done, the faster they will receive another case. Unfortunately, most of these attorneys are overwhelmed by this caseload. This is why the plea bargain is preferable to the broken court system that is still active today. We are entitled to be innocent until proven guilty. This is the defendant's constitutional right, but only 2% go to trial, and only 1% with a private attorney wins their acquittal. This is a statistical anomaly. It certainly doesn't prove true. That is why it seems like the deck is stacked against the person fighting for their right to be heard in an American court. Also, they punish the ones that go to trial by giving longer sentences for the same charge that a person who takes a plea gets. There is almost 75% longer sentence for the one who tries to avail themselves of their constitutional rights. A plea agreement is just a contract. Since the person charged with a crime doesn't in most cases see the evidence against them, they usually are offered a plea agreement without knowing all the terms of the agreement or the evidence they have against the person. This is an unfair contract and would be voided on its face in civil practice. But it is like rolling the dice, our criminal court system. I would rather take the odds in Vegas, at least you know the house always wins. There are no surprises. The Justice Department also helps the defendant to practically commit perjury while allocuting at their sentence in front of a judge, because most defendants who take a plea never get the chance to think about what they are doing. They have to say to the judge at their sentencing hearing that they have seen their evidence in their case, and this is simply not a true statement. Then after they start serving their sentence based on their plea agreement, they realize from others, and looking at other cases, that many try to overturn their case by filing a motion 2255 after conviction. The Justice Department has tried to persuade the system, so they put in a waiver that if they take a plea, they cannot appeal or use any after-conviction 2255 motion, ineffective assistance of counsel. This has now been won through arguments in Supreme Court cases. But many incarcerated persons are not able to understand that they can try to overturn their case. That is why it is important for the Department of Justice to allow pro bono attorneys with the cooperation of the BOP-FBOP. This way, we, the incarcerated, cannot be vulnerable to unfair treatment under the law. This is what a lot of rioting and burning is about. If people would sit down and talk to each other and try to communicate to make equal treatment for everyone under the law, this disparity of numbers of incarcerated would be solved, and everyone would feel they were heard not based on color, culture, or religious affiliation. This is coming from the hand of an incarcerated person who is not a colored person but still suffers the same indignities, as well as many thousands who are imprisoned every day. Incarceration today knows no preference to gender, color, culture, religion, or socioeconomic status. Although if you have money like the University Blues case, which made me ill, the famous star and her husband who ran the Justice Department around in circles for more than 10 months, got on average all told, no more than 3 years for doing worse than what I was charged with, who got more than 10 years. What I am saying is, my bank account didn't have as many zeros as they had in their overflowing coffers. They had more than most, and their greed and disrespect for those who are not as fortunate as they were decided that their kids were more important than kids that worked their ass off to get somewhere in life. This is where the justice system is unfair to those who cannot afford to financially pay for their 1 or 2 errant mistakes. But wealthy families don't have their lives ruined and torn apart. They just wave their hand dismissively and move to the next big deal to pay off their next big mistake. There is always another one, because the elitists, don't have to pay the consequences for their actions unless that payment is in many stacks of Benjamins. My mother used to tell me it's not what you know but who you can pay off. This is a bad testament to this country professing democracy. This is why Lady Justice is blind, but she is not stupid. People with money and status have been getting away with illegal activity for generations. You can go as far back as the beginning of the industrial age and the mighty titans of this new country, Rockefellers, Morgans, Carnegie. They all made their fortunes by stealing and treating their fellow man like there were less than they were. We are all made in the same image of our Almighty God, and we are all given the opportunities to make our way. Some do it morally and with God's ways, and others justify their behavior with how much money they can throw at the problem. This is why our Justice Department and court system needs to be reworked. I come from a family of lawyers, and that is why I like the study of law, and this is what our iconic Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg liked it, because justice is not supposed to care how much a person has, what their social status is, and what color their skin is, or their gender. But, just like all systems that hold the power of the people in their hands, there is corruption everywhere. There is those who think they can game the system, and they are not your common criminal, but your elitist politician, and we, the common everyday American voter, gives them that power. You can have all the money in the world and the fame, but the most powerful weapon should be in this country. By the people, for the people. And a government of the people is the right for every individual American to weigh, is by the simple power. We are all given to change the course of history, the vote. This is why we are more than elated by putting more and more conservatives judges on both the federal circuit courts and the Supreme Court. To stop relegating the Constitution, but to apply the law as written in the Constitution. in most cases in the federal district courts is all hearsay. Who can you turn through intimidation to win your case? My U.S. attorney, after my case and still after my appeal, even though I did not win, was reprimanded for his overstepping of my constitutional rights. There was no other steps taken to right this terrible wrong for a first-time federal offender with absolutely no criminal record. It was not until I got to the real show, federal prison, that I found out that more than 65% of the women incarcerated in federal prison were first-time federal offenders. I thought there was real hope when they put forward the First-Time Federal Offenders Act. It never happened, all the waiting, and it turned into a watered-down version. But that went even further to despair. It was replaced by a half-baked programming bill called the First Step Act. We are still waiting for the real law that we were promised. This is all just the government's way to allow forced labor for very little wages. If you want to call $20 an hour for backbreaking work a living wage, we are in here charged with a crime. Nowhere in my sentence did the judge say we are going to put you to work, hard labor, while we pay you practically nothing. We are also going to take money out of that, nothing, to help pay your restitution, not to mention immigrants to stay in this country as long as they do the manual labor that, according to self-absorbed elitists, liberals, we need these people here because they are good at cleaning the dishes in restaurants, sewing clothes, working as domestic and in the fields of our American farms. These are things that we American citizens used to do, and most rural farmers still do as family-owned farms. Being incarcerated has showed me a whole new world of work ethic. This facility, the federal government, is making a business on housing people, men and women, for $20 an hour. The American workforce is complaining about $15 an hour. We do everything in this facility for less than starting at $20 an hour. We work from sun-up to sundown, 7 days a week. You don't see people marching in the streets to support the incarcerated person, all persons and their lousy working conditions. One very sad story stays in my mind and my heart. President Trump was not in office at the time. I was incarcerated in 2013. In 2014, when I was transferred to a federal camp, Coleman, Florida, for serving my sentence, I met a wonderful woman. She had a very strong work ethic and practically ran the government-owned Unicorp of 88 years in business for the federal government in the federal prisons. It was the version of forced slave labor for the incarcerated and a giant piggy bank for the government elites who had stock in the corporation. Google it. It will surprise the babe in the woods, like me. And I was very surprised. We competed for projects in different Unicorps in different facilities. I could write a book on the corruption of the FBI alone, but this is not the book or the section. Anyway, this woman practically ran Unicorp. She was their clerk in the distribution division of the company in Coleman's camp's Unicorp. They were forced to shut down for a couple of years because many of those public officials got their hands caught in the proverbial cookie jar. But that work detail was too important for the male inmates in particular, and they needed to keep their livelihoods, such as it is. But these issues were finally cleared up and they reopened. The woman was a beautiful woman with a beautiful spirit, I say was, because that Unicorp job worked her literally to death. She was 60 years old. That is almost the age of this writer today. She never got the chance to enjoy the fruits of her labor. She died on the concrete of her unit at the camp. She died crying out for help, and the lieutenant on duty that night would not allow an inmate who was a nurse on the outside to revive her to keep her alive, to wait for the ambulance from the hospital nearby in the neighboring community. But they never came, and even if they had, it was too late. She did not belong there, and she did not have a death sentence, but she wound up with one. She should have been at home. She was also a first-time federal offender with no criminal history. But the sentencing guidelines for incarcerated people does not have a 0 on it. First-time federal offenders are being sentenced unfairly, as if they already had a criminal history along with those who have criminal histories. This is constitutionally unfair and unjust. There was a proposed new sentencing table to be revised, but because there were not enough judges on the USSC, United States Sentencing Commission, that proposed revised USSC sentencing table was never revised, and there was just another piece of hope fallen by the wayside. Every time federally incarcerated waited patiently for positive change, it did not come. I was hoping this woman's death was not in vain. If they had waited one more week to charge her, the statute of limitations would have already run its course. But they waited until the very last minute and charged her. She died while her direct appeal was awaiting decision. This is just one of many stories, but the one that hurt me the most because this grandmother of 8 did not deserve to die like this, or the women who died after her. 1 month later, from insulin shock in front of the building used to feed the inmates at Coleman. We are losing the best of our mothers, sisters, wives, and grandmothers because of our need to punish those who made a mistake late in their life and received these extreme sentences for no reason. Then after they are released, they have a debt on them that finishes them off for any sort of productive life after lockup. She, like me and many others, were given unfair, long, extreme, unjust sentences. She was a grandmother. Like myself, a mother and a hard worker. But her heart was not strong enough to endure the hard work. She spent her whole life to raise a family. She was a good woman who made a mistake to help most likely her family. Much like me. President Trump is giving the incarcerated the most hope of any president in history. And I hope he can do more for us within the next 4 years if he is not obstructed at every turn. But it is time for Washington to seriously look at the incarcerated person with fresh eyes, especially after COVID-19 and the allegations of sexual abuse against these forgotten women, and to make sure the offenders are given just and fair consequences across the board. They need to start making alternatives for first-time federal offenders and give out sentences relative to the person's criminal background. And if there is no criminal history to speak of, don't turn a person who has made a mistake which is non-violent into a lengthy time in federal prison. Things like community service, payment of restitution, and other ways of dealing with these incarcerated persons. Especially women, they are the backbone of our society. They raise the children of the next generation. We are the most democratic country in the world. We need to ask ourselves why we are the most incarcerated country in the world. Chapter 20. Actual conflict of interest. Mueller is starting to look bad after 3 years and $25 million for his all-Democrat team of prosecutors. So the American taxpayer need to understand what wasting government funds looks like. Exactly what President Trump has said more than enough times. This is a witch hunt. As stated in Isaiah 7:1-9, we need to stand firm in our faith of our God and our leadership. President Trump is not a saint. And we, the American people, know that. But most of the major people in the Lord's Word were not either. They all started out as sinners. A good example of one is the conversion of Paul, who was as Pharisee named Saul, who killed and destroyed all of God's people. He made it difficult for Jesus to get things accomplished who are abusing the government. The conflict of interest across the board, Lisa Page and Peter Strzok, both working in unison on 2 separate probes. One was the Hillary probe, in which that took a tender, loving care approach, and no one was charged for the many crimes that they have committed to this day, such as putting a non-verified, non-factual dossier put forth by our intelligence agencies. Really, we should be thanking the Trump administration for bringing into the light, Matthew 10, verse 26 and 27. What is covered must be uncovered. What in the shadows? His administration wanted it all brought out. This is now being done by the Durham report. It's very interesting that mostly everything Trump talked about in the beginning of his first term is all ringing true, like a loud gong of warning in the American voters' ears. Trump, he flipped the narrative and the Democratic runhouse on its proverbial. You know what? They tried in every way to get our president, but every plan backfired on them. What they meant for bad, God turned around and made it for good. They still fail to see that God is protecting this president and blessing him the way he protected all who were favored in the Bible that had unshakable faith. If he had listened just to the science, then more than 2 million would have been infected with the virus. We all must start heeding the word of God as our president is doing, because it will be our saving grace. After more than 3 years and a failed, botched, pathetic impeachment, we should by now understand that, Just as David was blessed, our President Trump, an ordinary man, is favored by our God. As long as Trump continues to listen to God's way and follow it, Trump will continue to defy man's odds. This is just another reason for 4 more years for our people's president. This is why the evangelicals stand by this president and his sidekick Vice President Michael Pence, a known evangelical. As long as Trump continues to make policies that are for the people who cried out to God, 2 Chronicles 7:14. God will continue to bless this country and our President Donald J. Trump. Chapter 21. The Big Illusion, Delusion, No Collusion. Adam Schiff. Shifty. Schiff has no evidence of anything, never did. Tried to fool the American people, but we are not fools. This is what he failed to understand while he was trying as hard as he could to be a slick salesman. But he did not realize he was challenging a man. Light years of his lack of intelligence. He is stating on a daily basis untruths that will come to light as being just his own delusions. Just produce one piece of evidence, men like President Trump's men said. There was no there, unlike Woodward's only book worth reading a million years in the past. Still, he and his CNN commentator partner are living on that wave. It's over. There is no conspiracy here on the Republican part. You need to change tactics and move your scope of bad acts over to the Democrats. It has recently been revealed that Hunter Biden has been a very busy little bad actor in a story of what could possibly be the main theme of my next novel after I write the novel, based on Epstein and his exploits with known past Democratic leaders. And you know who you are, and better than that. The American people know who you are too. Those who hold up the mantle of morality need to look in their own mirror behaviors. The connections are not the dots being connected in the Trump administration. It is the other side, the Democrats. It seems every time a person was called to testify, the muck got deeper for the Democrats. It was not easy for them to rise above their allegations, so they just kept up the same deluded ideas that the president was going against the American people. But this was a false statement. No different than the statement made when the pharmaceutical companies said they would raise drug prices. Nothing bothers Trump more than a big industry trying to strong-arm people in America when they are unable to fight with the same power. When they wield their power to show the American people that they are untouchable. That was all Trump needed to make things change quickly. The prices started to come down. This is also a big part of the new health care package for Americans that he is going to announce to the people of this country to save them more money in their pockets than put out. Isn't this a big switch from the last administration? The collusion going on in the last administration was nothing history has ever seen. Trump was not going to allow anyone to derail his agenda to make the American people prosper again. President Trump wants to do this. My prayers, I believe, and those of the American people are being answered. We just need to hold things together and not be afraid. President Trump has restored our confidence in this country, moving forward to a stronger economic future and giving families a better way. To give families a just and fair chance to achieve this iconic idea, the American dream. That speaks to the American family becoming important. Again, to the fabric of this nation, America. We do not want the manifesto of BLM, where the family and its values should be destroyed so that the country can be rebuilt into something like a radical utopia. We are America. We are not Russia, China, or North Korea. And we won't entertain this kind of attitude in a country of the brave and the free. We do not need someone like AOC being a role model for our next future generation. She is very angry, but she is personalizing her situation growing up and projecting to the country. This is not right. She is just young, naive, and impressionable. But that is dangerous when she is given a platform on social media. Now Bernie Sanders and his militant ideas are dangerous because he wants this all done with bad intentions. No different than Karl Marx or Lenin. We have gone through too much, the American people, to not see where this glittery object is going. Don't look too close at the man behind the curtain. The man in front of the curtain is the one who is being maneuvered by the candidate. The American people would never elect in a democracy like ours. So they are trying a bait and switch, hoping we will not notice. They are so desperate for votes that they are floating an idea that indecent felons who are still in federal prison will be able to vote in this year's national election. Did they forget the only president in 40 years who has done anything for prisoners? The incarcerated is Donald J. Trump. Now, who is living in a delusion? Chapter 22. Trade and Transparency. One day. I opened up the Wall Street Journal, and there was an article that had a statement from then-candidate Donald J. Trump. This was while I was in my home during the Obama-Biden administration. He told the American people, "Don't be intimidated into giving up your home to the bank. That is because you are in trouble with the banks." He said, "Hold on, you are not the ones, the homeowner that needs to be afraid." He said, "It's the banks who were in trouble." After reading that article, it gave me a feeling of security. Enough so that I held on to both my properties. Until, 2 months after the lockdowns started, my family has been fighting predatory lenders because they were taking advantage, because the homeowner is the little guy and the banks wield the power. That was before our economy started coming back and people were losing their homes all across this country. They were losing hope and walked away from their greatest treasure. Their life in America gave their family a home. Now, we have a light at the end of the tunnel. Since 2016 national election, we are going to have to dig in if we want to have this trust and freedom again. We are going to have to go out and fight to maintain what those who have never experienced deprivation or poverty want to strip from the American people. Everyone needs to forget about the postal ballot and go in person to the ballot box to cast their vote and make it count. Otherwise, we are giving away our rights to people who are not us, but trying to commit widespread fraud to make us big losers again. The only real, authentic person who shows us himself, warts and all, is the one they do not want to win. Not because he is bad for us, but because they don't want us to figure out that they, the other party, are all smoke and mirrors. They have no true passion for their ideas. Otherwise, they would not need to advocate violence to get their point across. It would speak for itself. It would be obvious and clear. It would not have to be sold to us like a bill of goods and sleight-of-hand magic tricks. We are looking at the best time in our history, and it will only get better. We have to have patience and faith that God is making these things happen. That if you are a true person of faith, the ideas for the left are just too radical to even entertain. They do not want to put up a list of judges for the Supreme Court because they would scare the American voter with what they are planning to do to this country. We are not an experiment, and if it all falls apart, what do? We can't turn the clock back to November 3rd. So we all need to choose wisely, because this choice will change the course of this country and turn the hills where we see the top of the mountain to valleys that we can't climb our way out of. I was always afraid I was not good enough to write, so I just pushed it to the back of my life. During the 8 years, while families were trying desperately not to lose everything, they were trying to keep their homes from being foreclosed and their life savings from dwindling down to help safeguard the many losses that millions of families across the country losing their homes. I thought about it when my real estate in 2 different states were underwater. But when I was confronting that doubt, the president is shaking up everything in his administration. The reason why he has hired and fired many people in his group, this is because he wants people in his team who are effective when the situation calls for it. A great example I found the replacement of Rex Tillerson for Secretary of State with Mike Pompeo to replace him. Tillerson was not in accord with the message that President Trump wanted to get across to North Koreans. Kim Jong-un, walk softly and carry a big stick. This was a famous quote by another president. There is nothing wrong with being polite and diplomatic, but make sure your actions convey a different strategy. Since actions are what speak louder than words, that's what is great about our president. He loves to do business with all leaders, as long as he knows you must never trust, but always verify the actions of the other leaders. What is also great about our president, his administration puts women in a high status. He respects women's advice and opinions. Whenever you have a man who is willing to listen to all viewpoints, this is what women love. A man who listens and validates your skills and abilities. He rewards those that stick their neck out, expecting nothing in return. but the recognition of a job well done. It was Kellyanne Conway that was the spearhead to make sure Trump was elected our 45th president. She devoted herself to this cause because she believed in it. I just hope she did not leave 4 years later at a bad time and left others who she mentored with the same enthusiasm to get Trump re-elected for a second term. This man has worked so hard, and he is the most approachable president in modern history. Just ask Bob Woodward, who used that tool of President Trump being forthcoming in his fearmonger new book. It was wrong for him to write out of context words and to tape those words and keep those tapes for verification, as if he wanted to make Trump say something that would be used salaciously. Because he is AI, has been hacked still existing on the laurels of his youth. A good leader throughout history never tells the people who he is leading. Now is the time to panic. Why duh? Because you would have people panicking. The president, what every great leader has done throughout history. He has taken the burden onto his shoulders and protected his people. He has asked for God to give him wisdom and knowledge as Solomon did, but he as Solomon never gave more for his people to worry about than they needed to. It's no different than all the hurricanes, tornadoes, wildfires. Those who were skilled at putting themselves in the crisis situation don't want the people to panic, because what we are afraid of is fear itself. A good leader displays confidence and hope in the face of great storms. That is what our Lord did when the apostles panicked and said, "Don't you care that we will die?" And the Lord said, "Why do you panic? Yeah, of little faith." So, please know this as I do. This man will not leave one single stone unturned, and he has the best possible answers for the one who knows best. God is there with us. He needs us to trust him. God is saying, "You must trust me because I am in control." This is why this is a virus with no vaccine. Because God wants us to work together, not cut each other down. This is why all the great religious minds know that something special is happening through the midst of the storms we are facing. God said we must trust him to bring us through to a better expected result. I know now that I would not bet against this man. Seems that every time these leftists naysayers spread fear and panic, our people's president put up his hands and says calm. So, those who believe and have faith are witnessing the greatest of miracles every day. Ask any faith-based person, evangelicals, Christians, Jews, Muslims, and other faith groups. This man is a phenomenon. Please, God is saying, "I got you all. I heard you all." You need to have patience that all that is being done with this man as our president eyed the right path, and we want to see greater things for this nation. We all have to let the work of this president continue. If we love this nation and our future generations to exist in peace and safety, we must not keep playing God. There is a real one, and he does not need any help. Those who are doing wrong because they think their agenda is right, believe me, you must trust that their plans will be thwarted and come to naught. Those who believe truly will receive the right plan for all people. This is going to be accomplished whether those backing the left like it or not. So, we have a motto for the American voter, according to Ephesians 6:20. If you have done all you can do and are exhausted, just stand firm and have faith. The way the celebrities and Hollywood elitists who were not raised with these radical values, but yet they are trying to use their celebrity to push through these radical ideas. They should be thanking God for what they have because their fortunes could turn on a dime. As Job said to his wife, "What has been blessed can be unblessed." You accept the blessings, you must accept the trials too. President Trump is authentic. He used to live and work with all of these people in the entertainment field. They were all begging to be on his Celebrity Apprentice show, which was again another big hit. Just another stepping stone to keep him on his journey to where he is now. But those who got something out of their being able to make a comeback because of Trump's private life, all these who are stabbing him now in the back or hiding in the shadows so they don't want to be revealed as a friend to the president, has no problem with making use of his resources when it suited their needs. What do they say about fair weather friends? Well, no matter, this man is the kind that people bind to because of his magnetism. He is truly a magnet for the people. Just look at his rallies first and now look at his hangar parties, I call them. They are still packed, and these people will sign a waiver just to be able to be part of that glow that he is reflecting. He is not an empty vessel, and the American voter love that. We are fighters, and we are survivors. We mourn those who have been lost by the COVID-19. We hold accountable the many governors who had a much different agenda. There needs to be Senate hearings of which governors who were given the supplies, the hospitals, the PPE and the ventilators, the biggest mobilization in since the Second World War of the private sector, partnering with President's task force heading by his sidekick, Michael Pence. They have to take responsibility for their failing decisions. President Trump truly believes in the Constitution and what it stands for. Even Governor Cuomo, in his own words, said that Trump could not control how the states were going to decide their emergency plan for their state. And Cuomo decided he would make himself and his decision more powerful by setting up a co-op with other states in his area, tri-state area, to include Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut. So, they need to answer the American people why they were given the medial ship making a big deal when that ship headed into NY. The people cheered and were full of hope. But why did the governor not do the right thing? I am one of those forgotten who wants to know that answer, along with many of those who lost those in nursing homes as a fellow New Yorker. I am glad I did not have to worry about my family seniors sitting in nursing homes and not getting the quality care and concern they needed by the governor of the state they lived in and paid their taxes too. People's confidence in the Constitution and its application as written is at an all-time high. The president has cut all unnecessary wasteful regulations, so if an infrastructure bill was to cross his desk, it could be accomplished in record time and not take more years than necessary until things crumble to the ground, cause untold injuries. The lowest tax program in history, with another to follow. The building of the American Embassy in Jerusalem for only 400,000 shak US dollars. The building of now 330 miles of the wall across our southern border. That if the Democrats get into office will have open borders. The president believes all lives matter and all black lives matter. This movement of BLM is a scam to make the American people think it's just about equality under the law. It is not, and it has a manifesto on their website that states they want to abolish many institutions, including the nuclear family, the prisons. There definitely needs to be a serious conversation about this issue. But it needs to be alternative solutions to the low recidivist who will not reoffend, and also the drug-addicted criminal. We need more rehabilitation programs and less oppressive incarcerated. This idea of mass incarceration is wrong, and as I have stated in the book over and over, it is a bad look for the most democratic country in the world to show no mercy for their own. I believe strongly if we start talking and stop throwing Molotov cocktails and destroying people's livelihoods, that means people of color are having their businesses pillaged and burned. So there is no reasonable explanation for any of this. It won't get anybody anywhere. This is why peaceful protest is constitutional, but anarchy is criminal and hurts all races, religious faith-based groups, and gets nothing good to a prosperous future. President Trump starts his rallies and speeches with Lee Greenwood's, "I'm proud to be an American," because Trump is proud to be an American, and this is why he ran. But he ends his rallies with thousands in attendance with the Rolling Stones hit, "You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you get what you need." The American people need to ask a question, is the song true? Are you getting what you need? In other words, are you better off after the last 4 years than you were before? But for COVID-19, but for is a cause and effect. Meaning, our president is not to blame for a plague, and there is so much more to investigate before blame is assigned. But for our President Trump, we would not have survived this attack on our country as the world was affected by this pandemic. But no one else will be able to bring us back, but the man who made us energy independent after 70 years of being held hostage by the OPEC foreign oil. I'll give that man a second chance any day. Just look at everything else he is doing. His energy level is so high that he can travel to different states in a day and put forth platinum plans for African Americans to have more new businesses, their cities revitalized, and new jobs put in place every day, as well as picking a new Supreme Court justice as the crowds yell, "Fill that seat." This man should be picked over a man who decides that the end of his day begins at and ends at 9:30 a.m., and has no energy to even come up from his basement. A man who professes his faith but says yes to late-term abortion and going against his ethic values. That man is a mere shadow of his former self. The lobbyists, and many others, are trying to get rid of this president through statements like he is a racist, while many black politicians are touting his policies as helping the most for minority groups. The left is not afraid he will fail. They are scared to death. He will succeed. The American people know they have a champion and are still chanting 4 more years. Chapter 23. Just another pretty face. Who can't get her way. For more than 15 years, President Trump carried her because of loyalty. But she did not deserve that loyalty, since after she was fired from her position at the White House, it was discovered she had violated the trust and disrespected her position. Many would consider it an honor to serve in the White House, but she used it for her own gain. She pretended her allegiance to a man who helped her get the life she has. All he had to do was fire her, and she would have had a very different life. But the man that everybody loves to hate. The man who made a career at firing people on a national primetime show, a hit, The Apprentice. For some reason could not let her go, cold as they say he is, or that everyone thought he was. This man likes it when people who work for him show effort in their work. Could it be the man had a heart as big and caring or just a weak spot for a pretty face? But oh no, you must be speaking about someone else. I know this chapter seems a little personal, but I believe to talk about the man in the highest office in the land. You must see him as a real, authentic person before he took this office of the people. This is why I call him the people's president. The man who is called heartless and empty as well as other names like self-absorbed and a king. He was a con according to the women who he could not fire. He not only could not fire them off his hit show, but he carried their careers and made sure of her success, all the way to the inner circle of his administration. Are we talking about the same man who everyone calls names like racist, xenophobe, homophobe, and every other disgusting derogatory name? I heard him tell a story today at a rally just outside of Atlanta that a friend of his from his New York days said it took more than 19 prosecutors who were the smartest legal minds in the country, $48 million, and 3 years they found nothing. You must be the most honest guy in the country. So after all this, she was going to get her revenge out on this man who treated her like one of his children. But she did not deserve that treatment. His actual daughters can attest to their father's love and support. So all she is going to do is get some negative publicity. But not for him, but for her. She just put the longest and sharpest nail in her own coffin. The same goes for his niece, Mary Trump, and anyone else who can't look in their own mirror. She may write a tell-all book, but nobody will listen. Because as my grandmother once said, empty barrels make the most noise. She had another saying, I remember, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. But that kind of thinking doesn't sell books. These people must have ice water in their veins to be a turncoat against a man who made her a success for all those years. God says everything happens for a reason. There are no chance meetings. Psalm 119. I know your comings and goings, your ins and outs. So, you need to appreciate when there is someone looking out for you. But President Trump just shrugs it off and keeps it moving because he has a mission to keep America great. No salacious. Tell-all book is going to veer him off his spiritual path of being a good steward and disciple for God. President Trump said, anyone that tries to hurt me will suffer their own downfall, as written in 1 Thessalonians 1:7. God troubles those who trouble me. It is not our struggle others, people's race. God will handle those naysayers, stiff-necked, people. Trump and others like him will run their own race. Since in all his speeches he knows he has a higher calling to answer to when his race is over. He doesn't want to hear you are the greatest. He wants to hear, I am pleased with you, my good and faithful servant. We all should want to hear that at the end of all our races, but only God can truly judge us all. He is the ultimate decision-maker. We are all just instruments. We should remind Nancy Pelosi of two things. God wants us not to judge others, and the tongue can be a dangerous instrument. Of course, she knows all of this since she is a devout Catholic as she professes but cannot practice what she preaches. She also says she is a lover of the Constitution, as written. I remember last year on the anniversary of the Constitution she was being interviewed, and before she knew a single fact she was making a proclamation to impeach our president. God gave her the gift of that gavel, and it was for the better of her constituents. But she has helped nobody, and as people starve and get deprived of being able to pay for the roof over their head, she wants to hold out a vote for her special interests groups and not get to work on a proper stimulus bill. I had so much respect for this lady when I first started hearing about her, but she teamed up with another sore loser, Chuck Schumer, because he wants so badly to have Mitch McConnell's position. But you see, Mitch McConnell does this job of being the head of the Senate as a labor of love and integrity for the American people who elected him, and for a president who only wants to see good for the American people. We waited more than 3 decades to have a president who cares for only one thing, and that is the welfare of this country and its people. We will see more benefits of his promises if we are smart and start working together. But the Democrats are obstructing the very thing they have a party for, and that is to work for the people of this country and to make sure they are safe and secure in their own homes. We are a good people even with our flaws and faults. I wouldn't live anywhere else, even if I am writing this book from a federal prison. This is a mission for me as a mother, a grandmother, and a citizen of these United States. That we are all created in God's image, and we all need to get along because A nation divided cannot stand. There will be many salacious tell-all books as long there are opportunists in this world. People who do not want peace through strength will never be happy if their agenda is not being realized. But when that agenda calls for smearing a man who gave up his private life along with his family to embark on this peace mission for our country, for my home and family, we will follow God's ways. Those ways are to help our fellow man and woman, whether their socio-economic status, religious faith, of color of their skin. Anyone who cannot do this, even the Constitution states that a person's religion should never be used to disqualify a person with the merit and skills to protect the public trust of any office they will hold, be it a president or a justice of the Supreme Court nominee. She is bringing the same values that were left by the one who sat there before. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a mother of young children and a devout person in her Jewish faith. Barrett Ma is a mother, and a woman of integrity and a devout person in her Catholic faith. She will be an asset to our Supreme Court, and I believe now that Ginsburg is no longer of this world. And with God in heaven, she is looking down and saying, "This one I believe will best to fill my seat." This is President Trump's job, and it is also the job of any president who ever sat in the White House, according to Article 2.2 of the United States Constitution. So, if Pelosi can obstruct this confirmation and threaten impeachment, she is abusing her power instead of showing dignity to her office. She is Speaker of the House. A woman has there ever been. Another woman in our history to be Speaker of the House of Congress. If I were in her shoes, I would not be letting those who are barely wet behind the ears in politics compromise my values. So, will she take back her good name and show her patriotism to her constituents? Or are all the Democrats of many decades in politics in our government all going to be puppets now, for those who are so far to the left that you would think they were working for a foreign government in another country, or possibly need to go back to school and study American history, because they just don't know where they are anymore? They need to be reminded that this is America, and the American people have earned every one of those stripes on our flag, that they who chose to disrespect every time they take a knee, and disrespect the God that blesses this country every time they refuse to get on their knees. This country, our nation, will not suffer fools lightly. So, I believe this is one writer's opinion. The American people will write their own story again in this election in November, and remind everyone who really holds the power when we stand on our faith, pray to our God, and vote for the safety and security of our families. As stated by our president, the best is yet to come. Chapter 24. How did Trump win? One writer's opinion. All my life, I was told you can't succeed. You are not pretty like your sister and not a genius like your brother or lovable like your youngest of the family. I was the proverbial middle child. I was told by my parents, teachers, my peers, all of them said you cannot succeed, your lot in life. This kind of attitude in most cases would really put a person at a very high disadvantage to fail, unless it was a person, the more they are challenged, the more they rise to every one of those challenges. The more they do everything in unconventional ways. If you look at history, you will see it was the one least likely to succeed, to make the most advances not only for their life, but for how changes would affect the masses. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of books out on the market by known psychologists, self-help therapists, life coaches, academics, and clergy that can tell you it's all about birth order. Where you place in your family has a lot to do with how well you will succeed. Those kinds of dry statistics. But many famous people have proven that theory inferior. Many who were led likely to be a success ran their own race and surpassed the naysayers' critics. You can't succeed all the time, and I would hear that statement. It's true. I was not pretty, and I was very shy as a young child. I was a little chunky and small and petite, barely memorable. Until I found out that God avails us all of measures of gifts, talents, and skills we all need for what God has a purpose for all of us. But I was quite average, as a multitude of Americans are average. Nothing more, nothing less. But my father told me I had something that could not be measured or quantified by how much beauty I had, or how much I knew. But what I believed in me, and that I was unique. I thanked the Lord above and my grandmother for this revelation. I believed everyone has a calling that God gives to them. Not things that helped me to win. What helped me to win was I never believed I was a winner. I spent my life being somebody who nobody believed could accomplish anything. Even in my incarceration life, I can and have done many things. Being only 5'1", 115 lbs. Not much of anything in stature, just a little bit of thing. I used to wear a t-shirt when I ran my construction company, I may be little but I'm still the boss, or big things come out of small packages. But when I sing in church, I leave the audience in AWE. When I dance in a show or recite poetry I've written, people have to take a second look, or do a double take, as they say. They cannot believe they underestimating me and my abilities just by their first impressions. The most common sentence I hear out of their mouths is, "How did you learn to do that?" The second one is, "I didn't realize that kind of talent was in you." So, those who just look at the surface of a person never see the heart of the person. It was in the Bible where God said to his prophet, when searching for another king to replace Saul, "The firstborn, most strong and most experienced, will be the bone who is chosen." And God says, "No, I do not look at the outside of a person and what others see on the surface, but I look at the heart of the person." This is one of the reasons people who only look on the surface underestimated our President Trump. They failed to look at his heart and his passion for helping others to attain a good life. He is not the person who is so absorbed in himself as he did not love the people of this nation and this country, America, itself. The common sentence I hear from everyone behind these concrete walls is, "I didn't know you could do that." Well, now you know. So if you want people to see the gifts God gives us and the Spirit inside of us as written in Ecclesiastes 11:1, you have to cast your bread upon the waters and it will come back as an investment someday. You must trust God and show what you can do. It will not always be received well. But most of the time the odds are in your favor. That if somebody notices you are special, it's all it takes to make a difference not only in your life but in the lives of others. You would be amazed how many millions of Americans feel this way and have been labeled the forgotten men and women. To truly identify these people, you have to empathize with them and you have to have compassion, because to sympathize with them is to just feel sorry for them, and that does not do anything. God is motivated by compassion, and this is how things happen. You must truly be one of them. Like Trump said at the Steelworkers Conference, "I am you. I could have been you, a steel worker. I think a lot of successful people have gone through similar experiences. I believe one in particular, who is now the most powerful man in America, our president, Donald J. Trump. Nobody believed he could win. But he did win. He won it all. How? That one ingredient of life is in all people who the world believed has no value and has succeeded in spite of peer pressure, society's pressure, negativity, and special and political persecution. That ingredient could not be measured in the outward appearance of life, because many who had everything are easily destroyed, because they lack that one ingredient nobody even really thinks about, except for people who have been called things like the black sheep, the underdog, the runt of the litter, the last to be chosen. Here's an example: David in the Bible. 1 Samuel 16, 1-7. A character all Christians and Jews alike should know and recognize. Most know him as the little boy who took on Goliath, the giant with a slingshot, and his faith in God. What most don't know about him is that he was the smallest of sons who were called by God. God said, "Is there any more sons after the other were called together?" The father said, "Just my youngest son who is in the fields tending to the sheep." God said, "Get him. This is the one I chose for an extraordinary task. Who is the one least likely?" President Trump. The way he fights is with his heart. He is the one least likely to be chosen to succeed. But God said, "I don't look at the outside of a person, I look at the heart." Because Trump rose to the challenge, he believes in perseverance and good timing, patience. These are the qualities God wants from his people. Even though Trump is bombarded with negative speech, actions, and threats against his life and his family's safety, most people would be destroyed, but he just thrives on all of it. He believes God will relieve him from his troubles and bless him who blesses others. The more you challenge this man, the stronger and more powerful the resolve. The more powerful the resolve will be of the people he gave that power to, as an extension of his office of the presidency, the American people. We won, you did it. We need to get onto the polls to keep things strong. Economy, jobs, commerce, consumer confidence, the stock market, 404 keys. The effect the USA is having all over the world. He gives credit to everyone. He listens to the personal triumphs and tragedies of the people. He says to the people, his people at his rallies, "We are a movement. We not me, we won, and we will keep winning too." Not because he enjoys being persecuted, but because his God is stronger than any negativity and false partisans or fake news. He believes he has a calling, and God has made him a messenger. As he said in both his inaugural speech when sworn in and his State of the Union speech too, we all answer to a higher calling. God is front and center. Trump is a highly respected world leader. His confidence, though adversity, is infectious. And he will just get more powerful because he serves the people and God, because he believes he is fighting by God's word and not his own. He does not care who thinks or speaks differently. As long as God is there for him, who dare be against him? His success is not his doing. It is the doing of the one has sent him. You can't beat that kind of power at all, and especially going into the national elections in November 2020. This is like nothing we have ever seen before, as Trump himself states over and over on a daily basis. In the end, there will be many battles, as Trump can attest to, but with God by his side, he will win the war. We are fighting a war. We must use all tools in our arsenal. The Constitution at all time must never be diminished, no matter what anybody says. That means when Biden says we should have a national emergency response to COVID-19 and other things, he should know that after 47 years in government, if the governors don't want to follow mandates to help their citizens in the states they run, they must be accountable to decision and consequences of their state. You can't have it both ways. Trump will always be for the Constitution and what it stands for. He will not waver in his faith for our Constitution or our God. This is why the vaccine will be sooner than later. It's why he is putting a new justice on the Supreme Court before the election. It is his constitutional duty under Article 2.2. This is why he won against a soulless, godless woman who thinks she is above the law. and elitists who makes friends with big-dollar donors who are now tagged as a sexual predator. Before she bashes someone, she needs to look in her own home closets. A woman who is pushing a message like women should be able to destroy life because it is her choice. No, it is not her choice, and God will judge us by the act of infanticide alone. I read a book the night Trump was elected 4 years ago. As soon as the electoral votes were tallied, it was clear he won 307. I had just finished the last page. It was an eye-opener. The book is called The Harbinger. It gave me great insight sitting on that bunk, in that large, vast room made of concrete, with 36 other women around me, from all cultures, religions, races, and languages. It was very surreal for me being raised in an upper-middle-class Long Island family of lawyers on my father's side, blue-collar workers on my mother's side, my mom, RN, nurse. It's our upbringing and our faith that saves us, not our party affiliations. That is just a label. But it does not define us as human beings. It's all rhetoric, a show for the masses. It's our actions toward others as human beings that matters. In my conclusion, I say why I will always be a forever Trumper, as well as including 20+ of my Poetry from Prison poems to show the president's journey through his first term in office. This is how I viewed his first term in a poetic picture, the way it was seen through an incarcerated forgotten women. My final statement I make because I am a woman. I believe we are the stronger gender, and that is why God made us the ones not to choose to destroy life. It is not in our nature. We are nurturers. A woman is not physically disposed to destruction of life. She is physically equipped to create it. I can't think of a greater way to respect the miracle of life. You see, she was already way behind in the race. She and others like her will never win because they have the wrong message for our nation. Just one of many. The message for our nation to flourish and grow is through nurturing of families, any kind of family, blended or the universal nuclear family, mom, dad, and kids. That is what a mother is for. So, we all need to take a look at our prison system of mass incarceration more seriously. Bring the mothers home. They are the lifeblood of families, and families' growth and future prosperity is necessary for the next generation of all races, nations, religious, and cultures. It's time to solve the problems of the world. It starts with each nation being sovereign, and that will make us united in peace. Sooner or later, there need to be real solutions. I believe with President Trump, we are heading in the right direction to make America great once more. Chapter 25. Conclusion. In conclusion, let's take this book for example. Hopefully 10 years from now or more, 50 to 100 from now. I hopefully conveyed to the reader the knowledge of this president and his administration, but more importantly revealed some of the experience of how our president, Donald J. Trump, touched the hearts and minds of all who were there. Some will have missed the amazing experience because instead only took in the facts, knowledge, the fake news of the so critical mainstream media and news centers. So the news is to inform us of real true facts of what is actually happening in the world, not a competition of partisans' opinions by naysayers who we once called esteemed journalists, at one time respected by the public. The day of true journalism is gone and considered more of a dinosaur than anything now. Our fourth estate has become, and entertainment television like gladiators groups, with shows like American Idol and America's Got Talent. But award shows and entertainment shows have been the new activist soapbox. I used to love watching the Academy Awards. I would plan for it like millions of Americans, schedule it in my daily planner calendar. But now, in the last few years, it has been a platform for Hollywood actors to become amateur politicians. Remember the old saying about opinions, just like an ass, everybody has one. Some have the distinct odor of manipulation and violence-divisive speech. None of them really know what they were so outraged about. I would sit in my plastic government chair trying to figure out why I was incarcerated and how I racked my brain of how my family was going to survive while I could not even afford the proper legal representative. Because as the Bible says, money and power has become more important than people and family values. I sat there in my gray sweats with my microwave popcorn, watching how it has become all the rage to spend as much money on long gowns and expensive designer shoes to no be displayed by a show camera. The Hollywood elite step on the platform and the camera take a 360-degree picture of their shoes. The thing that is important to the entertainment commentator is, so, what are you wearing? Their self-absorption and loathing of our president and his policies was, and is, unprecedented. I remember thinking I have never seen anything like this kind of hatred for a human being in my life. There was one about 2,000 years ago. The people who really knew not what they were doing. Listening to those who only wanted power crucified a righteous man because he was different and wanted to upset the status quo, shake things up. Show the people that there is only one great power, and that is God. But there were ones who today truly believed there would be change, and I promise you there will be more change for God's people. We are a country of blessings from the beginning. We were blessed in 1789 with our first president who went on to have 2 terms in office. This country is founded on Judeo-Christian values, and we need to be aware of that as the people of this nation, America blessed by God. We have these blessings because God loves His people, and we need to appreciate what we have, because when you do not appreciate what you are blessed with, you do not keep those blessings. We are coming out of a valley time, and we need to take care of each other and live as if we can lift ourselves up without lifting each other up to the change we all needed, the change my children needed as they struggled to find a job, raise a child as a young parent, now that their mother, who did everything, was wasting away in a federal prison as a first-time federal offender. To make this country great again had an amazing eye-opening experience. An experience that, to this day and well into the future, will transcend how this nation shall sustain and grow because of the strength of a man who chose to challenge us with every action he undertook for every problem. He not only talked about it as a campaign promise, but fulfilled it through the simplest form of trust that everyone can appreciate. The youth as well as the elderly, the poor and the rich, educated and the uneducated, people who work with their hands and those who work with their minds. He did something monumental as a politician, not an outsider who held the highest position in the land. He kept his promises and fulfilled them, one by one. That's why I am a forever Trumper. There will never be another president of this nation, America, like him. That's why I am a forever Trumper. He came as a messenger, not a king, to calm the seas and fend of the storms. Ones who read it for facts will find them. But with God's great grace, I hope I have conveyed the experience too. I am honored to have been there, and although as a federal incarcerated prisoner, but still felt free. He gave me confidence and gave us hope that the nation, America, will be made great again and stay the course for future generations. This is not the end, but a new beginning, to be better and greater. So let's begin to make America great, greater, greatest. For all of us, in God we must trust. A forever Trumper dares to be heard. This book, A Perspective by an Incarcerated Forgotten Women, Psalm 131:3. This book tells the heart and actions of this man, our 45th president. This man, who the people of the nation, America, cried out for, as if in a solemn prayer. This prayer was answered by our God through His messenger, Donald J. Trump. God answered this prayer for relief for the people of our nation, for the arduous 8 years of the slowest economic recovery in the history of this country. This nation had seen since the Great Depression, as has been written about widely. It tells of a man who is hated and despised by those who tried to take him down, while he was beloved by those who welcomed his way of shaking up the Washington machine called the swamp. He was hated by all who had disdain for the core values of this country, America, the ones who wanted to abolish the constitutional rights of all Americans, who wanted to topple this democracy, which is a model for the world as one of the world powers. This nation, America, stands as a city on a hill to be a beacon for all the world to see, has been highly blessed by our God. This book told through the eyes of an incarcerated person, one of the forgotten men and women, the marginalized, the victimized through an oppressive, unjust prison system. This prison system needs to be looked at seriously, and some radical changes need to be made. This author is confident that when this president is re-elected for a second term, that we will finally see those changes. We will finally be judged by a Supreme Court, making decisions based on our Constitution, as written and not as interpreted. We will finally see the hope and change we were promised in a previous administration. We, who are unable to have our voices heard, will know our children have a real chance at a good and permanent future, while our godly core values remain the center of this nation, America. This book talks about hope for the remainder of this century in its infancy and the next 100 years to come. There will be change, but it will come in the time. It's meant to come not through rioting and anarchy. It will not come with stealing, destroying, or killing, but with unity of all races and religious freedoms. In other words, peace through strength.